Hello and welcome to the Seahawks Nest live stream show. And boy, are we hyped up today. Why are we hyped up, folks? Do I have to tell you why? Do I have to explain it to you? Do I got to write it down? I hope not. Because I'm stoked. I'm stoked. I'm ready to roll. We got preseason game number 2, which means there's only one more preseason game after that, and then that means we get to the live action. We get to the full meal deal. No more waiting, no more off season, no more dead period of the off season, no more training camp. No, we get live. And we get to learn a little bit more on the back of this game, just as we got to learn a little bit more on the back of last week's game. Offensive line might be better than the PFF analytic people are telling us that they can be. Quarterbacks played at least solidly, both of them, albeit some things they can definitely clean up. The running backs looked excellent. Boy Mafe might be just one of the steals that we plucked up out of this last draft. And our young corners had some ups and downs, as you would expect for guys seeing their first action. There was obviously some bad too. The tackling was not the best. You didn't get to see an unveiling defensively of any of the new schematic wrinkles. The middle linebacker, especially without Jordan Brooks, is worrisome. But overall, you felt pretty good about a day that you lost. But a preseason, of course, the score doesn't matter. We're not going to pay very close attention to that kind of bottom line here. But overall, you felt encouraged by it. Now, many of us been calling, and this is including me, a guy that actually is trying to give Geno a little bit of backing in his recent play in this last game. We were all kind of ready, okay, let's see Drew Lock here with the number ones in this particular game. But unfortunately, we're not going to have the opportunity to see that because of the fact that Drew Lock got himself the vid, and so he's going to be out of action. And I think this will, frankly, probably be potentially, I think, a death knell for him. Not his fault, but will be a thing that sort of is the thing to keep him out of being that starting role at least week 1 when it comes to Denver. That's outside of course, Geno Smith just falling on his face here completely, which I don't think he's going to do. I think right now the knock you're hearing on Geno, and it's been very interesting to listen to the discussion from so many different places as you can listen to it on people and how they're evaluating the Lock Geno performance on things this last week. But I think the thing people are looking for here with Geno, and I think we want to kind of keep an eye out in this game for with him, is pulling that trigger, decisiveness. He does have decent mobility within the pocket, but pulling that trigger, taking that shot. This is the thing you see with Drew Lock on the other side of things, and his willingness to take those throws down the field and try to complete them and put them into a tight space, is whereas Geno's unwilling to do that. I have a little bit of a theory on this, because I think this is a little bit of the effect of Geno on Carroll, a lot like the effect you saw of Jameis Winston having on Sean Payton. Sean Payton didn't bring Jameis Winston in there and turned him into Drew Brees like he had done with Drew Brees coming from San Diego. He had brought in Jameis Winston in there and dialed a whole lot of stuff back for the kid. Took the processing really out of his mind at that point. Made the game way easier than where Arians had it for Jameis. And Jameis was efficient and relatively effective, but wasn't as explosive, of course, as he had been in the no risk it, no biscuit offense. I think you're seeing maybe a little bit of that here with Geno having a couple of years with Carroll in his ear, guiding him on those, don't you throw an interception, don't you do that. And so there's a little bit of that might build in a little bit of that hesitancy within that. But nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to watch his performance tonight and see if he can maybe, again, really step forward as the guy, this is my job. You're not taking this away from me. I recognize this is my second opportunity, and there's not going to be a third. And that's the thing I've been waiting for both of these two guys to kind of show. I think they've both been good. There's nothing that I've been waiting for a little bit more to say, oh, this guy's playing great. He's playing like he's in that mode of things. And then again, we're not even the regular season yet. This is all preseason, and let's see how this stuff all kind of unfurls once we kind of get there, because it is what it is. We have what we have outside of a Jimmy Garoppolo coming here. These are the guys you're running with this year. So we'll just have to continue and monitor and see how it goes. Grog, Maxwell Stern, Devin Martzall. How you guys all doing? Good to see you. TJ, what is up? Motive. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to teach, man. I'm ready to teach. I will teach you, young Padawan. Kay, what's up, Kay? Good to see you in here. D-Boy, what up? D-Boy. In the house, Chase. All my peeps are in here. I'm liking this. Brian Ketticott, have fun, everyone. Go Hawks, go Hawks. Brian, Megan, hell yeah, Megan. What's up? What's up, Master Chief? That's right. What is up? I hope you guys are hyped up too. We got a little Thursday night football here. I like this, man. We're back in football season. It's just, you forget about like, oh yeah, it comes around every week now. I get it now. You wait for months on this, and now it's, oh yeah, every week here. And again, we're looking for stuff to pop. We're looking for stuff to come together from a continuity front, but nothing from what really differing from what we saw last week, really. And the encouraging signs are not just for this year that you see within that, but into the future. Looks like we might have some bookend tackles. Looks like the running back position is going to be deep and probably remain deep into the foreseeable future. Corners look like might do something. And boy, Boye Mafe looks like Cliff Averill. I know everyone's saying it, but I went back and watched that play over and over again. I was like, it was that meme from Parks and Recreations where he's looking at the tablet and he's just, I've been looking at it all day. It's beautiful. Like that move it was straight out of the Averill playbook of things, and just wonderful play on his part. Cool Breeze, how you doing, man? Mr. Allo, hello. Megan celebrating 11 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you, Megan, for your long-time support. Says, not feeling the best as yesterday. Not feeling as best as yesterday was my dad's birthday, but couldn't think of a better place to be than with my 12s. Well, I'm glad you're here, Megan, and it's going to be a good, fun, fun game, fun chat. I think we're having a good time with this one. I have a feeling today. I don't know why. Just got a feeling. Well, they're always fun, so that's why I know why. TJ, Lucas has the potential to be the best right tackle in Seahawks history, and Cross will be the second best because there's only one number one at LT. Very well said, TJ. Very well said. I think of the left tackle position in the same way as I think of the receiver position on this team. Like you're going to have to have one. You're going to have a type of career that's going to have to make my brains fall out of my ears to knock Largent off my number one spot. And likewise, if you're going to take Walter off, you're going to take Big Walt and say, oh, he's not. That might be the best left tackle in NFL history, not just your team. He's going to have to be on another level of that. So I agree with your assessment on that. And I think as I've been on with Lucas for a while, people have asked me often, which is the rookie that you've been most excited to see? And I've been excited to see really all these top 5-6 guys, all of them. But for me, I always keep going back to Lucas just because when I was doing that evaluation on my Seahawks scouting channel of him and all the film breakdown I looked at with him and just in my mind going, why isn't he higher? Why isn't this guy being rated better? He's got so many tools in his tool belt, all of these starts. Now he's played in 2 different offenses in college. What am I, I felt like I kept kind of rechecking myself. What am I missing here? And I couldn't quite get to that spot of figuring out what it was. And I ended up just trusting my eval going, I feel like this guy's a late first round talent. I think that should be his grade. Not top 10, not in the teens, but a late first round grade is where I had him. And as the best right tackle in this whole last draft too, by the way, with that. So as I was talking about with Mafe, Lucas is another guy that I think we're going to come back to look upon that pick and say that was, to get that in the 3rd round was a phenomenal steal. Phenomenal. Big Country Audi, good to see you, man. Kevin Lonice, what's up? Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Let's get a good Go Hawks here. Let's go Hawks. Come on, Hawks. You're at home. And hopefully that home crowd's lit today. Giving tickets away at like $10 a pop. So we're going to have a lot of longshoremen in the stadium, if you know what I mean. So we'll see how this one goes tonight. Krotos 1009 says, I saw an interesting comparison on Geno's career. His career is mirroring Drew Brees and how he was on a putrid first team, then got stuck behind Hall of Famers into their 30s, and then got their second chance. Yes, I think that I think a lot of it you could kind of ascribe a little bit in the same point with Drew Lock in certain respects. But I absolutely, as I was making that point, Kronos, in that video I did a couple weeks ago, that, Geno's being really sold down the river by a lot of people as far as, just send it down. We don't know. I don't. He's not. He is what he is. He is what he is what I've been told, I think, ad nauseum, probably about 10,000 times. And that was my only pushback on it was I'm not saying he's great, but we do know what he is. And then what are we basing that on? Well, what he did in New York, and then, well, he hasn't been able to get a starter job anywhere else. And my pushback to that's always been, yeah, but who's been out there available to give him that job who doesn't want to just go draft their quarterback young? That's the path all these NFL teams want to take. They don't want to go back to retreads. Whether you had a valid reason for being a retread or somebody just did you completely dirty in your first stop, the team's always going to be wanting to look for the shiny new toy, not somebody else's secondhand clothing. And I think that's what I come back to me with me on the Geno thing of saying it is what it is. He is what he is. I don't think he is. I think that's, again, short selling a little bit of it and saying, no, I want the shiny new thing rather than really considering, again, what you want to get from the quarterback position, what you're going to ask from Geno Smith, what you could do with those draft picks. If we're going to end up picking quarterbacks. That part's irrelevant, but just that he could be at least proficient this year is all I'm saying. Maybe not magnificent, maybe not great, maybe not game changer, maybe not, again, not top 10, not top 15, but low 20s. And I forget who posted it last night in Brendan and mine show we did last night, but there was, somebody was putting that stat was a 60-40 and you have a top 3 rushing attack and you have a top 8 defense. What does that equate to? I think that equates to probably 11 win season. And none of that has any real basis upon the quarterback being magnificent to get to those numbers. All right. So we're just about live here. I'm hoping this week I've got the snafu buckled down so that this thing actually plays for me. I've got 3 different potential directions to go. If it doesn't initially play for me, I can go to. Because again, you can't seem to ever get this stuff to do it, live. But it looks like it's good here. Looks like we're good. Woo! Okay. Initial bullet dodged. No technical difficulties. Follow Washington VizQuest. I'm going to be driving during most of the game. Look forward to listening to the stream. Hell yeah, man. I will try to give you some riveting play-by-play. I'm amped up. I got my coffee ready. So take a drink. So let's go. 283-128. What's up, man? TJ, do you think Pete got relaxed with the O-line? Like he thought Russ would be okay and now Russ is gone? He realizes he needs to address it. People don't like this answer who definitely believe Russ should have been given an O-line throughout this time period. And it's not me saying that I think they shouldn't have addressed the O-line better with Russ here. I mean, I've been still harping on it with the Broncos and what they're doing there. But the fact of the matter is Russ came in the door and you were spending the most on the offensive line in anybody in NFL history. I have to believe, and maybe it's just by trying to logically kind of go A, B, C, D, E here, but when you weren't spending that kind of money on the quarterback that you were down the line, you spent the most on those assets in the NFL. And not only did you spend the most at that time, remember, you put the high selections on Carpenter, Okung. There was the kid out of Wisconsin who kind of flamed out really quick for us, who we got, I think, in the 3rd round. You were putting investment not only in monetarily, but in the offensive line as well in that regard in the draft. So I do come a little bit back around to the fact that this is a little bit where the pressing of the salary cap situation starts to impact other areas. And right or wrong, and I do believe it was probably in retrospect wrong for the most part not to find better pass protectors throughout Russell's time here. But right or wrong, they took the choice to say, we've got to cut corners somewhere. We're going to cut it here in the offensive line. I was just watching the Woodstock 99 documentary last night. And like, they're trying to make profits, start cutting corners, We don't need, good sanitation. We don't need to provide water while it's 100 degrees out on asphalt. And this, you're making those choices because you're trying to find a way to make something work and I'm not blaming Russ on it. I'm not. They could have done better in other ways, but it was kind of was, and now you're freed up from that. And I think that allows them to go back again to that, as I say, TJ, that original blueprint. Wash FistQuest with a $5 donation. Thank you, Wash and FistQuest. I appreciate it. Says, too bad Locke won't get his chance after Geno clearly outplayed him in the first game. Time for everyone to join Team Geno. He is our QB1. I have a feeling I'm going to be walking some people off a few ledges when it is announced with Geno. I have a feeling I'm going to be doing way more sticking up for Geno Smith in the early part of this year than I really want to be doing, quite frankly. But I'm fine with it. I really am hoping this kid does surprise. I think it would be, not only a great story for him, but also just a good way for, again, to go against these hardened narratives out there of sometimes there only being this one path to get yourself through the labyrinth. And I lean back and go, why does there only got to be one path to get me through the labyrinth? Why does it just got to be a commandment of rules in the way I need to build my team and how to put it together and what I need to do? Can I choose a variety of different ways, or at least a couple of different other alternative paths that can also get me there? No, this way, this how, modern age, NFL, quarterback, you need now. Okay, well, let's see. And this is what's nice about this too, is we're getting to watch kind of a live experiment running before us against that very narrative. Spectre 7, I saw tons of people who sold their tickets because Locke wasn't going to be playing. Interesting. The poll last week was 86% to 14%. I think that was telling in a game where two quarterbacks at the very least were playing very close to each other from a performative level. But I know that people are high on Locke. I think that there's a reason for it that's valid too. There was a stat I was hearing about today about there's just a diametric difference between Locke and Smith in their not just ability to push the ball down their field, but their willingness to push the ball down the field. And Geno has slid a little bit in recent history in these last games. If you take that data with it of, I'm going to just kind of go to the check down. I'm just going to take always the short pass. And his stats end up coming out looking okay at the end of the day, but then, he's not really done anything on the field to really push drives at the football field, where Drew's got a little bit more of you can feel the pressure of him pushing defenses a little bit more than at that point. So I get where people come from, but they're going to have to sign up here. You're right. I think you're just going to have to sign up here for it. You're going to get the Geno experience here. Let's see what he can do. And we always remember that if failure is the inevitability, and that is what occurs this year, well, the fallback is now you get your better pick of the litter when it does come to the quarterback in next year's draft, a draft that should be stocked to the brim, full to the top, ice cubes pushing the water up over the top end of the lid of the cup for quarterback talent next year. George Samuel says, #GoHawks from Alexandria, Egypt. Well, shout out to Alexandria, Egypt. Please, George, give a little, I tip my cap to you, brother, watching from so far away. And someday I would love to get out to Egypt and check out the pyramids. I probably never will, but that's one of those definite bucket list trips out there you'd love to check out. I hear that city's pretty cool. Pretty cool. The Ghost of Judah tribe. They got burned last week, and they're about to get burned this week too. Fields is better than Locke plus Smith. Don't disagree with you there, man. I think Fields is really good. Tough part for Fields is that I think very well this Bear roster is probably the worst roster in the whole NFL. And so that's the tough point they're going to be in here a little bit going forward, is that outside of a handful of players, there really isn't a lot on this Bear team, especially once you guys probably end up moving Roquan Smith, which is certainly going to be inevitable here very soon as well. And then you're going to get depressed value on that. You're only going to get a second round pick, and then the Bear fans are going to freak out. We should be getting a first round pick. And then you're not getting that. So I feel for you, Chicago. I feel for you. I got a little bit of sympathy, but nah. That 1-0 record is going to be a mirage for y'all today. So, I'm going to show my faith in Geno walking this team down a little bit here this year, at least this week. Grug says, I got to be honest, I don't think we win more than 7 games with Geno. I think that's fine, though. Better chance at landing Will Levis. That's right. Very well said. It's How's Zero. I have a feeling we'll be picking up a quarterback once the roster cuts happen and might start them week 1 if Locke is still out. It's possible. Again, the thing I'll push back on this with, though, a little bit on this, is that everything this team has indicated with you on Geno Smith is that they like Geno Smith. The fan base, I get it. 86% last week. I hear everyone loud and clear. You're not in on the Geno Smith experience. But as I always say, what I do partly here and how my outlook of this is not to look necessarily just with what I would want to see or do, but also to try to inform you guys on what I think I'm seeing from the front office and the tells that they're giving you. And the tells that this front office is giving you in putting Geno as a starter from day one, giving him a $7 million contract, It is that there are signs here of at least a little bit of support in his camp of things. And it maybe Garoppolo is away. I don't, again, still maintain that the straightforward thing for the Niners on that situation, what makes the most sense is that you move Garoppolo to the Browns, and maybe they swap a little bit of money within the deal where 49ers eat a little bit of that, get a little bit of a better pick than from the Browns. But that's, to me, the straightforward fit on this at the end of the day. There won't be any other real rust or cuts out there, because I think that Sam Darnold, for instance, is going to be cut because I believe that they're on the hook for the full $18 million of his salary. So I don't know, aside from those guys, who would be the other quarterback who would be available out there that would, maybe I'm forgetting one, but Rogers Green says, how many games will Geno cost them? Not how many will he win? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Big Country, decent game manager without many turnovers would be reasonable for Geno Smith. That's all you're going to ask him to do. That's why I say I maintain. I look at the quarterback position for what I need to have as an NFL quarterback in a Seattle Seahawks offense. I look at that different than what I need a quarterback to do in a Cincinnati Bengals offense, or a Kansas City offense, or a Buffalo Bills offense, or we go through the litany, right? It's just, to me, a different requirement level, different difficulty level. Geno gets to play the game on normal mode. Everyone else has got to do heroic. And that's the thing. When you're that uber talented quarterback, as we saw this with our own Russell Wilson at times, when you are tasked with being that guy to put the cape on and fly your happy ass around the field all the time, it's a lot of pressure, a lot on you. It all sinks or swims kind of on you, and that's just not the way they're building this offense right now. Now, they may not pull it off. They may not be successful with it. And I know that's a little bit, that's the counter then to what I just said on that, but that's not my point on it, is that this is their intention. Grug, if we land Roquan without spending a first or a second, watch out NFL. That would be ridiculous. If we can pull that off, I will be doing a very big time hype video on that. I'm not... For all those people, I got a couple guys like, you're gassing people up too much. Like, the foot's not coming off any lightly or off the pedal on that one. Barry Sotoro, I've set it in stone, B. 54-46. I'm about to get the tattoo, Barry. I'm about to get the forearm tat. I'm sorry, I forgot to give you props on that. But yeah, you were the one last night that came up with I love those three stats. 54-46 run pass, top 3 rushing attack, top 8 defense. What does that equate out to as a final record? Brando, 2345, if possible that Kobe Bryant isn't fast enough to play at left cornerback and that's why they're pushing him at the slot? No, he's fast enough. He just didn't drop into his bail technique fully on the play where he got burnt last week. That's the problem. I could see it. He slowed his steps down. He would have been step for step for him, but he didn't trust that they were going to try to put the ball in the back of the end zone. And we do have a kickoff now, so bear with me on the chat. Bears are returning it. He's got a little bit of a lane there out to the 30-yard line. The ball is fumbled, but he gets it back into his hand. Boy, that keeps happening to us. Third time this preseason. Seahawks have been able to cause a fumble, but the ball just did the magical little turf fairy hop back into the hands of the player who had the fumble happen. Ender with a $10 donation. Thank you, Ender. Very kind of you. Says, I'm working a 12-hour day at work and going to miss the game. Thanks for doing play-by-play. Go Hawks and hit that like button. Well, thank you, Ender, for the $10 donation. Don't work too hard out there. It's a brutal shift I'm sure you're undertaking. So hang in there, my guy. Keep drinking water. It's probably hot where you are, and I'm going to be on it today. And as he says with that, I will be on here a little bit with the chat. It's going to be tough staying on top of this with you guys on this. So if you bear with me on the questions and whatnot, if you do a super chat, I'll definitely respond. But I'm definitely going to be doing mainly play-by-play here as we go through this game. And, of course, we will be doing post-game discussion as well. So I'm trying to see who started that fumble. Oh, it looks like 50. Was that? No. It's 27. Oh, Marquise, the Hammer Blair came up there in special teams and laid a little bit of his big stick. Justin Fields in shotgun now, 3 wide, 1 tight end, running back to his right. Play action, pass. Flips it back as a little screen to the tight end. 48 with the missed tackle. DeBlanco missed the tackle in the open field, which allowed the tight end to twist free and get there for a first down. Elliot Clark with the $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. It says, what the F is Carol on about the canine hernia? Is it a hernia or not? It's all very confusing. I don't like it. I didn't get into it yesterday much with Brendan on this, but I do have a theory on this one, Elliot, which I will tell you at the, I'll tell you at the commercial break, but I've got a theory on this. All right. Seattle coming out in really typical kind of 4-3 look here as much as anything else. Quick pressure there by Cody Barton forces Justin Fields to haphazardly throw it out to the tight end. It wasn't really going to be anywhere near catchable there. Looks like that was Jones in coverage. He was close. Nice job on Cody, though. And hey, we get a little bit of a blitz look. I was looking for the wrinkles within the defense today and showing a little bit of that aggression that they talked about, that they hyped us on about here, when especially when Clint Hurd was hired. You saw it right there. Barton shot that gap. Seattle running out that similar kind of defense I was talking about last week with the 2 defensive linemen, 2 outside linebackers on the edge. And a handoff in here to Montgomery for about 6-7 yards there. 283128 with a $5 donation says, kickoff. Let's go. Let's go, 283. And that was over Jefferson's side. This is the tough part about running a 2-man front. Is you're really going to have to, guys are going to have their gap responsibility down to a fine-tuned deal here to pull that off. So 3rd and 3 now. Seattle again bringing a corner blitz. Fields gets out of it, bumps around, looks around, track back down, ball's on the ground, picked back up by DeBlanco. I believe they're going to call this play dead, but they're going to let it play out no, they're calling it a fumble. Fields stepped back, did not see, much like Drew last week, did not see that zone kind of coming, the zone blitz from the corner position there. Pushed him up into the pocket, kind of couldn't see around where his lineman was. Good job of the Seahawks defender there, of keeping a man in front of him. And that ball, the ball was down there, so that will not be a fumble. This will be overturned. 4th and 2, the Chicago Bears are going to go for it here. 12:41 on the clock. And that's going to be offsides. That's going to be offsides. Taylor jumped off and just quickly wrapped up Fields, but obviously he was either pulled off or off by a mile there a little bit early. And they're going to call Taylor for the flag on 4th and 2. That will give the Chicago Bears a first down. 12:33 on the clock. Taylor just trying to get that wicked hop here at home and just got out a little bit too far ahead. Just a little bit too far ahead on that one. First and 10. Bears come out 2 wide, 2 tight ends to one side of the field. Play action pass. Puna, early pressure. Fields able to just use those legs to get a little bit wide to get the ball over to his running back as an outlet there. But boy, Puna was in the backfield like a lightning bolt. Second and 6. 12:06 on the clock. First quarter. D-Boy, Brandon, how do you sub to the channel? You have to have a login to YouTube. Play action pass. Justin Fields looking for Mooney in the flat. He's got a man deep down. He's kind of got 2 parallel routes running there. Hits his tight end, Cole Kmet, down the field for a first down. Kind of looks like you like to give a young quarterback, get him to a 1-field read, 2 targets. He's got Mooney short, and he's got his tight end running the crosser. So the Bears are working up the football field here. A little mix of run and pass. I like Fields' footwork there on that play action under center too. So D-Boy, you got to be signed in, and if you're signed in, there should be a subscribe button when you view any of my videos. Little read option here out of shotgun. Gives to Mooney on a bubble screen. Knocked around a bit for a couple of yards. Good job by Seattle to get on that one. I know, and I'm watching and listening to his play-by-play. I'm a nerd. No, you're not a nerd. You're awesome, man. That's what I'm hoping. I've been told somewhere between about 12 seconds delay, usually if you're watching live, to sync it up if you have the record button. But hey, that's the way to do it. That's my ideal. 2nd and 4 here now. Fields, under center. Play action, roll. Saw this just a second ago. Looking. All the time in the world. Throws it out the end of the end zone. Good job in coverage there by Seattle. Play worked so well a couple plays ago. Let's go back to this. And we do have a flag. Is this why he had so much time? Was somebody an eligible man downfield? Seahawks are going to decline the penalty. 3rd down. Yeah, that makes sense to decline that, right? That's. And again, if I missed your question in the chat, we'll have to pick it up. This is going to be hard to answer any questions right now. It's mainly going to be play-by-play here until we get to post-game. Fields in shotgun, 3 wide. Flicks it back out to the back. Oh, Jones coming up. Is that Jones? I haven't learned his jersey number quite yet. Looked like Jones. He's made 2 plays here. He was in on coverage early in this drive, and you saw him just flash out of your screen as Fields looked for that check down. He was feeling the pressure. Looked like, was that a linebacker again coming over the top on that? Nice hit, though. And that will force the Bears into a field goal attempt here with Cairo Santos. And he will knock it through. So, yeah, a little bit of a rough opening drive there. But Seattle is able to keep him down to a field goal, not a touchdown. So I was going to answer the question there, Elliot, on you and the thing. I guess they're going to come right out here with Geno, huh? No commercial break? So the hernia with Geno. I believe that there's 2 different types of hernias. My family's got hernias run in our family tree. So like all the guys in my family don't like to do a lot of ab work, I guess. Or they've got a weak inner wall, whatever it is that causes it. And so those kind of ones, I believe, are where it's poking through at a spot where they can just push the intestines back through the hole, close it up, do it all basically arthroscopically now. They used to have to do the big old, well, let's whack you. Let's give you that big old slice. I think, and again, I'm guessing on this, Elliot, because the team's told us that it's not a sports hernia. So there's just a regular hernia, and then there's the sports hernia. And as I understand it, with the sports hernia, it's more higher located where you can't get as much in there with ease. It's harder to kind of get to it than it is when it's in that lower pelvis region, I guess, is where it would normally kind of, I'm not a doctor on this, so I'm just guessing. But again, my family's had a lot of history with this. And if it was that one, I believe that's the one that gives you the easier recovery time at that point. So that's why he's bouncing back. It's that, or he's getting a type of treatment that will, he can still salvage his season. No long-term damage would be done there, and then come back. But that one again doesn't make sense to me, because when you have the hernia, it's, you've got this viscous wall, and essentially an intestine pops through the viscous wall, and then it's just rubbing through the wall back and forth in there. It just sticks in through the lining of the deal. So, if you let it go in there for too long, that's where you get like, I think, and again, I hate talking like this, I'm not a damn doctor, but that's where you get like cancerous like stuff happening, I think. It's where it can go really bad. So you can't really, what I'm saying is I don't think it's one you can really just hold off and do some just have him give him a belly massage, and it'll be all right. D-Boy says, anyone know where the join button is? I don't see it. So D-Boy, if you're subscribed and you're logged in, you probably have to do the credit card information thing to have a join button show up. It could be that, but I don't know why wouldn't, or it's maybe not showing up on your phone. I've heard people have issues with the way the phone on that interface works versus like what on a just regular computer. All right, let's see what Geno can do to answer back here. 9:34 in the first quarter. Bears up 3-0 here in Seattle, and the official takes a tumble. That was kind of a funny tumble. He did the tumble where he rolled up onto his head, slow motion, and then just sort of stayed up on his top with his legs up in the air for a minute. Somebody in the audience is holding up a sign saying we need Jimmy freaking G. Oh God. I thought we've escaped this whole offseason, these horrible quarterback minefield holes. All right, Geno comes in now. He's 10 of 15 for 100 yards and a rushing touchdown versus Pitt last week. Under center here out the gate. Seattle showing a little 2 tight ends, and we quickly get a false start by our Hawks. First play of the game. That's on Charles Cross. DK Metcalf's in this game. We do get a little bit of, and Lockett. 1st and 15. Seattle again, 2 tight end look. Gibbs into Travis Homer. Gets up the middle on a nice run for about 6. Little inside zone there. Second and 8. We'll give him 7. Geno in shotgun, 3 wide, 1 side. DK bottom of the screen, all on his own. They're going screen. And it's to Travis. Manages to break the first tackle. Skitter his way for a couple of yards. Still a good overall game. But how about that? A traditional screen game sighting, folks. Do you believe UFOs are real? Maybe. Do you believe Seattle screen game's real? No. Well, I do this year, maybe. Maybe this year. I don't. That was straight pretty traditional. It's a little bit of a shock screen. Rather than you had all the linemen floating to one side, you sort of just slow played it with the back out, more outletting almost a little bit. And Adams for the Bears came up a little bit injured there, so that's why there's a little bit of a delay. 8:50 on the clock, 3rd and 5. Grant still starting. I haven't looked yet, to be honest with you. Sorry, mine got caught looking at other places. I'll check though when they come back to it. And Roquan Smith is not playing in this game. He's just got these cool-ass sunglasses he's wearing on the sidelines. I won't trade for him for the sunglasses alone. Geno in shotgun, 3rd and 5, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. George Fant by himself. Geno drops back to throw, looking. Lets it rip and goes to Freddie Swain. And the ball goes through Freddie Swain's hands. 4th and 5. Charles Cross there got caught with a nice inside move there, but he handled it pretty well by Quinn Avett. Good job by Cross. He just rode him through the... I'd like to see that play again and see if that was in his hands. Nope, Swain's fault. Is it a big country? I didn't get the replay chance. I wish the telecast was going to show that. He definitely put some cheese on it. And he definitely had to kind of leap up for it. But you're a receiver. There's not a defender hanging off of you at that point. Nice punt there by Dixon. We'll roll down by about the 21-yard line. It wasn't a good pass, says Elliot. All right. Maybe it was a bad pass then. We got the chat split on that throw. It didn't look completely off to me. It looked like it was not. It did raise the degree of difficulty, the throw by Geno and how hard he threw it. But as a receiver in this sport, when you're 17 yards down the football field and he throws a bullet and you got to jump up for it and you got both hands on a football, I've always been told if you get 2 hands on it, you got to catch it. It may be tough, but that's why these guys are pros and they get paid to do it. And again, I can understand if it's a pass like that and you got a defender pulling you down from behind or leaning on you and kind of throwing off your balance there. But definitely the chat looks a little split here as I read this. So I'm going to have to watch a couple replays to make sure I'm right about this. MSR rookie was a dime. People just don't like him. He has to catch it. Well, and I'll give this. I have a hard time giving Swain the benefit of the doubt. I'll say that as well. I've said he can't. He's a guy that needs to have it has to be in his body to catch the ball. The more he has to try to catch it out in front, unless it's a jailbreak play where he's, like they've all forgotten about that he's even on the football field and he's got a 75-yard score down the football field. That's the only way so outside of that. Steele says, I'm all for Geno, but that pass was not bad. Master Chief says, Swain the bum. Eric, time for Swain to be on the Jets. You guys are seeing, I think, a little bit on that kind of play why I'm hard on him. It's guys, that's a hard play to give a bad grade to the receiver on, and yet you go, make the play, bud. It's third down. Make the play. No safeties coming up to give you a lick in the chops. It's not an easy spot, and you'd love it if Geno could put that ball down a little bit more, but this wouldn't be the equivalent, for instance, of a receiver running, to a directional side of the field, and then the quarterback throws it back across his body. He threw it with where his momentum was going towards. I got to see the replay a couple times, though, to reinforce it, because here in the chat, Mr. Alo says his arms weren't even extended. Clear drop. There we go. Chicken God says, Fred Bolitnikoff always said, if you can touch it, you can catch it. I've always leaned on that too, especially these guys with these modern gloves that are like Spider-Man's hands. If you get your two hands on it, you need to catch it. I know it's hard to do. He's throwing it really hard. And that's what he's supposed to do there. Sorry. Deal with it. You're a receiver. Catch the ball. You have one job. All right. Bears come back out now. 2 wide receivers. Seattle shows really more of a 3-4 look there. And gives more of that stack look to get the run stop. Looked like Michael Jackson came up there and made a tackle there on the play. A couple yards gain on the run. $283-128 says for a $2 donation. Thank you, 283. Says Roquan is watching his future teammates. He is. He's actually over there like they're not showing these moments, but he's like waving. He's pointing at one guy doing the call me thing. Call me. And then when the coach looks at him, he's like putting his hand down. 2nd and 8 here. Play action out of the shotgun. Another give to the running back. Boy, fantastic job by Uchenna Owusu there. Sets the edge initially. Running back presses to the inside shoulder then, which is off of his outside leverage that he's trying to set. Resets into that, forces the running back to his outside shoulder. He reacts back to that and jumps on top of him in the run game there and stops him for just about a yard 2 gain. Really well done by Uchenna. 3rd and 6, 7:18 on the clock. That's part of what I noted about him when I watched the first couple games of him from San Diego last year, is that he does a very good job in the run game. 3rd and 6, another give up the middle. Looks like he's got a first down, fighting through tackles. And indeed he does. Looks like DeBlanco again there, unable to bring down the ball carrier in the open field. It's where you just go. I'm worried about the middle linebacker position. The guys can't, if you're a middle linebacker and you can't tackle, kind of a problem. Kind of an issue. All right, 1st and 10. Justin Fields' day is done here, by the way. We've got the backup quarterback already on the football field here. They go back to the run once again. Uchenna is all over it. Forces the running back inside for a 2-yard gain. Owusu, once again, flashing in the run game here. Osprey Raptor, where's the new wide receiver for the Eagles? You're not going to see him until the second half. And the Bears have another player go down. They're touching his knee. It's not a good sign. Dieter Iceland. Dieter Iceland. He comes from Norway. And our ACLs are much stronger than yours. It's not the Norwegian accent, it's the Schwarzenegger accent. They call me Dieter. I play offensive line for Chicago. 2nd and 8. 3-0 Bears here. 6:25 on the clock. Bears offense has had some early success here against your Seahawks, both running and passing the ball. Second and 12. Okay. I must have missed something here. Easy read right up the middle of the field. First down. Jones drags down the tight end at midfield. Quarterback set up in the pocket, went through his reads, found a guy wide open, Shaughnessy. Seahawks defense right now is got some very Swiss cheese sort of feels to it here a little bit. A little Swissy. Bears quarterback draws back the throw and puts a little bit outside. Tariq Woolen on the coverage. It's a little out route there. Receiver looked like he was open. Quarterback just threw it a couple yards outside of him. Corso Didi Gutierrez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Corso. Says, the guy with the Jimmy G sign. Wow, can we stop? Amen. Amen. I'm good. I'm good with the Jimmy G stuff. Like, let's move on. We got to move on. Please, Browns, go make that move. 2nd and 10, back to the running game. Uchenna again getting some penetration into the backfield, and Darrell Taylor coming in on the backside to clean the play up. But third play I've seen this drive where Uchenna really flashed and showed here in the running game. Third and 10. 4:57 on the clock. Bears come out 3 wide, 1 tight end. Draws back to throw. Chenna's got some pressure. He draws the holding call, and the quarterback flips it to the running back for about a 1-yard gain. But this is absolutely going to be on Uchenna Owusu there coming through, getting held by the tackle. No doubt about it. He dipped. And the second he dipped, that lineman panicked. The Seahawks will, of course, decline this play to make it a 4th and 9. Nothing extravagant there. Just got him inside. Would it kill them? Would it kill them to show one replay? Do I really need to see Tariq Woolen's 4.2640 once again over the replay of the last really good, well-played? By the way, I'm sure there's no cat. I don't know if even that telecast is noting this, but the 5th play a single defensive player is made on one drive. Can you show maybe one highlight of him just to show the fans what he's doing a little bit, the hard work he's putting in? Swain's going to take this on a punt return and do what he does, which is look for safety, look for the sideline, and then we'll go laterally to get there as he gains a yard back on the punt return. Unknown, that's exactly right. I don't know what the F Swain is doing. I maintain, I know some people like him, but come on, Freddie. Come on, man. Year 3? Do you want the job or not? If you don't want to do the punt returns and you're scared, then give it to somebody else. He literally just went lateral for no reason. Lou Allen says Jimmy makes no sense for Seattle. I've long maintained it makes no sense, and it's simply a decision that people are pushing for to say, well, look at the quarterback situation. He must be better than. It's like, yeah, you can maybe sign me up for that if you had him at the beginning of the offseason and he hadn't been rehabbing all offseason and he had a chance to work with your guys and be at OTAs and through the start of training camp and maybe you could sign me up for that, maybe. And even then it's marginal. But at this rate, we got one more preseason game after this. We're almost to the live games. I mean, it's not easy coming to a new team and just picking up a playbook, especially when you're going to be the quarterback having to call all those plays and know all those reads and know all those hots. And to me, it's something that I don't think that I do think the Browns will make this trade because they have to make it. I don't think we should make it because people say we should make it. Margaret Barnhold, thank you for subscribing, Margaret. Steven Contrello says Swain is only good when he doesn't have a defender within 10 yards of him. He's a broken play receiver. Bingo. Bingo. Be rested. We forget how to tackle. I don't think so. They got a little bit better there, but DeBlanco has certainly not shown me a lot out there in the first couple of games. People said Ohio State was a tackling machine or something. Georgia, one of those ones. Played some big program. Michael Bell, Coach Campbell's really turning the lines around. It's good to see. Yeah, he's doing it. If he pulls it off, it will be an awesome story if he can make this work. And they're going to be better this year. I think they've started to finally, the most important part is add actual talent on that team. And that's been encouraging to see. Emmett says, I can't wait to see Geno take and beat Russ. Geno always rises to the occasion. I can taste your sarcasm. First and 10, Geno under center here now. 2 wide receivers out. Wide. Geno play action, rolling, looking, grounds it. And drag down out of bounds. 2nd and 10. I guess nobody was open there. He had time in the pocket, rolling out, looked around. Didn't even see anybody rolling to that side of the field short, which was odd. Usually you got a guy, just like you saw with the Bears on that type of play, you got a near and a far man on that, running those parallel routes. 2nd and 10, 4:21 on the clock. Disley goes in motion. Geno in shotgun here. Seattle running some tight splits with their wide receivers. The give is into Travis Homer. Up the middle. Nice job again by Homer, getting very quick, very fast. Showing off that burst this year so far. Really pressing that hole quickly. And gets himself a good 6.5, 7 yards. Brought down by University of Washington defensive back Kyler Gordon. This will bring up 3rd and short. All right, Geno, you got 3rd and 3 here. Makeable. First down. He is in shotgun. 2 wide, 1 tight end to one side of the field. 1 wide to the bottom. Geno drops back to throw. That ball is hit up into the air. Oh, my goodness. Hit up into the air at the line of scrimmage. Knocked down 4th and 3. And Jake Horan is indeed starting on the right side out there. Gabe Jackson was the man whose defensive tackle did that. I know not a lot Gabe can really do there. Just a good job by the defensive tackle. Yeesh. All right, punt return here is going to bring him upfield, and he's in the open field right now, folks. This is trouble. Punt returner brings it all the way back up the field, winding around traffic. He just locked into one lane, took that lane, and wound around a few Seahawks cars up the 405 and got himself up about a good 60-yard return there. Who was that? Derek Young was the gunner on the outside that lost. He had 2-on-1, but he did not look comfortable in that gunner role there. Those guys were still on him well after the catch, and he was nowhere near the punt returner, Velus Jones. Velus, a guy that I thought on his tape out of Tennessee had a lot of echoes of Percy Harvin to his game. 1st and 10 now, 3:27 on the clock on the 37-yard line, and this is a play-action run right up the middle, and this is quickly snuffed out by DeBlanco. Middle linebacker's on it. 2nd down. George Samuel and no Phil Haynes too. Yeah. No Haynes either, I guess. Maybe later, I suppose. 2nd and 8. And this is a run up the middle and just running over tacklers with ease. First down. Not a lot of energy right now on either side of the ball for your Seahawks here. You know, there's a couple players making plays, but there's just not a feeling of, for guys here right now who should be fighting for their football lives here in certain respects. So Wusu's out there doing it, and he's got a job here, but you're not seeing much else here from this defense right now. The give is up the middle. Another big hole on the cutback lane. 6-7 yards. The initial hole was snuffed out, but it had been widened out to such a degree when he cut back, he had just an easy walk through there. Second and 4. B-Russ is good God. Our inside linebackers are playing horrible. Barton is just eating blocks up and not getting off them. It's not looking good. 2nd and 4 now. Seahawks try to blitz. It only leaves up the hot route. Quarterback picks it up, hits his man in the flat. Barton in coverage. 1st and goal. That's where you look for the instincts of a Barton who's, I'm told, is great in coverage. Okay, Barton, you know you got a blitz on the play. Your man's probably hot route read. Can you get there a step or two quicker from an instinctual standpoint? You know, and maybe that's too tall of an order there. Maybe I'm being too hard on him. 1st and goal. Bears go empty. Seahawks show blitz. They bring it. Quarterback reads it. Another missed tackle there by Blair. Tariq Woolen cleans him up by saving a touchdown, but we're now down to second on the 2. 2nd down on the 2. Rough opening start here for your defense. And I don't know if Blair's playing safety there or he's just playing that far off. Interesting formations by your Seahawks here a little bit. Because you have a slot receiver going at the snap there who's unguarded off the line of scrimmage. And I'm not saying unguarded like the corner's just playing off. It looked like Blair was having to come up from safety position to the slot in coverage there by his pre-snap alignment. So that will end the first quarter. I think the Mr. Allo's vomit emoji in the chat, holding back a vomit in the mouth emoji, is probably the probably the good way to describe this opening start here. You've run the ball well. But boy, yeah, the defense right now is looking rough. Looking rough. And you're not doing anything good. You're not stopping the run and you're not stopping the pass. You're not getting stops on 3rd down. To my eyes, Owusu has been the guy who's played pretty good on that line right now. Puna had one play that he got into the backfield for some early pressure, but this defense is certainly not looking like a defense is ready to knock in the top 15 right now. And yeah, you're down Jamal and Quandre and a couple cornerbacks down and no Jordan Brooks. And I get all that, but I don't think that they should look this easy to run through right now like they're looking here a bit. And I don't know if the Seahawks are just trying to work out some kinks or whatever it is, but you got a game left to kink the unworkings. $2 donation by Jonathan Delacruz. Thank you, Jonathan. Very kind of all you guys on the chat for your donations. Says, our linebacker depth is very worrying. It's extremely worrying, and it's one of those situations I look at as people have been, when I've said and trying to been advocating a little bit for on looking at making a trade for a guy like Roquan, is again understanding that when I say that this is a weakness of the team, when I say that this is something that's, you know, a big problem as it exists right now with what we're looking at here, it's not just a small issue, but it's a huge issue. I don't I don't think that we can just go, well, it's not like the greatest time to do it because it was not perfect to make this trade. It's like he could help out this situation to a large degree by his arrival. And right now, again, it's not looking really good. Not looking great right now. And the backups, say nothing of the starters, and Jordan hopefully comes back healthier soon, but say nothing of the starters right now. Cody's just the worry I had about Cody is exactly what I'm seeing this preseason game. Again, not getting off blocks. He just struggled with it a couple years ago when we had him in the will. He struggled when he was in the Sam. The only time he was protective of it was when he was in a Mike linebacker in a 4-3, but then he's got four down linemen in front of him to kind of protect him and let him roam a little bit. I worried in this 3-4 that we're doing right now, especially this weird, I don't know what they're doing defensively. The two defensive tackles and two guys standing up on the edges is just a weird four defensive down lineman thing. It's weird. Second and goal here. Wide open out there in the flat. Wide open out there in the flat for a touchdown. I don't know what the defender is whose responsibility is out there in the flat looking for there. Michael Jackson was on the coverage. But where are your eyes at on that one? They didn't even play action it. And Seattle looked like they ran kind of a run blitz there. And another missed tackle at the goal line allowed him to get in. It's going to be tough for him to stop his momentum getting in there. But Nolan Arvance with a $5 donation says Roquan Smith getting more and more expensive every snap. Perhaps so. Perhaps so. And the extra point is through. That'll put the Bears up 10-0 here with 14:54 on the clock. Easy drives for this Bear offense against your Seahawks defense in this game. Just no, outside of one stop, one punt. And again, what Jackson is seeing there is beyond me. He's outside leverage defender there. That's his man. He gets stuck up in the wash, just he's looking at something else. And again, what are you looking at? There wasn't even a play action there on that pass. That quarterback drops back to throw. You got to get on your horse out to that flat. That's your responsibilities out there. I'm going to guess it was him and not Barton, but I don't know for sure on that play. It looked like Jackson was the outside leverage defender there. 10-0 here. Bears, Seahawks. And you might be right, Nolan, on a $5 donation. Thank you for the dough. No, it might be very well here. Roquan's like, that'll be another $1 million, please. The Ghost of Judah Tribe with a $2 donation. That was easy. Y'all are going to be horrible. It's preseason, man. We'll see. We'll see. The good news is, man, I'm thinking we're going to be maybe a little bit better than people are saying, but if we're worse, fine. We're in a rebuild mode. There's no expectations on this year. Yeah. So if that does turn out to be the case, which I'm hoping it doesn't, but if it does, it's not the worst outcome for us. The worst outcome is to be, stuck in between. Or let's say you've got a young quarterback and you've not built up any of the other elements of your team, most importantly, the offensive line. Then you get your young quarterback killed. And then by the time you got to pay your quarterback, you've gotten outside of that rookie contract. So now your team building efforts are stuck. So first carry here. What a run here by Travis Homer. He is out in the open. I can't even ascribe this run by Travis Homer in its creativity and imaginativeness. Takes it, gets hemmed up at the line of scrimmage, dances around the line of scrimmage, does a little bit of break dancing, pop and locks a little bit, scurries his way back to the backside of the running play, gets out of 2 arm tackles, bounces back inside on a player coming with outside leverage to force him, breaks that tackle, then gets back outside and outruns everybody to the edge. Big time by Travis Homer. A little bit of a Madden, not Madden, but if you look at the Heisman Trophy, he did a little bit of the Heisman Trophy move at the peak of that run. So 1st and 10, 2 tight ends here now. The give is going to be up to DJ Dallas, who is drugged down quickly for a 2-yard gain. And we got a player down on the football field for the Hawks. We got a Bear and a Seahawk player down on the football field. They're lying on top of each other, literally almost, so I can't see who the Seahawk is. 68. Lewis. And they are already... That looks bad. Damian Lewis, it looks like, was down on the ground there next to the Bear defender. 283128. Thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate it. It says, John needs to call up the Bears at halftime for RS. Yeah, he does. He does indeed. HP says this is exactly what the season will look like. Buckle up, 12s. It's possible. Russell Q, Mark Hughes says, if Geno can't even move the ball against this team, we're in for a long season. Agreed. If he's going to struggle this much against this Bear team, what's going on? Like, what are we doing here? Well, laughing out loud, of course, I'd give a second rounder for Lou Allen. I'd give a second rounder for Roquan. I'd do it. What happened? It was a normal, typical running play, and then it just looked like a couple Bears, and Damian Lewis may have been the guy that was at the bottom of the stack, just kind of got twisted around there all on each other. And maybe he had a weight of a couple people on him there that got twisted around. They reached initially for the back of his, right for the Achilles, was the spot they reached for before they cut to commercial. Ghost Jew, no one's giving you a first for Raekwon Smith. And he doesn't want to be there, so it's the problem when the guy demands a trade and you're at this point in the year. No one's going to give you those assets. And indeed, Damian Lewis is going to have to be carted off the football field here, which you feel so bad for this young man. This will definitely put an end to his year as it looks right now, unless it's just a high ankle sprain. But when they get to this point, he can't put anything on the leg. I'm guessing that that's either an Achilles tear or a torn ACL on that particular play. So a very tough break for your Seahawks here. Very tough break for your Seahawks, and hopefully they can get some guys to step up now, as you were hoping this year to get another year forward on Damian Lewis. And tough as well when you look at it and you go, boy, just him playing left guard rather than right guard. Just saying. You go to a different position, you go to a different side of that line. It's just a little bit awkward playing that side of the line versus where you're used to playing, and I don't know. Phil Haynes' time is right. Phil Haynes is right. Brutal. Jay Tillman says, my rose-colored glasses are around here somewhere. I'm looking for mine too. So when you find yours, tell me where you found yours. Maybe I put mine in the same place. Because right now I'm struggling for optimism here. I thought we would move the ball against Chicago. I wasn't looking for Geno to light the scoreboard up, but again, the indecision is there here early on with them. The knockdown pass, I guess isn't his fault there. Good play by the defensive tackle, but again, not a lot of life. And the play calling has been, we'll just run the ball a lot here, which is again, just, this would have been a game I would have thought maybe you started thinking about, like, let's let this open up with Geno a little bit. Let's let him throw a little bit. Let's get him more, rather than we're just going to try to run and, Elliot Clark, this is aft. Why do all of our players get hurt more than anyone else? I don't know. I really don't. I've looked for the explanations. I've at times thought it was Ivan the Terrible, the trainer. I've thought at times it's the field turf we play on, and that field turf is just atrocious. And I think outside of, maybe Niners have natural grass, but I think that also factors into it a bit. I wish we would go natural grass. Because it does tend to be, when you look at these Achilles and torn ACLs, they tend to happen on this natural turf stuff. Feet get caught or whatever. All right, they're going to show us what happened, I guess, here now, finally. Or no, we're just coming back to the action, 2nd and 8. 13:56 on the clock. Another give into DJ Dallas. Very conservative play calling by your Seahawks here in this game. Is Carroll just trying to wind this game out? 2 yards. It'll bring up 3rd and 6. Predictable play calling. They're on downs you'd expect runs. They're doing runs. On downs they got to pass. They're passing. And it's a short 4-yard play by Geno Smith that will be well short of the first down. Penny Hart with the catch. Trying to generate some excitement here on my end of this, folks, right now, but this is a pretty uninspired effort by the Seahawks club all the way around in this football game so far. Geno steps back to throw. Throws it inside. There we go. A little bit of life now. Cade Johnson with the catch out of the slot, but we quickly get a flag on the play. Did we hold on a 3-step drop? Oh, my God. How do you hold on a 3-step drop? Hands to the face. Hands to the face by Gabe Jackson, the gift that keeps on giving. Well, that'll make the Seahawks have to punt on 4th and short rather than go for it. You got a 3-step drop, but let's put hands to the face. You only have to block for a 1.5 on that type of play. And the Seahawks in this preseason right now, and that play just showed it right there too, had the opportunity to stop that ball at the half-yard line, and your player just too casual with it. There's just sort of a real casual feel of energy to this team. Everyone's sort of like this is high school walkthroughs or something. Justin Coleman, who knows better, is not a rookie, is down there just kind of, again, casually playing it. You do all that work to get yourself down to that position. All right, Bears 1st and 10 now. Boy, Maffe's in the game here now, too. Maffe tracking. Quarterback rolling out here. Throws it away. 2nd and 10. Barry Sotoro with a $2 donation. Thank you, Barry. He says, Locke is a week 1 starter because Geno is being Geno. Geno is definitely being Geno right now, man, Barry. There's no dressing up this performance right now. That was a good throw in there to Cade. It's not his fault the guy put the hands to the face, but it's just like, this is the problem though too, going so conservative through a 1.5 where you want to throw the ball 4 times. Like, how do we make our evaluations here? It's like, I got 4 throws to go off of. You know, it's preseason, Pete. Like, let's see what your passing offense can do. Let's see what your quarterbacks can do. How do you make a determination if you're not going to have the guys actually throw? I get when you get to the regular season running at the high rate. I get that. But you know kind of what your running game can do, a little to a degree. You don't know what you can get out of this passing game right now. 3rd and 1 now. Nice job of running the ball there on 2nd downs. I want to rant a little bit there. 11:54 on the clock. Seahawks are showing a pressure look here. Jones up near the box, the safety. Indeed, it's going to be a blitz. Looks like we got a false start here. This will elongate it. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. I salute all of you, by the way. I appreciate all you on the donations. But thank you, Elliot. He says, this is the worst thing I've ever seen from Seattle since the Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan movie. This is going to leave me sleepless in Seattle. I'll tell you that. This will leave me sleepless in Spokane. And I wasn't expecting this performance. It's the energy thing as much as anything else. Like Seattle last year, even when they're playing bad, at least we're still playing with energy and fire. It's like, it's a little bit of a going through the motions kind of feel to this team right now. And another easy completion on 3rd and 6. They need 6 yards. Seahawks drop into a 10-yard zone across that look like, I don't know, corners, cloud coverage there, something in that realm of things. They show a cover 2 look at the snap and then drop into cover 2. First and 10, play action. Good pressure there on that play, force an incompletion. Looked like Geno Smith again, who's playing like a demon in this game. He didn't bite on the play action, was right there to react and get into the backfield. Looks like he had the play read from the jump. When the running back's got his responsibility there on him, and he went right around that running back. Nice job. But Chuna's really been one of the guys actually impressing me here in this game, at least. 2nd and 10, Bears come out 2 wide. And of course, just as Chuna's playing well, he gets. Oh Lordy. Chuna just got like clipped there at the ankle. You can see him trying to walk it off, and you can see it bothered him. He got cut. Sorry, not clipped, but cut. And blocker just cut him right into his ankles there. He's trying to like limp it off. You can see on the field there. He's trying to bang it out of his foot. That's a young man thing. You hurt yourself and you're just like, whoop-ah, snap that stuff out. You do old and you're like, try that again. Oh my God. Nope, he didn't catch it. Good. 3rd and 8 there. Seattle brought a blitz, which forced the play to go a little quick. Quarterback made a great throw there off of his back foot, floated it there, and the receiver looked like he almost slid in to catch it. He might have caught it. We'll look and see if we get a replay of it. Indeed, he did catch the ball. What a play by the wide receiver there. Bears are balling out, playing like this game matters to them, playing like this game is important. Seahawks are playing this game right now like it doesn't matter, doesn't factor in at all, it has no importance whatsoever. Oh, they give an incompletion. Are they going to challenge that? Bears should challenge that. That's a catch. Maybe they're just going, it's preseason. Who cares? There we go. I was going to say. Nolan Arvance with a $2 donation says Damian Lewis card off per field goals. Yep. Card off, and that's the way it looks on that is it's, again, to me, Achilles or torn ACL at that point. His season is done. So your offensive line takes a hit in this game on top of other things. And again, Seattle playing into their typical zone coverage where they drop off. It's a 3rd and 8, and I guess they challenged it and didn't overturn it. It looked like a catch to me. Swain comes up and takes this for about 3 or 4 yards up the field. Yeah, we caught a break on that one. Because that looked like that looked like a catch. See how laid away. We look lost. We do, man. I'm not going to try to dress this up. I mean, it's preseason's preseason, but like I said, I wish he's got more than the results to me. It's the energy level thing. Watch a guy like Uchenna Nwosu in this game playing with the fire he's playing with. This is a vet. This guy signed a 2-year, $20 million deal. He's not trying to earn a roster spot. Why is he showing more effort than guys that are on the bubble to make this roster right now? Guys that are fighting for their football lives. I should be seeing more of a scramble. And again, I'm not seeing very much. I was told we're going to get more pressure-based defenses this offseason. Not seeing that. So thought we'd see more of a use of outside zone here a little bit, hit more edges. We're not seeing any of that in this game. No easy completions in here for Geno, really, at this point, so far that I've seen set up by Waldron. It's disappointing. Where's some of the progression here, you know? Barry Zotoro with the $2 donation says, wasn't Swain hyped as a returner when drafted? I think maybe kick returner, Barry. I don't think they'll I don't think he was a punt returner. I thought that they had somebody else out there that was doing that work for him. I could be wrong. He just looks so unnatural catching the punts. It just doesn't look like something he's comfortable with doing at all. But I think you're right on the kick return. Thank you for the donations, you guys. You're awesome. Watch BizQuest with a $2 donation. It says, I'm still salty about Coleman. What a jabroni. Yeah, just a boneheaded play. You're right down there. You're on the 1 yard line, and he does this jump up and fall back thing to get the ball. Knock the ball in front of you. Keep it in front of you is the most important thing there. And you're not a rookie. You've been in this league for years. You've played a lot of special teams. You know how that works. Cost putting him there inside the 5. Again, too, a guy that's like, you're trying to make this roster. The way Justin Coleman makes this roster beyond being awesome in the slot is playing great special teams. I'm probably being too hard. It's just one play. Oh, Kitty. Your nail is going right into my leg there. I know. Jonathan Dela Cruz with a $2 donation says, you think Drew Lock being out is throwing them off? No. I just think that they're playing, Carroll doesn't have them ready to play today. Quite frankly, I put this on Carroll's shoulders. You didn't have this team playing with sense of urgency today, and we've got a screen out here to Fant that's quickly snuffed out by the Chicago Bears, forcing him out to the sideline. This will be a loss of 3 yards on the play. I think that this team is boy, there was, beyond what you had from a talent level standpoint of this team in the 2011-12 teams, when those teams went out on the football field, they played with a sense of fire and passion. And they sometimes didn't have enough talent to get it done on those earlier Carroll teams, but they did come out and play hard for him. And last year they played hard for him, even in the times of the year where they weren't good particularly. This will bring up 2nd and 13. Geno in shotgun, 3 wide receivers. Drops back to throw, looking, firing deep. He's got a man deep, and this will be caught by Penny Hart. Nice job. Nice throw there by Geno Smith. He threw a dime down the football field. Penny got a good couple of yards of separation on the play. There we go. A little bit of life from your football team. Raise that coffin. 1st and 10. Geno's going to come up here in a hurry up. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Goes right back deep down the football field. Same route to Penny Hart, who cannot quite, that was Derek Young. Could not quite bring it in down the sideline. Same exact go route. Geno likes his matchup out there with that corner. I guess that's out of the football field. Derek went up, had it in his hands, and just couldn't quite hold it down on the way down. Nice pass by Geno there. That was perfect. He put it right where he could get it. 2nd and 10. Geno still in shotgun. Love the aggressiveness here by Seattle now. Drops back to throw, looking, going through a couple of reads, breaking free, and throws it out of bounds. We've got a flag. Looks like maybe Derek Young had been forced out of bounds prior to that play and then touched it. No, they're going to call holding on Seattle. Charles Cross with the hold. And the Bears will accept. Somebody got early pressure there, so that's probably his way of getting his quarterback out of the pressure. Chris Bojo Quez, thank you for subscribing, Chris. I appreciate it. 2nd and 20 now. Geno in shotgun. Looking. Firing over to Penny Hart. Right through his hands. That ball will go incomplete. Nolan Arvance, the $2 donation, says Boye Mafe is also in the locker room. So it looks like the injury bug is starting to bite with some fangs here on your Seattle Seahawks. We've seen Damian Lewis go down to what seems to be potentially a season-ending injury, and now Boye Mafe is in the locker room as well. Ariel Aguilar is Pete tanking for 2029-22 or for a quarterback next year. Hard to say at this point. Seattle's going to do a little screen route here to Colby Parkinson, who will come up and get just enough yards on that screen play to get himself, and the Bears are calling a fumble on the play. There's a pile of bodies diving in and around it. Looks like the official initially signaled like it was Bears ball. That was weird. Let's see with Parkinson here. Nah, he's on the ground, it looks like. I think his knees were down. All right, Jason Myers on now. 4th and 12. 7:33 on the clock. The kick is up. The kick is no good. Is it too early for? Is it too early in the year for a drunk stream? Is it too early for the jack? Is it too early for the jack? Oh Lord, 283-128. Wow is right. As we know here in Seattle, when it rains, it doth pour. And when it pours, it comes down in buckets. Jeez Louise. Running in slow motion is right. Cody was slow on that play. Well, that's the thing with him I always wonder. He's a 4.72 guy coming out. He's not a quick guy. And that's part of why I think it's been good to see him turn more into an inline guy, because he doesn't have, despite the natural frame, the ability to be that move tight end type. Oh, goodness. Whew. Evan 21 says worst kicker in Seahawks history. And again, I come down to this on this one, as it's always, you make a bad choice, you make a bad decision from a franchise's standpoint on a signing or a type of player or what you put assets into. You got to learn your lesson on it. And if you learn that, hey, let's go out and buy the best kicker on the market and spend the most money on him, and then we'll get the best returns of kicking. No, you won't. It's a volatile position. It goes up and down year to year. And, your better bets as much as anything is to just find a cheap one. And certainly don't spend money on the position. Maybe there's like one or two true blue guys that deserve it, but he was not one of them a year ago. They were buying at his highest of height coming off a Pro Bowl year in New York. You're getting him at that point of when in his career probably he was at his highest value, and he's not brought the returns for it. We'll see if he holds up this year, because they've decided to roll with him and they didn't go for any other alternative direction this season. But it's certainly one of those contracts you do look back in retrospect and go, ooh, that one stings a bit. Michael Bell with the $20 donation. Thank you, Michael Bell. I thank you, everybody. Man, you guys are so kind. I really appreciate you. I know you guys are suffering out there like I am watching this game, but I do appreciate the donation. It says, have a drink on me, Brandon. Cheers. Well, it's going to be a drink or a smoke or something here pretty soon, because getting through the second half with the thought of how they played in this first half and knowing the way the injuries are biting up now, and then just being kind of, I'm very surprised to see this team right now, how they're sort of playing. And Maffei's back out there, luckily. So that's good to see. That's one thing. Hallelujah. Incompletion there on first down, 2nd and 10. But we'll get this going, Michael. Get this going. Thank you for the donation. William Leonard with a $5 donation. I says, I know this is preseason, but is this a preview of what this season will be like? Well, thank you for the donation. It's always, William, I appreciate it. It's always 2nd and 10 here, shotgun, little bubble screen out wide here. Seahawks are on it pretty good, but they do manage to get a couple of yards on the play, so let's bring up about a 3rd and 5. Certainly don't want to give too much stock and put a lot into preseason results. With that said here, though, you're looking also for just more than what you're seeing from player to player. I'm also looking for schematic things to start coming to form and shape. And those things I'm not seeing here so far in the preseason. This defense almost looks like a defense they're trying to build from the ground up, with especially the defensive line, defensive front that they're running out in the way that they have those guys aligned. Look at it on this play. I mean, two of those guys are in one tech positions on that defensive line. and the Bears run the ball on 3rd and 6. They get it right down. They'll be about a half yard short. This will be 4th down. But that's such an easy front to run up against. That's going to be stealing all day for teams if they're trying to do that in the regular season. That gets me worried. That's something that's going to be easily taken advantage of, and I don't know why this isn't a 3-4 look. What are they doing? What is that? And maybe they're just saving everything. Maybe this is their version of the vanilla to show teams this preseason, and that's why you got to be hesitant to put too much into preseason stock. And the Bears are not going to go for it here with the 10-0 lead, even though only about a half yard to go get. And the fact they run the ball pretty well here in the first half. Looks like DJ Dallas is back there. He's going to fair catch this ball about the 18-yard line. 5:53 on the clock in the second quarter. The Bears are up 10-0. So, William, I'll say yes and no. Yes, there are some signs here of things that we're going to start to see this into a season here, as this is not locking in. But we can't take anything in total conclusion either, I don't think, from this, because it is preseason. And there have been teams in the past that have looked bad in the preseason that have suddenly looked all right come regular season time. Sometimes it is a matter of just, you are holding those cards close to the vest. You are, but I don't think these are just cards vesting going on here. There's no vesting happening here. No vests are being worn here. All right. Geno Smith comes back out, having yet to generate any points through most of this first half with this first team offense. Here's the give into DJ Dallas. Squirts through the middle of the defense for 6 yards. Be about, that's about 7 or 8 actually. Sorry, let me give him a little more than that. So bring him 2nd and short. Geno running hurry up here. Interesting. Didn't think we were going to see this with Geno here. Still a lot of time on the clock in this first quarter. They're going to go right back to DJ Dallas, so they just called 2 running plays back to back. That's why they ran hurry up there, not because they were actually going to try to attack something there with the defense. Barry Cesaro with a $2 donation says, everything I said last night, and Barry said we would have a 50, was thinking 54-46 and top 3 rushing attack, top 8 defense. Says, yeah, none of that's going to happen. And Geno takes a quarterback sneak here on 3rd and 1 and looks like he gets it, though there is a flag on the play. False start by your Seahawks. Second time on a third. Geez, and Charles Cross with his second penalty of the game here today. Wow. Coach Carroll needs to own this up in his presser here today. This has got to be on him. He did not have this team ready to play this game tonight. 3rd and 5. You happened to us earlier in this. Come on, Seahawks. Out to DJ Dallas in the flat. He's got this with some room to work. He is up the field past the 50, down to the 49, out of the flat. Nice job by Geno. Hit him quick there. Make sure there's no penalties. Just a blown coverage there by the Bears. They weren't running a blitz. They just didn't get, the linebacker did not get out to Dallas in the flat. Got caught up in the wash a little bit. 1st and 10, Geno drops back to throw. Quick pass down into Freddie Swain for about a gain of 6. All right, here we go. Trey the Wave, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Jonathan Delacruz with a $2 donation. Overreaction. But the first pick doesn't seem so bad. No, Cross is fine. Couple penalties, that's going to happen with a rookie. You're going to get the growing pains. He's looked all right in this game. 2nd and 4 now. Geno under center, drops back to throw, falls down, trips himself up on DJ Dallas as he's dropping back to pass. Falls down, and that will bring up 3rd and long. Or Travis Homer, I guess he tripped himself up on. This has been a tremendously sloppy half for your Seahawks. 3rd and 13. Geno drops back to throw. Misses wide there. 4th and 13. Hawks will no doubt punt now. Goodness gracious. It's not 4 interceptions and a half, but Geno has kind of face planned this half. This is not a great Bears defense, and he's coming out right now and making them look like the 85 Bears. But the whole team in general, it's not just on Geno here. This whole team in general right now just does not look on it. Unprepared is the word that I keep coming back to and how this looks to me. Thank you, Jonathan, for the $2 donation. Appreciate it. Devin Martzell with the $5 dono says, in April, I will be 10 years alcohol-free. Don't know if I'll make it. Better roll one up. Go Hawks. That's what I'm saying, Devin. I'm going to have to do one of the two here at halftime. This is not marvelous to be watching here. And Geno, 7 of 13 for 90 yards in the first half. Doesn't even come close to telling the tale, though, of the ineffectual nature of this offense right now. And they're running the ball good. This is despite running the ball really well. All right, Bears come up 1st and 10 here. Give us the running back. Missed tackle by Marquise Blair. Allows him to get past for a gain of 5. 283-128 with a $2 donation says, any good kickers in next year's draft? None I'm aware of yet, but there's always going to be a couple guys that jump up that you could get potentially in, 5th round, 4th round like we did with Dixon. I mean, we had a lot of success doing this with Dixon. I think we could have some success as well. And Seattle had a face mask on the play, so that will add to the end of the run. Holy mackerel. Coach Carroll, what is going on in Renton here, buddy? I'm trying to find words here, folks. I'm trying. And there's a give for a couple of yards. But 283, we'll definitely track that. I'll be looking at some of the kickers that are out there along with the rest of prospects this year because I think that's a decent approach for the Seahawks to look into. Watch Visquest with a $2 donation. He says, only Jacob Eason can save us now. It's Eason time, maybe. Can it be worse? Can it be worse? Holy mackerel. 2nd and 7, 1:59. This will actually bring us down to the 2-minute warning now. That'll stop the clock. Barry Satoro with a $2 donation says, I'm glad Clayton isn't here to see this. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, John Clayton. It's cool to see that little memento they put in the up in the press box there with his little phone and the picture of him. That was a really nice touch by the Seahawks to do that. So great career. A guy I listened to so often when I was young, growing up. His Saturday morning shows were must listen for so many years for me. Just he will definitely be missed. Ender has been a member for 4 months. Thank you, Ender, for being 4 months a Hawks member, Hawks Nest member. Says, can I get my $10 back? Ha ha ha. No refunds. No refunds. Oh, shoot. Spectre 7 with a $5 donation says, if I'm not mistaken, the 2013 squad lost every preseason game, but I doubt they looked this bad. This is pretty bad. Yeah, I agree. I just think there's something in the nature of how this is looking right now, and maybe I'm having a hard time finding a way to put my finger on exactly what it is, but there's something standing out to me here that's and it's not just a talent thing here. It's like, whoa, what's going on here? This is just a team. There's a little bit of a going through the motions feel to this team right now in this game, which, again, you got guys playing the roster, fighting for the roster spot, their football lives. There should be more of a sense of urgency here. And then you got the sloppiness on top of it. We've been penalty laden throughout the course of this game. You have drops in this game. Geno's batted balls down at the line of scrimmage, stepping on his running back's feet. Yeah. Barry Sotora with a $2 donation says, Jimmy G isn't looking so bad now, does he? I didn't know Geno was going to fall apart. I mean, I think Locke would still be better than this. Locke might give you the bad interception here or there, but he'll give you the plus side stuff, at least on the other end of it. Geno's giving you no plus side stuff here. It's all just like, but I'm growing more open to it, Barry, with every throw. Pretentious Cameron with a $5 donation. Thank you, guys. I can't even stay up on the donos you guys are donating so much. Thank you so much. He says, thanks for streaming. With Geno playing bad, Locke still has a chance next week. Well, thank you so much, Cameron. You touch on a great point. I said if Geno came out here and just completely crapped the bed, then that definitely would open that door back up to Drew potentially maybe having a chance for week 1 at that point. And indeed, in this game, Geno right now he's not out playing out where he's throwing interceptions all over the place or having a lot of turnovers, but just there's no dressing it up, just not looking good. Second down, the Bears got a screen pass working here. Seattle is late to it. They do manage to force him out after a gain of 6. They recover well. Spectre says, and thank you all you guys for this on the donations. I appreciate it. Paul Third says, let me get this right here. Paul says, missed my other donation. Gosh, sorry, Paul. Wait, let me get your other donation first. There we go. Paul with the $5 donation says, I don't think Mafi is a lower body injury. I don't think Mafe is a lower body injury. I'm hating the game. The Bears are not a good unit, and the tackling is awful. A lot of room for improvement. Very well said. And Michael Jackson Jr. coming back and making a big play in the backfield on 3rd and 1. Drops the running back in his tracks there. A little bit short. And you've got to think the Bears are probably going to punt now. Give our Hawks a chance to maybe put some points up on the board here before halftime. But Jackson's played overall, had a couple rough moments in this first half, but played pretty good as well on a couple of other plays. He's feisty. He's competitive. But Paul, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry I missed your dono on that. But yes, there's definitely a lot of room for I'm almost everywhere you could say. Maybe the running backs. I'd say you guys are good. You guys are cool. You're cool. Just about everywhere else, though, you're pointing out on this team right now going, we got to get better here. Sorry, I was a little late on that donation, man. But thank you for the double donation, though. It says, missed my other donation. I disagreed with Barry. I don't think any team can be a top 3 rushing without quarterbacks like Lamar or Kyler anymore. College-style offenses. It's a fair point, Paul. It's a fair point. I would maybe argue with you a little bit on it, though, and I got to check the stats on this, but, 2 of your highest rushing attack teams over the last couple of years have been the Colts and the Titans. And this punt is driven back into the end zone. This will give Seattle a chance out at the 20 with a minute 20. We'll give the Seahawks a ball at the 20 with a minute and 20 left on the clock and 2 timeouts. So you look at the Colts, they haven't had exactly those kind of guys like Lamar, Kyler, nor the Titans. Obviously, Henry is a big-time difference maker, and certainly Tannehill can move. But I think you can run conventional still a good running game. I think you can. But it's fair to say maybe there's not a way to do it without that quarterback as we go forward. That's where the evolution of the sport is going to, I think it's possible, though, that I'm trying to think of the other teams that have been good running. And Geno steps back here in shotgun, 1st and 10. Flicks it out to the running back. Dallas can't quite get it to him. Bounces it at his feet, 2nd and 10. I'm trying to think who are the other top rushing attacks we've seen. I mean, the Packers have been great rushing the ball recently, Paul. I know you've got Aaron Rodgers playing MVP as a running back, and Charles Cross is going to be a false starting here again for the second time in this half. His 3rd penalty of the half. So, the Packers have been able to run the ball good, even without that. They've been one of the upper-level teams. Cowboys have been pretty good at running the ball. But I think it still is a fair point. It helps out a lot when you have the quarterback also at aiding in that way. That's the other thing, though, too. Let me counter a little on the other side. It's like the Cardinals haven't been good rushing the ball necessarily with Kyler. 2nd 15. Geno drops back to throw. Hits Bo Melton on the hands on a comeback route, 8-yard route. Bounces right off of Bo Melton's hands. I think that's about for Geno Smith here in, this would be now 6 quarters played. I think he's had probably about 6 or 7 drops by his Seahawks wide receivers. I'm not blaming that all or saying this means he's been playing great, but it would be nice if the receivers could maybe pick him up a little bit and make some of these catches. Like, could somebody catch? Geno drops back, 3rd and 15, looking around, and he is finally sacked after not finding anybody. Another pitiful offensive series there by your Seattle Seahawks. So the thing I say with that, Paul, is that, Kyler's not having a good rushing attack, even though he's got those legs there. That's not meaning that they now are suddenly sensationally running the ball. I would contend you can be that. It does require you, Paul, to run outside more than they are even in this game or have in the past. If you're just going to be a team that wants to run inside zone all game and you don't want to go to the edges, then you're not going to be that way. You've also got to use fly sweep elements. We've not seen one fly sweep call this whole half. Maybe the Seahawks team can just start all of this stuff from 0 to 100 when they hit the regular season. But they're not instituting any of the parts or pieces of the offense or defense that I was expecting to see this offseason. Not a whole blame here for why we're seeing still a poor performance from a Geno Smith in the first half. But it is discouraging on top of Geno Smith's performance that you're also seeing the coaches not bringing anything to the forefront here. What do you have so magnificent to hide so close to your vest here? And again, don't you have to prove that you can do it on the field with new adaptations and new twists that you're trying to bring in on those sides of the ball? Don't you have to kind of have teaching tape that you can give your own guys in order to make sure that they can do it right? Or you're just going to trust that they can do it right from day one? Or maybe perhaps they're just not going to do that stuff and again fall back into their old machinations, their old designs, their old habits. 1st and 10 now, 51 seconds. This is a delay out of shotgun to the running back who gains 13 yards and is into Seahawks territory now. The Bears will call a timeout to stop the clock. Chase Stern with a $2 donation says, not watching. How are the rookies playing? Cross has been fine as far as he's playing. He's had 3 penalties in the first half on his own. They had Curran out there a good amount, so I haven't had a chance to really concentrate too much so far on Lucas. The corners are doing okay on the outside. I haven't seen Brian in this game. I don't know if he was held out or they just didn't try to test him over there. Maffei's been in a little bit, but nothing too much so far, so he hasn't done much. He's in there right now, but it hasn't flashed so far. 1st and 10 now. Again, out of shotgun here for the Bears. Simeon throws it down in the dirt there. This will bring up 2nd and 10. Thank you for the donation. Nolan Arvance, the $2 donation, says Geno is wet oatmeal. DJ Dallas played quarterback, right? Let's go with DJ Dallas. Read option all day, Nolan, at this point. We can't throw to anything. And right now they're showing a shot of Schneider literally on his phone right now texting. Roquan, come here. Roquan, come on. I see you on the sideline, Roquan. Come here. We need you. Shotgun, 2nd and 10. Oh, nice play by Michael Jackson Jr. Again, like I said, he's giving you some good, little bit of bad on the other side of it, but man, this guy's competitive. You ain't making easy work of him. It ain't easy pickings going to his side of the field, and he was all over that route. He almost jumped that route for an interception and a pick 6. Keldon with a $2 donation says, y'all crazy. 49ers leading the NFL in rushing in 2021. It's a good possibility of it, man. I said we were top 3, though, Keldon. We didn't. Niners could be inside that top 3. If we're top 3, still gives you 2 teams. Shotgun here. Alton Robinson draws some early pressure, forcing it back into the able hands of Miles Adams for a sack. But it was Alton Robinson's early pressure coming from the strong side there that caused that pressure and allowed the sack to occur. Alton did a great job of just slapping the hands down to the tackle, rip up, slap down, rip up, turn the edge, and you will have a pathway to the quarterback. And you've got to snap them off as a 1-2. So first you're slapping the hands down of the tackle, controlling his hands. Then comes the arm up and a rip and a dip. And that's where you get that pathway. That's how we made it happen. And Alton flashed that all the way back to the college. He can use his hands very adeptly. So this will be a punt here with 30 seconds. The Seahawks have only one timeout. I would estimate that they probably are just going to, and this ball's fumbled. And this ball is fumbled back, recovered at the 1-yard line by the Bears. Cade Johnson with the drop. Once again, the Seattle Seahawks have no answers as far as a punt returner goes. Nobody there jumping to the forefront. It's going to bring you to your knees. Oh, Lord. Thank you, Kelton, for the donation, though. I'm in for one long season here, am I not? Oh, my God. Watch VizQuest for the $2 donation. Says, is this a better case for Locke than if he played? Starting to get there, FishQuest. It's starting to get in that lane of things for me here. Like, maybe, maybe he just gave him a fake vid test and was like, well, here's a vid. Let's see what happens when you don't have me this week, coach. Lord have mercy. Nolan R. Vance with a $2 donation says, we have to watch this coming back in the second half. We have to watch this coming back in the second half. Sector 7, $2 donation. I'm about to have a Joker moment watching this. I have too. I may just laugh myself into a Joker smile by the end of this, and it's like, it'll all be fine. It'll all be fine. 283-128 with a $2 donation says it's honestly funny at this point. Yeah, it's gotten a little ridiculous here. The fumble there was just like, all right, we're at that spot. But you can see how it's permeating. The whole team's got this malaise, fog-like thing that just is hovering over them on the sideline as they get on the field. And it's been a rare case when I've been able to look at a Coach Carroll team and say, you don't have your team ready to play today. I could look at his team and say, you don't have dogs on defense. You don't have enough thoroughbreds in the backfield. You don't have enough offensive linemen to block. I could say that there's a talent problem. But to say that you don't have your team ready problem, this is an oddity from Coach Carroll. And preseason or not, I don't care. If this is a laissez-faire attitude that you're applying to this football club, and we've gotten to such a laid-back point in the way that we're viewing things here. Like, it's all just laid back, man. We don't do anything too, we just don't want to get too serious with stuff. Just take it easy, man. Just a nice, gentle, simple, we want to get this camp in and out. No injuries. Just everybody kind of get, that team ain't doing nothing. And maybe that is a tank team at that point. Maybe he is purposely trying to just tank it up then. Like, I'm going to go get the best quarterback in next year's draft. I'm not going to tell anybody that that's what I'm trying to get done here. But, damn. Yeah, this team is a shell of even the team we saw last week against Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. It's like somebody told them that the game was like at 8 o'clock and not 5. Keldon, $2 donation. I said in 2021 you were talking teams that rush. I'm sorry, Keldon. I missed that on the chat. But yeah, you're right. You guys, that's also more, and Geno's going to try to throw here with 19 seconds. And he's going to find a running back. Surprise. He never throws to those. Geno calls Seattle's last time out on that. But Keldon, you're right. Number one, Niners were one of the top rushing attacks. But it's also, Keldon, more proof of my pudding. I was kind of saying with Paul on this, where Paul is saying you can't have a top rushing attack with those kind of quarterbacks, and you guys will probably maybe be better with even Lance having some guy with some legs in the quarterback position now. But you were that top rushing attack with a fairly immobile Jimmy Garoppolo. So just kind of more proof to my argument on is that you don't need to necessarily have a highly mobile quarterback to have a top end rushing attack in this league. Second and one now. This should be the last play of the half, most likely. And again, we're going to go back to the running back one more time for Geno Smith. DJ Dallas with his 16th catch of the first half on Geno Smith's 17 completions. He will get out of bounds, which will leave us 7 seconds and give us a chance for Geno to unveil his the Geno cannon, as we call it. It's a little bit like those first cannons. A lot of fire, a lot of bluster, not a lot of explosion. And he's going to go back to the running back for the third straight time for no particular reason. Once again, an offensive series that doesn't seem to accomplish a whole lot. Doesn't seem to have a whole lot of point to what they were trying to really do there. Geno, once again, unwilling to do anything to attack any receivers or throw a ball anywhere near any receivers to make any catches. Just continually checking everything. Check, check, check. I feel like Teddy from KGB. Check, check, check. The hell you check? All you do is check. Check, 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 check. Well, that was a rough half of football, folks. That was a rough half of football. I'm not going to dress that one up. I won't be super negative on this all telecast, but you got to give me some chance to swallow this bitter pill down when it's such a big, fat, thorough one half of nothing but bitter pill, just this giant elephant pill. Lord have mercy. Barry Sator with a $5 donation says, does Geno play better if Penny, DK, and Tyler are out there? I mean, he didn't on the first drive when they were out there, when Tyler and DK were out there in the first drive. He didn't do anything. Maybe. Maybe. But the thing we touched upon on the top was sort of the two items that were the two things with Geno and Drew Lock that if you look at them, you'd say you could call it their Achilles. You could call it the thing that they need to clean up most in their game. You could call it the thing that could undo whatever success they have. And with Geno, it is that indecisiveness. It is that playing with almost a sense of fear, playing not to make a mistake, playing rather than to try to look to make a play, you're avoiding trying to make the mistake. And when you get to playing like that, you obviously are really reducing your capacity as a player at that point. And you can still be okay, but you reduce it down to sometimes to a certain degree where you just remove any of your effectiveness as a quarterback. And then Drew Lock on the other side of it, of course, was what we saw in that fumble at the end of last week, where it's just the bad play at the worst moment and in the worst possible time of a football game. And that's been a thing that's, I think, kind of dogged him a little bit, even in Denver to a degree. Now, Geno's showing you today exactly that. And it's part of what's making me very wonder if, well, just because other guys come out there, that's not going to solve that. That's still going to be where he is in his mindset of things. And we saw some of it last year at times. I thought he played pretty good last year overall, but there were times when it was Steelers game, Saints game in particular, where he was looking in this kind of deer in the headlights mode at times. And again, unwillingness to go down the field, unwillingness to attack down the field. Nolan Arvance with the $5 donation says, that's it. I am drinking. It's about to be a smoke break for yours truly here pretty soon. I'll tell you that much right now. This is brutality. This is medieval brutality right now. Thank you for all the donations, you guys. I can't even stay up on your guys' donations. You guys are donating so much. You're so kind. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ball Third with a $10 donation says, well, yeah, Colts and Titans have certified bell cows. I was more talking to the type of quarterbacks, not Kyler or Lamar specifically. Teams are targeting more mobile quarterbacks now. Mac Jones is the only exception. I 100% agree with you on that, Paul. I think if you've got a statue type if you've got more of a statue type as your quarterback, I think it does make it almost nigh impossible to do it. Though, as I said, like with Garoppolo, you do have with him as well a guy that has almost no mobility, yet they've still remained dynamic. And that's really on the back of them running the diversified attack that the 49ers apply, where we understand all of the places we can attack from a rushing standpoint. All guys we could pull the one side of the field this way or pull the guys this side, the fly sweep game that we can move into this, and not just getting, like you see our Seahawks, getting locked in on the inside zone runs. I don't know how many runs we had in this half. Let's say it's probably, well, let me look it up, but it's probably like 13 runs. If 12 of those runs aren't all inside, I'm a monkey's uncle. You know, you ran most of that as inside zone runs. So, well, we even less than that. So you had 7 carries in the first half in the run game. I bet you all 7 of those carries are inside. You're not working it, but whereas the Niners on the other side of this will work that outside. So I think if you have more of a willingness to be diversified like the Niners are in the running game, then you can overcome maybe that immobile guy. But even still, Paul, I think that your point on this is also about where the evolution of the game is going. And I think the evolution of the game is going to, if you're going to have a running game that's going to be top-notch moving into the future, having at least that, even a Tannehill-like guy who was a college wide receiver from a mobility standpoint is going to become the necessity in that realm of things. I agree with you there. And one reason why, Paul, when I look to the future quarterback that we look to draft, I say, get me the guy that's going to have some legs. He doesn't have to be Lamar Kyler legs, but he's got to, I can't be saying, okay, we have to overcome his immobility as one of the first and foremost things that I say about him when making the evaluation. But thank you, Paul, all of your donations to the channel, brother. I appreciate it. Again, one of my OGs on this channel. 283-128 with a $5 donation says, hopefully DK or some of the leaders on this team fire up the boys. I hope so too, man. I'd be in there if I was a guy like DK, reminding those guys like, you ain't made this roster. You guys want to make this team, you better start showing out in this next half. You got to stop dropping balls. No more fumbles. You're not getting these opportunities. A guy like Kate Johnson's on the bubble of the bubble. He's on the bubble for the practice squad. And that play was not a play he's returning. It's a fair catch. The half's about over. Make the catch. I mean, the punt return. Like if I was a receiver for the Seahawks in a place like Cade this offseason, and even getting before training camp, and I knew Swain was as horrific as he is as a punt returner, I would be back there fielding 200 punts a day. I'd have a jugs machine at my house. I'd have the Seahawks supply me where I just have knocking up in the air. I'd go to the park every time I'd be in that thing, just catching, becoming like one with that thing. Because that's your lane to get a roster spot. That's literally how you could make the team, along with being okay as a receiver as well. It's weird to me that he looked completely uncomfortable catching. It looked like he's like, why are you guys asking me to do this? I don't want to do this. I hope they do though, 283. I hope DK does. I'd like to see I don't need to see a winning game here, but just show me some more fire in this half. Show me a little bit more like you guys know you're playing a football game in the National Football League. Chase Stern with a $2 donation says, you think Michael Jackson Jr. makes the roster now? I don't believe that he does. He's playing pretty good overall in this first half, played good last week as well. But I see Tariq, Kobe, Artie, and Sydney as your 4, and Trey Brown comes out as your 5th. And then if not that, I think you still maybe have a guy or two ahead of him on that chart. I'm not thinking of who at this moment. I don't know why I'm blanking out on that, but maybe as the 5th, he could slide in on that back end guy, Chase. And it might come down to who is the best special teams guy at that point. So that's going to maybe impact a little bit of it there. But I can't deny the guy's going back to last year. You put him out on the football field and he's balled out for you at every turn for the most part. They got him in this game early on, but outside of that, he rounded out in this game. Megan Gock Roger, thank you for the $5 donation. This makes me very glad I didn't put the Largent jersey on today. No, you would have tainted it. You would have Largent taint if you put that jersey on today. You would have ended up with Largent taint, Megan. It's a horrible condition. I'm not going to tell you about where it strikes on the body, but it lasts and it's ongoing. It's a predacious condition. Gregory Vendeland with a $20 donation. And Gregory's got nothing to say, just appreciating the channel with the $20 donation. So thank you, Gregory, for doing that. And if you did have something you're trying to say, put it in the chat. I'll try to catch you down if I can. But thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate all you guys. You guys are very kind. It's so very kind. So you're awesome, Gregory. Awesome as hell. Man, it doesn't seem enough to say thank you guys for all you guys' support on the channel. If I was a crier, I would be wetting up tears if I could. So I'm crying inside. Nolan Arvance with a $2 donation says, technically this looks like most Thursday games. It does. And I'd give this team maybe a pass with that if they were in the heart of the season. But being you've been through training camp, you barely had all your padded practices yet. They shouldn't be in this kind of, man, it's like midweek, my body's not ready from last week's game. I mean, they've had kind of the week to prepare, and it's not like they all played a full game last week. You have a lot of guys rotating in and out. Like that two quarters of football you played a week ago, just really riding on that body still. You know, it's still just got that body all sore. Joseph Miller, super chat at $5 donation. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate it. Nolan Vance, all of you guys, thank you so much. Megan, Gregory, gosh, my goodness. Says, how is Austin Blythe doing? I think he can be a difference maker. He's looked good. He's looked really good in pass protection, which was the part I was hoping we'd get most improvement on top of the mobility that he provided in the run game. He's held up pretty good there. I've not seen a lot of internal pressure here throughout this first preseason game or this first half, the first or this part we're seeing him playing. So, I think he's held up pretty well in that respect. Running game, I've not locked in on him as much, but I don't see, again, no problems. I don't see penetration. I don't see him losing a block. In the replays they've got on him, he's pretty solidly on his man. And I think that there could be another component of this, Joseph, that helps to bring out even more in him. Because I think when you do start to see them, hopefully, eventually, God please, somehow attack to the outside of the edges on defense, running the football, he's the guy that will be pulling in space and really flashing in that moment where you go, wow, the center got all the way from his center position out to wide outside before the running back got there. This guy can really move. And I think that's really, you're really going to see it on Blythe's game. That's the real benefit of his addition, I think, to this team. So, Sector 7, how about those Mariners, though? Wacky Angels sweep. Oh, that was a crazy sweep. A couple of really strange games that ninth inning with all that was going on in that game. I couldn't make heads or tails. I was live streaming on that on my Mariner channel, and I just was like trying to explain it. I couldn't. Some of those plays, the way that they were breaking down was just insane. That's baseball. Baseball's so every game you're going to get something happen that you've never kind of seen before. But I'm hopeful for them this year. They're sitting in a nice pole position here, not only to get to the playoffs now, but potentially put themselves in a position from the playoff standpoint to kind of rest guys up, get everybody with some fresh legs back up under them after a long 162-game season, and maybe you're able to hit those playoffs setting the stage just how you'd like to set it, as opposed to having to use up all your bullets in your gun, right? Stretch every last bit out that you have to give to get to that final to get to that final playoff spot. So very, very encouraged by the Mariners and hopeful that this year they can turn on. Turn on. Russell Marquis says, with a $2 donation, says, I love Dallas's energy for the game of football. Oh, DJ's been great for us. I mean, he runs hard. He runs with passion. He's putting everything into it in every run. I think the same thing of Travis Homer. I think DJ's just got a little bit more size and sand in the pants there, where he can kind of make a little bit more. When he puts his head down, he can drive a little bit more forward, where Dallas is just a little bit, I think, of a little bit lighter guy. So sometimes he can still be dragged down even when he's given that same effort. But Dallas fights for every last yard. He's given all the energy out in every play. You saw it on the second to last play of that half, where he makes a second catch in a row. You know he's a little tired after that first catch. Fights through one tackle, twists off another tackle, and still gets out of bounds to kind of preserve some time on the clock for one last play. They ended up having a weird play call, but it was still, on his part, you see him do those type of things all the time, where he's always giving it his all. He's always all in, all football. So he's going to help this team out. Both him and Homer this year are going to be real helpful running backs to this team. And they're showing a replay of Homer's run early on in this game. Man, what a run he had on that early run there, where he was just dancing and twisting back and forth. That was nice to see. Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. It says, has the defense played okay, or has it all been terrible? It's not been all terrible. No, not all terrible. They're really on the hook for only 10 points in this half at the end of the day. That last touchdown was on the special teams unit. So the 10 points is, and I think they had gotten on a short field on one of those touchdown drives. There was a kick return down to like the 35-yard line or 40-yard line. So they were put on a kind of a short field. They've not been good, but they've been okay. I mean, the offense has been an S show. The defense has been merely a crap show. in general terms, Chase. You know what I mean? In general terms. And thank you guys, all the donations in the chat. My goodness. If I missed your donation, I'm so sorry. I want to try to make sure I caught anything here. And Barry Sotoro calls Gina. I wonder if that was on purpose. All right. The second half will start this off now. Cade Johnson with the return, and he is upended at the 26-yard line. We do have a penalty flag on the play. And for those in the chat, too, we will be on the post game on this. So if I do miss your chat right now, live streaming here during game coverage, we've got well over 300 people in the chat here right now. So there's no way I'm going to be able to stay with the chat and answer questions right now while doing the play-by-play. I will be shooting for doing that, though, in the We will be doing post-game discussion where I'll try to answer through a lot more questions at that point regarding this game if I happen to miss it, comments or anything like that. So definitely sorry if I'm not able to catch to it, but we will be doing post-game on this and covering some things after that point. So please do bear with me on that side of it. And if you guys like what you're listening to as well, do me a little favor. Just hit that like button. Helps me out. Helps me out tremendously. As well as we're almost to 9,000 subscribers. And we've got a little bit of, is this Jacob Eason time? Is it Eason time, man? Does indeed look like Geno's done. He's got ice on his leg. Travis Homer in as the tailback. He'll take the first carry for a couple of yards. So indeed it looks like, and we do have another flag. Just after we had a flag, it looked like a holding that took us back to the 10-yard line. Another flag on your Seattle Seahawks for holding. This one, they're not showing whose it's on. And Jacob Eason is in the game. Boy, sloppy game today by your Seahawks. Just can't do it here. Nolan Arvance, the $5 donation, says Geno with the iced knee. Eason and Penny Hart are our quarterbacks. Yeah, looks like Geno's knee's a little sore, huh? How's your knee sore? Like you didn't get hit. All right, I'm not going to bitch about it. Another give into Homer here on 1st and 16. He takes it for a yard and then is quickly brought down. This will bring up 2nd and long. I think Geno's trying to put the ice on his head and he just said, fine, the knee's good, close enough. 2nd and 15. 3 wide receivers. Eason in shotgun. Give us up to Travis Homer on a delay, and he's going to lose about 3 yards on that delay. This will bring 3rd down and 18. Whoo! Whoo! Thank you, Nolan, for the $5 donation. I don't know. Geno's got ice on his knee. That's great. Megan with a $2 donation says, Drew to start week 1 if well. I'm calling it now. I'm ready to announce him as the starter post this game. How about you guys? Geno week 1 or Drew G week 1 start at this point. That was an awful effort by Geno. That's the worst I've seen of him as a Seahawk. And 3rd down, Seattle doesn't even try to throw to the sticks. They throw a meager in-cutting 3-yard route to Aaron Fuller, which won't even get back the penalty yards from the initial holding penalty. So 3 downs can't even get back 10 yards of holding penalty. And they will punt. Whew. 13 minutes to go on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Dixon with a nice punt here. A little short, actually. Runs it in, and the Bears are going to start on their side of the football field. Brutal second preseason game for your Seattle Seahawks. Just brutal. Team stats standpoint here. There's not a lot of discrepancy as far as total yards. Bears got 165 to Seattle's 159. But that certainly just does not tell the tale. 12 first downs for Chicago to Seattle's 5. Seattle has 9 penalties in this game for 70 yards to Chicago's 2 for 10. First and 10 here from the 47-yard line. Bears quarterback's under center. Steps back to throw. Nice hit by Blair. Comes in and lays a nice clean stick on the receiver, but he holds on for the catch. Daz Newsome, it looks like. Nathan Peterman. Nathan Peterman is slicing us up. Let that one sink in for a moment. Let that one twist around in your skull rattle around in your skull for a minute. All right, the Bears on the 33-yard line here. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Peterman under center. Fake pitches, rolling out to his right. Looking down the field, has a man wide open. Blair knocks him out of bounds, and the officials throw another flag because, hey, 15 yards ain't enough. Let's get him some more. Didn't look like a dirty hit by Blair. He wasn't even close. Guy had a couple steps after the catch. I don't know if they're calling him defensive there. They are indeed going to call that unnecessary roughness on Blair. half the distance. And this telecast is probably not going to show me a replay of this to make sure of it. Didn't look like it to me. Let me see this. Oh, okay. It's helmet to helmet. You can't do it. I mean, it's within like a step. It's within a step or two and no football moves. So, I mean, his third step is coming down by the time the collision hits. But we know the officials on this kind of thing are going to call that more often than not. Peterman rolling back to his left. Finds a tight end open. Breaking tackles. Swinging down near the goal line. Is it a touchdown? No, they will say he was held up at the verse. 3 straight completions for Nathan Peterman. I never thought I would say that phrase. Whew. $11:27 on the clock. Chicago Bears dominating your Seattle Seahawks here. The give is up the middle, and the running back walks into the end zone. Touchdown. I'm looking for the words, folks. I'm looking for the words. I really am. Lifeless, uninspired. Just there's the team has no juice today. No energy to it. No sense of urgency. And it's you talk about things that carry over into a season and all that. You know, the results don't always fit to what you're doing from an energy standpoint. And sometimes the ball can bounce weird, bad breaks, things happen. But hard to think that there's just going to be a light switch of energy that goes on and off for this team. That you can't turn on for these preseason games, but that you'll suddenly somehow find a way to be able to ignition switch it the second that you got Russell playing you week 1 Monday Night Football. And this is definitely these preseason games and watching this team play and watching what I'm seeing from this defense, which I don't know if Clint Hurtt's trying to work out kinks here, but or what he's trying to adopt in that's the new here, or if he's just holding cards close to the vest. But you're not seeing anything. Like, I'm not seeing them like what I would maybe think to expect to get blitzed. Let me give you guys a for instance on this. You're bringing in a new aggressive scheme. So you think, okay, well then what I'll probably see then is I'll see them trying to have guys bringing up for blitz looks, and guys are going to show their hands early, and you're not going to disguise stuff as much. And it's going to be guys kind of learning how to blitz, learning how to kind of get in the habit of doing this, learning what's the timing when you got the quarterback just set up, by the line to get there where he can't see you coming. But that's not what we're seeing here. You're seeing these odd fronts with 2 down defensive tackles and 2 guys standing up on the outside, which I've never seen in football. And is not driving any kind of success for them. They're not getting pressure with it, and they're not stopping the run with it. I'm not seeing a lot of diversity on the coverages. Anytime they flash the coverages, I'm still seeing cover 2 on the back end, mainly in the way that they're playing that. It's a little bit like bringing in Waldron on this. It's just you bring in these things, and then you want to just sort of pick and choose what you're going to adopt and what you're not going to adopt. If you want to bring in the Sean McVay offensive scheme, adopt the scheme. If you want to bring in the Fangio cover 2 shell defense, adopt the defense. The picking, choosing crap doesn't work. It really doesn't. You've got to commit to a style and a methodology. And trying to do everything under the sun means you'll do nothing excellently. Whew. Spectre 7 with $2 donation says, it's all right, man. We're here to suffer with you. I know my peeps has got me. My peeps has got me. I know you guys are with me too. It makes it feel better. Like I said, it's a lot easier to watch these games with you guys. You guys think I'm down on my right now. You guys should have seen me when I was watching these kind of games alone at times where it's like I would just be losing it. But it is preseason, so that does dial me back a little bit on it. But boy, my concern and warning level, we're beyond orange now. We're creeping into that light shade of red here. And this kickoff by Cade Johnson is taken up the middle. Cade Johnson is not a returner. So this is he doesn't look comfortable doing that at all, and he doesn't got enough speed to do that. All right, 1st and 10, 11-12 on the clock. The first drive of the first half, they ran it twice with Jacob Eason. Let's see if they can just go back to running on first down. Indeed, they do. And this is another, again, just the place you look for the change on this from previous years. You one of the most predictable teams in the NFL over the last couple of years on first down, and that you run at some of the highest rates of anybody in the NFL on first down. In this game, drive after drive, we're going to run it on first down. Highly predictable play calling. I feel like Sean Connery here. I'm waiting to be impressed. 2nd and 7 now. Jacob under center, fumbles the snap, falls on the snap. I think I got some bleach in my laundry room. Yeah, that does work, right? The eye bleach thing. I think that is a thing, right? Just right on the eyes itself, direct application. Isn't that the what they tell you? Eason back 3rd and 8, lets her rip, well overthrows the receiver. This will bring 4th and 8. Well, oh. Okay. Oh, okay. How about those Mariners, though? Hey, great special teams play there by Penny Hart. Right on it on the special teams coverage there. Well, the great comeback begins now. We're going to get a pick 6, then a fumble on the kickoff return, and then it all just starts going downhill the other direction for the Bears. They start to feel a little bit of our pain here. Here, let's go. Let's go. Tom Eaton says, Pete should really be fired for this. You're not wrong. I know I've harped on it, but it's like last year, even when you were bad at times, the team was trying. They're playing their ass off. They schematically didn't have the chess pieces to match up with teams last year. They didn't have the talent to match up with teams. And this is a fumble by the Bears. Quarterback picks it back up and, takes a lick right to the chops. He'll feel that tomorrow morning. That's gonna sting. But that's now the 4th straight fumble by an opponent in this preseason that the opponent has recovered against your Seahawks. Ball just not also bouncing our direction. 2nd and 10 now. Run up the middle here. Nicely sniffed out. 283-128 with a $2 donation says, disappointing. Very disappointing. Just very disappointing. I didn't need to win this game. I didn't need to trounce the Bears. I didn't need to, but I do want to see you showing up with an effort and, make me think you care in the way you're playing. I'm not saying they don't care, but boy, the way they look is like they're not caring almost. And that's the part to me that's, disappointing is a good word. Nathan Peterman in shotgun now. They're going to run a little bubble screen on 3rd and 8. Horrible missed tackle there by, is that Kobe? Isn't Kobe number 8? Yeah, Kobe Bryant had a bad missed tackle there. He gets cleaned up by his teammates there, but Kobe has shown a little of that off early on here. Been discouraging. You see, I saw it last week as well, is struggling to tackle in the open field. They do get the stop. This will cause the punt, so good on the Seahawks defense to get a quick 3 and out here. I think this is probably the first 3 and out all game, or only the second at most, but still good. D-Boy with a $5 donation. Thank you, D-Boy. And another flag on Seattle here on the return by Fuller. This will no doubt be a holding penalty to knock them back another 10 yards. D-Boy, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm a big sore loser. I don't care if Pre-S just cut the game off and started cooking dinner. Sweet chili tacos here. $5 since I can't join. Well, thank you for the $5. And man, they're making my stomach growl with that one. That sounds good. Some like a lot of cheese on top. I'm with it, D-Boy. I'm with that. I'm a big chili guy. I'm a big sore loser too. I'm trying to be bright and happy for you guys and make this entertaining, but I'm definitely struggling to fight off the feelings. The dark. Fighting off the darkness. It is rising inside me, D-Boy. Skepticism grows. The cup has less water inside of it. There's only a few drops left. Thank you for the $5 donation. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Christopher Watkins' reaction to this game. I'll tell you, Seattle fans, your Hawks, suck right now. They can't get a first down. Geno wasn't even touched. Ice on his knee. How? How does he knee his ice? I don't know. Only thing I can say, even a cowbell isn't going to save you now in this game or this season. Going to have to dial it back. Expectation level today, this season now. They're not good. They ain't looking very good. God, help me. It's just what it is. That's all I got. Nolan Arvance with the $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Says, Roquan watching this in like Seattle? No. I'm good. I've always loved Chicago. I mean, Chicago is, this is where I want to be. I mean, I've always been committed here. It's just, these are the negotiations contractually. What? Huh? What? Trade request? Yeah. It's like wiping your socials now, okay? It's just, this is all just, firing salvos in negotiation. That's all this is. I didn't have any true intention of doing that, Never. No. Chicago's great. I love wind. I'm a big wind guy. Thank you for the donation. Megan Gotgraduate with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. It says, I'm almost tempted to resell my Seahawks tickets for week 6. I said almost. Going to see major improvement, though. I love your optimism, Megan. I'm going to have to lean into your optimism right now. Because the Sith is gaining in my heart right now. I'm going to start wearing robes. The hood's going to go over the face. All you're going to see is my mouth. Start playing with lightning bolts. I'm moving in that direction at a fast territory. It's Charles Barkley saying, this team's terrible right now. Maybe someone get them some churros. This is not a good team. I don't know what happened with them this offseason, but they're just not good. Too much fishing up there in the Pacific Northwest, I guess. Jacoby some drops back and lets out the hand cannon fly, and it goes deep. Man makes a catch out of bounds. Well thrown ball deep. Just didn't give him any space to make the catch there. Eason led him a little bit too far out of bounds. Oh, just a little bit there. Melton made a good play on it, but I think that's probably about too much a yard in the direction. You got to let the guy run back up under it there. He's trying to put it in a place where only that guy can catch it, but you got to put that out a little bit more into the field zone of things. 2nd and 10. Parkinson, your tight end, 3 wide. The give is up the middle here. A lot of dancing and jumping and moving sideways, but not a lot of yardage gained. Afa, thank you for subscribing. William Price, thank you for subscribing as well. I do appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Nolan Arvans with a $2 donation says, excellent, Charles Barkley. I'll tell you, Nolan, I don't know. I just got to sit back and think maybe this team needs to go down to San Antonio. Get some of them big San Antonio women. They got some big women down there. They like them churros. But they're playing terrible right now. This is a terrible team. I don't know what to say. I had money on them and everything. Thank you, Nolan. I'm working on my Barkley. The Barkley's coming along. He's fun to do, too. He's like walking. You start talking like Barkley, and I end up Southern by the afternoon. How am I going to get any dinner here? I'm hungry. You guys are testing me on the impressions. We got 4th and 3 here now. Eason was able to complete the ball, but well short of the sticks. No doubt this will probably be a punt, as Seahawks are pretty far in their own end zone, even though they are down on their end of the field, even though they are down 24-0 in this particular football game. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation says Al Pacino's reaction to this game. Oh, I'll tell you, if I was a man I was 15 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this place. Who put this team together, huh? Who's responsible now, here, huh? You give me a team like this, they will lose every time. Pacino kind of sucks tonight. Can't get my Pacino right. Pacino's been off lately. I did too much of trying to play with Pacino as a young Pacino. I can't get my Pacino right. I don't know. Fredo, why you going to do this to me, Fredo? Seahawks, why you going to do this to me? Why you going to do this, Coach Carroll? Why you going to do this to me? I asked you to be a good team and you're not going to be a good team. Why are you going to suck like this? You broke my heart, Coach Carroll. You broke my heart. You got that like young, understated Pacino versus, because I really don't suck. Because I got a bigger ass. And I've been playing too bad of football too long. All right, this punt return comes back by Chicago. Now, I'm going to have to do impressions. This is the only way to entertain myself, folks, as well, for this game. Down 24-0. You're getting all the impressions tonight. All right. We're going to work through all of them. Good, bad, work in progress. You guys are going to have to get the works here. All right. Thank you, Robert. Oh yeah, though, for the donations. You guys do put a smile on my face with that for sure. Afa with a $5 donation. Thank you, Afa. And again, welcome aboard as a new subscriber. Says, hey man, thoughts on Marquise Blair? I loved watching him at Utah. Marquise Blair is a guy that I'm still very hopeful for, Afa. And I'll give you some more thoughts here. We got 1st and 10, shotgun read option. Give the running back up the middle for a gain of 1. Let's bring up 2nd and 9. So I like Marquise Blair a lot, Afa. You're going to run cover 2 shell looks, which means you're going to require your free safety to do strong safety things and your strong safety to do free safety things. It's in more of a ubiquitous position now in the way that you're going to theoretically ask these guys to play. And both with Quandre Diggs and with Jamal Adams, you have 2 guys who have recent injuries, and so having the depth of Blair there is nice. He's not been able to get on the field up until this point, but it's all been just injury driven. And really, a big part of those injuries, the biggest injury being the ACL. 2nd down, Peterman rolls out here, looking, and finally throws it away. The biggest thing with the injury thing was it wasn't even his fault. KJ Wright, he got some friendly fire. KJ Wright launched himself at his ankles after he'd already tackled the guy on a play and tore his ACL, and he just hasn't been right since then. In this particular game, he technically gave up a touchdown that wasn't really on him. He was playing strong safety, and the slot receiver had a free release with nobody guarding him. He was the nearest guy after the guy caught it, but that was just a poor defensive call more than that was on Blair. He also got a helmet-to-helmet hit in this game. He hasn't necessarily flashed yet, but again, he is coming back from another major injury this offseason and surgery, so I'm going to remain patient with him, and I do believe because of the injury history of your 2 safeties, at some point or another, you're going to call him out on the football field. 3rd and 14, the Bears run a little bubble screen, which Seattle is able to hem up nicely. Hewitt from the defensive tackle position is able to chase that down backside. Great job by Hewitt, showing some of that fire and passion that I was looking for from this team within the first half. Great effort on his part. That'll bring up 4th and 9, and the Bears will definitely be punting. So I am still hopeful of him, Afa, as far as potentially if he could get on the field and having impact. You can't deny the fact, Afa, he still has remained a hitter. He can hit. He caused a fumble in this game too, by the way. First kickoff of the game, the Bear player recovered it, but he did cause the fumble on a legit good hard tackle, just laid his helmet on the ball. So I'm still hopeful for him, but again, he's got to stay healthy. This is going to be a short punt that Aaron Fuller is going to take and work his way up for about 5 or 6 more yards there. And Seattle will have relatively good field position now to work with here. With 4:39 left to go in the third quarter, the Bears up 24 points to your Seahawks 0. Megan Gockraj with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I do appreciate it. Have been on the dark side since birth. Always room for one more. Megan, I'm going to maybe start to lean to that way of this. You know, it's faster. It's quicker. The ways of the Jedi are taking too long. Too much talking. Too much talky, and not enough slashy. Yeah. So if Megan, go ahead and get my red lightsaber made up. We're just going to have to go in this direction. Spectre 7 with a $2 donation. You have a Bill Burr impression in you? I'm working on a Bill, but it's not good yet. Because I fall into other Boston accents that I try to replicate. He's got a very specific Boston style of accent to him. I'm going to get a Burr, though. Burr's in my... That's on deck. That's going to be one of my on deck. But he's hard. He's a hard one to do because it's not... He's got some typical Bostonian stuff to his accent, but it's also not... You can't just lean fully in and go hard on it like you can on... So like you can with a, like a Kennedy way. We're here to be from Boston because we're very deep in our game. And we will find them communists and we will underturn them. So you can get very much in that deep. Bill's not in that spot that deep of it, so you have to get to more of a specific pitch with him. It's a little bit harder. A little bit tougher. But it's coming, I promise you, Sector 7. It's coming. Because I like me some Bill Burr. I likes me some Bill. 283-128 with a $5 donation. Thank you, guys. You guys are being awesomely kind with all the donos. Thank you so much. So the Hawks can't even score more than the Mariners, and the Mariners don't even play tonight. Well said. Mariners would have more through 3 innings than what our Hawks have managed here through 3 quarters. Yeah, it's been pretty brutal to watch here. Pretty ineptitude, uninspired, lackluster. Not a lot of wrinkles within the game from the offense or defensive side of things to help the players and maybe, make it more than just, okay, guys, go out there and run free and wild and just make a play and put them in a position to make a play at points and times. I know it's preseason, but again, you're not seeing any of that at all, really. Maybe this is just holding those cards close to the vest. I don't think so at this point, though. I think they would have showed more of this. I think that the talk of the aggressiveness defensively, it might have been something that's been a little bit overstated by our coach and defensive coordinators at this point. Because it is looking very much similar to what we've seen defensively in the past. Though they've been a little bit better in this game, has gone on to a degree, but... Hey, all right, Jacob Eason back in shotgun now. Tight splits for the Seattle, 2 wide. Drops back to throw. Nice little throw there into Aaron Fuller for 11 yards and a first down. I like that. See, first down, throw the ball. What a concept. Let's go. Let's go. Terry Clark. Thank you for subscribing, Terry. Welcome aboard. Man, we might be pushing over 9,000 tonight, folks, on the subscribers. So if you're not subscribed, get subscribed. Help us get over 9,000 tonight. We are on the edge. 1st and 10. Eason under center now. Again, 2 wide receiver look. The give is into the running back there. And now you are outside of DJ Dallas. Travis Homer are out of the game at this point. So you're working to kind of the 4th, 5th guy on the roster there. But was a lot of room to work with there. Not a lot of space to get through. Sector 7 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. I've been watching Burr since I was in high school. I could actually do a really good impression, and his humor has helped me make people laugh. Oh, Bill Burr is definitely one of my favorite comedians out there, and a great throw there by Jacob Eason. What he let the big dog hunt on that one. Eason let it rip right down to Colby Parkinson up the seam. And he put that right on a line. Great ball location by Eason there. Love his decisiveness. Hit that back foot and let it rip as he did on the last throw to Aaron Fuller. A little bit more of what I'd like to see from the Seahawks quarterbacks. Get in the game, trust your reads, get your pre-snap evaluation set, trust it, and go. 1st and 10, Bo Melton goes in motion, play action pass. Jacob Eason sets back to throw. Hits Aaron Fuller for a 3rd straight play. We got our man in a little bit of a rhythm here, folks. A little bit of a rhythm. Little in-cutting route there to Aaron Fuller for about 13 yards. Eason looking in control, navigating people around the line of scrimmage. Back in shotgun now, empty set. Chicago Bears trying to move around to get set late into the play here. He snaps, looks back again, lets it rip one more time here. Right through the arms of Cade Johnson. It was going to be a tough catch there. Not sure if that was technically a catchable ball or not. Right on the line. On a short little route there to the outside. Seattle featuring some up-tempo here with both Geno Smith and Eason in this game. So that does appear to be a part of this offense that they're going to continue with from last year. Boy, Colby Parkinson's put so much weight on since coming out of college. He was a skinny guy. Whoa! Running back takes a nice fat leap over the top of the defender. Literally leaped right over him. If that was to put this in perspective, you know when they say the basketball player taps the top of the square on a backboard, that was like the running back tapping the top of the backboard is how high he got over the top of that defender. Defender wasn't even leaned down to go low on him. He just went right over Superman, right over the top of him. And landed on his feet. Wow. Thompson, that running back's got some. He's got some bunnies. He's got some bunnies in those feet. But Sector 7, I love Bill Burr too. He's got some classic bits. Definitely one of my favorites, man. Eason brings Thompson in motion, rolls out to his right, going through, looking, just kind of throws it over the back, out through the back of the end zone there. Melton might add about a step. It's going to be a tough throw. And Eason just kind of, I think, looked to just let's get to the next play. This will bring up 3rd and goal. Nick _Penn, thank you for subscribing. It's Nitch or Nick, I think. So I'm going to say Nick H _Penn, but thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Eason looking way better than Geno. Those 3 throws alone were more decisive than anything we saw to Geno through anything in that first half. All right, and Eason looks in control here, by the way, too. He's coming up. Seattle just jumped off sides, it looks like. Wasn't his fault. He's not just coming up there trying to fast snap this ball. He's coming up and setting guys along the line of scrimmage. Good full control. And boy, poor Charles Cross there with his 3rd false start of the game. He also has a holding penalty in this game. 4 penalties for the rookie. Definitely some growing pains in this particular game for your top 10 pick in the first round. Eason drops back, 3rd and goal from the 10-yard line. Looking. Fires it back across to Melton on a short route. Odd routes. You have a 1-yard route you're running when you need 10 yards on 3rd and goal in a game where you're down 24-0. Strange play calling. As I say, I'll just introduce again. I'm going to bring Waldron. I'm going to give you Mike Connery again on this. I'm waiting to be impressed. Like, at some point impress me here with some of your play calling, buddy. Running short routes on 3rd and longs when, again, what are we afraid of here? Like, get in Eason's head and go, try to get a touchdown here. Let's get a score. What's a field goal getting you? Well, still a good drive by Jacob Eason. Looking in command, made some really nice throws there with a little bit of up-tempo look to him. Seattle threw on 1st down, which is a rarity in this game tonight. Having some success. Now bring 29 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. Seattle down 24-3. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Thanks for all you guys' donation again, man. Very much appreciated. Says, you think that play calling is less dynamic because Locke is out? Maybe Waldron is holding cards for when he has Locke under center, not one read Geno. I mean, I will say to your point on this, Paul, Drew definitely was running things differently than Geno was running it when he was in the game last week, which is, I think, part of why people were giving Locke the better grade. Even when I was disagreeing with it, I can understand that that's where the people were coming from on that grade too, is that there was a tangible feeling of difference in the way he was running that football game and what he was, in what he was, how he was just executing things out there. And it was a little bit like that what you saw with Eason there, where you can see him commanding things in the line of scrimmage. You can see him getting people into set. You can see him in control of things. And Geno sometimes doesn't look in control out there. He sort of looks like things are just kind of happening to him. And that is a tangible difference that I've got to admit was on keen display tonight. It just is. And it sucks to see because I'm a Geno backer when it comes down to it. But, maybe Paul, that's the way. The one thing I wonder with that, Paul, is like when you're an unproven offensive coordinator in this league, it's like you want to put as much good games of your play calling out there as you can. And this is another great return by the Chicago punt return in this game, kick return in this game. Kobe Bryant's able to come over and make the tackle, but taken out almost to the 50-yard line, and special teams unit looking shaky in this game as well. And usually, again, a strong part of your Seahawks team, guys are not holding their lanes on that side of things. Who got blown out there? So yeah, just your right side of your kick coverage. Same thing as it was on the first one, was the right side. Guys are not maintaining their gap discipline there, their line discipline, whatever you want to call it. Spectre 7 with $2 donation. Do you listen to his weekly podcast? Must listen. I do listen to a good amount of them, yeah. I often don't get the time to catch all of it start to finish because I'm too busy, but as much as I can catch, I do. He had a classic rant the other week about, I forget what he was going off on, but I was laughing because he was hitting it right on the head. It might have been, I forget who he was going off on. But he's great. And whenever he's going on a rant, he's always, you have to. But yeah, his Monday morning podcast is awesome. And that will end the third quarter here, 24-3 with Chicago taking over about 50-yard line here. Jay Tillman, lots of poor tackling. Yeah, lots of poor tackling indeed. Lots of poor tackling. I love Burr's bit too about the WNBA thing. In the last stand-up he did on the Netflix. That thing was just so awesome. I was laughing so hard in that bit. We got our own stuff. You guys got to watch your stuff. You got to support your stuff. What, I got to watch my stuff and your stuff? Oh, my God. Roland says Talk Radio is going to have a field day coming up. They're going to. This is going to bring out some emotions in fans seeing this. On the heels of losing Russell, to see this team in this poor of shape, in this again, uninspired kind of state of things. I thought this year we would have a team coming in that would be young. I thought we would see inconsistency. I thought, there's going to be new moving parts you're putting in place. That's not always going to be easy to onboard that stuff and have a smooth transition. But I didn't think I'm going to have to question or wonder about energy and just, I know these players care. I know they do. I know it's not that, but it just looks like it. In the energy level they put out today from the very first snap onward. Some guys have been different of this, but the team in general, you see it in the penalties. We see it in some of the decision making. Rough. Rough. So strange, just I still haven't seen anybody yet present to me in the chat either, so I'm guessing you guys are just as perplexed by this of the four-man fronts that Seattle are running out now with 2 outside linebackers and 2 down defensive tackles. I've never seen that in the NFL employed before. And you want a reason why that we're getting gouged in the running game here. These first 2 preseason games, that front is the reason why. You're not running a 3-4 defense here at that point. You're in like a 2-4 defense. That's what you're running. 2nd and 6 here, and that's going to be a completion up the field for a 1st and 10. Chicago on the 29 of Seattle. 14:36 left to go on the clock. And we got a Seattle player down on the turf. Hurt. Tommy says this is a defensive science experiment. It's definitely looking like that's what they're trying to do here. I thought you were bringing on an adaptation of a defense that has a tried and true benefit to it that you see league-wide right now, that is a modernized defense off of the old defense. But it would seem that Carroll is so married to the old elements of those defense that he cannot part with them, and that the only way to bring on the new is that you have to do so by hybridization and by essentially having the old defense sort of, like some sort of amoeba or something, just ingest and sort of break in the Fangio into it. But then you end up with this bastardized Fangio defense, which is the same thing I was harping on the Waldron stuff last year, and people were really hard on Waldron. I kept saying, well, it's hard to be on Waldron when you keep running all of the offensive elements of the old that you brought Waldron in to make you change up from doing. The point of bringing Waldron in was the old offensive stylings weren't working anymore. So not working, bring in new guy, have new guy run the old offensive stylings. That's it was a little bit of like, I was hoping they would do a step forward this year with the offense, and maybe now we're fully going to finally see it. Dickerson taking over for Mike Solari as offensive line coach would be, okay, now we're going to do more of the movement-based stuff, linemen hitting those reach blocks. But I have yet to see our offense even somewhat resemble the Sean McVay offense, which is what I thought we were trying to do by bringing Waldron in. And as I say with this again, you're going to bring these guys in and want to run their offenses. It's not a freaking buffet. I want a little bit of the fly sweep. Okay, we like those crossers. We like some of this over here. You got to bring it all on as a philosophy standpoint, or none of it on, and stick to what you want to do. If you want to do Chuck City and run up a gap day all day, go do that. Be that. Own up to that. But don't do things just for looks. Second and 10. 14:20 to go on the clock. Peterman drops back. Hits his man on the out route. He drops the ball. So bring up 3rd and 10. Brian Smith says Waldron was basically an intern for the Rams. Pretty much. That's what he's showed off so far. He's not impressed me a whole bunch here, and I gave him a lot of benefit of the doubt, but it's your second season as offensive coordinator. You should have everything installed now. You should have everybody understanding being on the same page with stuff. We should see more implementation of the full designs of the offense. And I just can't buy into the holding the cards close to the vest thing. I really don't. Oh, almost a pick by Kobe Bryant. He jumped the route and almost had himself a pick six there. Nice play by Kobe Bryant there on that play. Oh, thank you for mentioning that, Tommy. He says you cannot like this game, but you can like the stream. Please, if you do guys like what you're listening to, please do hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out considerably. And as well, like I said, I'm trying to get over 9,000 subscribers here. I'm hoping we could do it, if not in this game, within the next couple of days. So if you aren't subscribed to the channel, please do get subscribed, because I'd love to push over that mark if we can. We're moving fast to it. So the Bears hit a field goal, 27-3, Seahawks losing. 14:08 on the clock. Kevin Lonice with the $5 donation. Thank you, Kevin. He says, Brando, let me know when the game starts. Go Hawks. Yeah, exactly. So this was all a bad dream, folks. You've been daydreaming of you worried about your Hawks, and you're in the middle of a daydream. You're going to wake up in a second, and it will be the beginning and start of the game. A game that the Seahawks quickly run away from the Bears right from the first quarter with. Geno looks like an MVP. So be happy enough. I'm your subconscious speaking to you in a dream right now. You're about to wake up soon. Game's just about to start. Don't miss it. Wake up. Wake up, sleepyhead. I wish it was that. I wish I was a figment of your imagination. Because I would be living through this too. I don't care. We're going to make this fun this year, folks. Yeah, you're going to hear a lot of me bitching and moaning. Yeah, I'm going to sound like a little bit of a big baby sometimes. Yeah, a few of you are going to send me pacifiers overnight, Federal Express. I'll get it. Yeah, I get it. I hear you. But we're going to have fun with this. I'm going to have fun with this one way or another. I'm going to laugh my GD ass off one way or another on this, I'll tell you. I don't care. I'm going to find a way to the light. Find the light. Barry Zatora with a $2 donation says, I think it's time for a group shower. Group shower of bleach. I just need that for my eyeballs right now after this game. Oh, my Lord. Can you imagine if we play nobody next week? So what we got, like, 2-3 weeks here till the first game? And we get this is our last true, like, view of the front end guys going. I've tried to be pretty optimistic in regards to this team, folks, as far as this offseason goes, and build up a case to the fact that they could be better than what a lot of the experts and pundits are telling you they're going to be at. But much like they did last year with some of the things and where people put them, they're making the pundits look pretty good right now. They're making the pundits look pretty on point with their assessment of your Hawks. And that does not put a smile on my face to say it. All right, 27-3. Still got a lot of fourth quarter here left to go, too. Plenty of time to come back in this game. All right, this kick's deep. That'll be fair caught. Brought out to the 20-yard line. Thank you again, everybody, for all the donations in the chat tonight, too. I just want to say one more time, you guys are just amazingly kind as far as you guys' support of the channel. Could not ask for more from you guys. No way, no how. Michael Bell says, can we at least get the old school uniforms from 1992 if that's how we're going to play? Yeah, that's the least we could do. At least give me some cool old jersey looks. I'd love that. That'd make it at least a little more entertaining. All right, Jacob Eason back out under center. 3 wide receivers. Steps back to throw. Lets a little 9 route go. Back shoulders it. Puts a little bit too much air underneath that back shoulder throw. Got to put that a little bit more on the line. He had ball placement right, but you can't float it that much. It's got to be on the line to the back shoulder of the player. 2nd and 10. That was a throw to Arcega Whiteside there. Recent superstar addition to your Seahawks. Everyone knows a man with a hyphen in his name has already got 10% more powers on a football field. Man, what are you talking about? You know he's terrible. You know J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, he's just horrible. All right, we got a fly sweep for the first time in the game at 13 minutes and 55 seconds into the game. And Cade Johnson goes for about 2 yards. I think that's their first fly sweep all preseason so far. So first fly sweep in, a mere 8 quarters of action. 3rd and 8. 13:38 on the clock. All right, Jacob. Show him the hose. 3 wide receivers for your Hawks. Eason back in shotgun. Drop back to throw. He is quickly under pressure and brought down. Pressure coming from both sides on that play. And that will be a sack, bringing this up to 4th down now. Stone Forsythe got beat badly over on his side. Lucas got beat badly over on his side. Both of them just got equally whipped. And almost equally whipped on the same play. Just speed rushes to the outside. And they just couldn't catch up to him on the outside, either guy. 4th and 17. 12:45 on the clock. Dixon with the punt here. And that will not be brought back very far. Boy, the pain continues. Emmett Brown says, did everyone know that if you rearrange the letters in Seattle Seahawks, you get weak-ass athletes? Oh, goodness. Randy Wagner says, looks like the fans are hanging in there. They're staying. Hey, I got to give you credit, fans staying in this stadium. It's a preseason game and you're down by 24 points. And this game, props to you. They call us bandwagon, but I'd say this is these kind of evidentiary points of this is why you're not a bandwagon fan base. So you'll still stay in the stadium in these kind of games. Quick throw to the outside there. Kobe Bryant's on it. Drags the receiver down for a short gain. Evan says, look it up. It's true. I believe you. I believe you. Anagrams are fun. Brian Smith says the fans were booing in the second quarter. They've got every right to be. If this is what they're putting on the field this year, if this is the team that you've felt this is what you're fielding as a football team this year, after you offloaded two Hall of Fame players on your roster, then I know it's a rebuild year, but still not a great look on this coaching staff and front office at the moment. 11:46 on the clock, 1st and 10. Sean is, who do we want, Bryce Young or CJ Stroud? I'm more of a Team Stroud guy myself, Sean, between the two of those guys. I like Will Levis the best, but Stroud's my number 2 quarterback as the list currently stands. HB Geno should have been 24 for 25. Here's the give up the middle to the Chicago Bear running back. He takes it and keeps pulling and driving the tackles and pile and all that for another 7-8 yards there. Tackling has continued to be a bit of a problem in this game. Maybe not quite as miserable as last week, but certainly not great at this moment. You guys, as they know what they're fielding, it's the plan. It looks like it's going to work. I don't think there's anything in Carroll's DNA that fits to rebuilding. We're not rebuilding, but to tanking. I just don't think that's in Carroll's nature to do that. Really don't. Maybe it is. Maybe he's learned this is a new trick. There's a fumble. Fumble. And the Peterman will recover it. So now you have 5 fumbles in this preseason in 8 quarters of play by Seahawks opponents, and they have recovered all 5 of those fumbles. 10:14 to go on the clock. Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. Says, on the last few plays, they've actually been playing 3-4. Have they? They finally slid into it a little bit here? Probably because they're trying to stop the run, because they know Bears are going to try to run this clock out now. Read option give into the running back. Another good gain on his part. Very close to another first down. And they're going to give it to him. 6-yard gain. Who wants to make this roster? Who wants to make this team? Who wants to try to make a play right now? Do you want to play in the NFL? You just like the thought of playing in the NFL. Uchenna Owusu has been the only down lineman in this game outside of Poona Flash and maybe here or there that has shown anything on that front 4. Miles Adams has been pretty good too. He's there in pursuit on that play. Good throw by Peterman. He will get a first down. Thank you, Chase, for the $5 donation, man. I appreciate it. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Paul says, Nathan Peterman, a.k.a. the 5-pick kid, the one and only. Stock the bar, Brando. Maker's Mark, Buffalo Trace, Evan Williams. Let's try and enjoy this potential train wreck. Cheers. Hey, cheers, Paul. I'm going to be stocking up on that, man, for sure. And get the smoke, the drink. It's going to be all that this year. We're going to have to get creative with this, Paul. I'm going to be here for every step of it, but I have a feeling we're going to have to get mighty creative to find our level of enjoyment this year. I can root for a down dirty team that just wants to play defense, run the ball, and play great special teams, but a lifeless defense trying to run the ball, play good defense, and great special teams is a horse of another color, and one that I'm not going to get on and want to ride. I will do it begrudgingly, but I know it's going to just constantly be bucking me off and riding me into tree branches, trying to impale me. 2nd and 9 now. Peterman, the give to the running back. Seahawks just not able to do anything in stopping the run right now with this 3rd team unit. Tuna Cat with a $2 donation. Thank you, Tuna Cat. A lot of 3 and outs. Looks like the same old offense. Very well said, Tuna Cat. And I would second that. Same old. We're seeing the same old things here, and this is a little bit of why I'm disappointed on this. Most preseason games, I'm not going to really care much, and I'll throw away the results, and it just doesn't matter. But this preseason game, I give a little more weight because of the things that we're looking to see implemented that are going to need to be able to be going really well by the time the season starts. You're not going to be able to afford, like in past seasons, to just sort of sleepwalk your way through the first 8 weeks of the season as you figure out how to play football and how to be up to the same kind of speed that the other teams are throughout the league. And this team looks like that. And schematically speaking, I'm seeing no wrinkles from the defense that shows any of the aggressiveness that they talked about. I'm seeing no use of the outside zone run, no pitch plays. We've seen one fly sweep in 8 quarters. The Rams will run a fly sweep once every freaking eight plays, as do the 49ers. It's part and parcel and necessity to, like I said, running a diversified running game that can hit every part of the defense, laterally and vertically. And this is a give right up the middle, another 6-7 yard hole right there. Easy peasy. This will take him right up to the goal line, 2nd and goal. The Seahawks defense is just providing no, and I know this is third stringers at this point, but there's just no resistance here. None at all. Geno tore his ACL walk in the locker room. Oh, he's sitting on the bench right now. I don't think he tore his ACL, but has Cam Chancellor's neck healed yet? His motive. We could use some boom. We could use a lot of things. 2nd and goal. Ball's thrown up in the air. Is kind of thrown outside. Nope. Michael Jackson, I think, on coverage there. 3rd down and goal. Come on, boys. Hold up here now. Show some pride. That was Williams. Sorry, I said Jackson. That was actually Williams. We're getting deep into the depth chart now. Thank you for the donation, though, Tuna. Garth Knight, what's up, Garth? It's been a painful one, brother. It's been a painful one with a $5 donation. It says, they'll right the ship. Much as I'm a traitor for my new allegiance to the Broncos, Hawks are worthy of the over on 5.5 wins for the season. We got a little Kobe Bryant. Just nice job by Kobe there. They tried to challenge him on a little fade route. He almost just effortlessly broke that up. He didn't even think he was challenged in the least there. He just kind of threw a hand out there and knocked it free. He was all over that. All over that. And didn't look back at the ball. That's sort of a Shaquille Griffin special there, where you wait for the ball to get in there on the receiver and then just knock it as soon as it hits the hands. 4th and goal. And the Bears are going to go for it on 4th and goal, up 27-3. Okay. Did that goal line stand? Looks like it. There we go. There we go, Seahawks. That way, show some pride now. Bears trying to disrespect. Better put some spect in our name. Yeah, you're going to be us 27-3, but you're not going to embarrass us. Well, you're going to embarrass us, but you're not going to really embarrass us. Coming up, multiple guys coming up to keep the running back out of the end zone there. Nice job by Iguana Nunu and Jones. Iguana Nunu and Jones with the stop there at the goal line. I don't know, Garth. 5.5 wins though, man. That might be I'm looking heavy under right now on that right now. I was at this team at 8 wins, but they're losing wins here by the point. If I'm going to do a prediction show at this point before the start of the year, and I'm quickly dropping them down into 6 to 5 wins at this point. It might even fall farther. This is an awful performance by your Seattle Seahawks in this game, and not looking at all in a state ready to roll. They're just not. And I had high hopes for this team. I really did, but I'm not a blind to my fandom. I'm not blind when you can see we've got some warning signs showing up here now. We do. Kiana T. Knight, thank you for subscribing. Kiana, welcome to Hawks Nest. I hope they right the ship, though, Garth. Carroll needs to do some chewing out. He needs to do some heavy chewing out. I'm gonna do that scene like in Bull Durham where the Costner's, as the coach come up to him, he's like, "Man, that was a great homer there, man, and you just hit that one out on the line." He's like, "These kids, though, I don't know what to do. They're just playing." He's like, and Kevin's like, "They're kids. Scare them." He comes running in there and they're all showering. He brings a bunch of bats in there and just throws the bats at him, screaming and cussing as they're all just standing there buck naked showering, just like, "What the hell, coach?" Like, we need that. We had Carroll in this game. Like, he just has everyone turn the shower off. Shower off. Water is for winners. Water is for winners. You will go home dirty. And think about this. You will learn or you will remain dirty. All right, 5:41 left to go in the fourth quarter. An amazing goal line stand by your Seattle Seahawks. The kind of legendary turn that can swing everything around. The kind of spark that renews a team all in itself. Let's see if the legend of Jacob Eason can grow here with a 99-yard drive up the football field. Drops back to throw initially here. Gets a nice little throw out for about 5-6 yards. The beginnings of greatness have arrived. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Osper, I'm an angry Seahawks fan. I'm going to get angry. I'm frustrated right now more than angry. 2nd and 5. Jacob under center. Play action. He's going to go ahead and take a safety here. Looked like a safety. I guess he got rid of the ball at the last second. They didn't call it. He looked in the grasp. Gosh, Seattle went heavy with their protection there. They dropped 2 extra tight ends in there and still couldn't keep the pressure off. That's why Eason got surprised by the pressure, is he thought he had max protect. Understandable. That's why he looked so surprised. You're thinking you're getting an extra beat there because you only have so many guys running the routes at that point. You've only got a couple because everybody's holding in to block. 3rd and 5. Eason drops back to throw. Lets it rip. Nice catch there by 86. I don't know, 86. Sorry, guys. This is deep in the chart. But that nice throw, and boy, you can see the power in Eason's arm on that throw. He whipped that thing in there. 1st and 10 now. Eason in shotgun. Looking. Going to fire it deep, well over the head of Derek Young. 2nd and 10. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. This is just luring Denver into a false sense of security. Well, that's it, right, Paul? Carroll's got this anger in his heart that Russell wanted to leave him. He's bitter. And in his bitterness, he's driven simply for that first game of the season and knowing that whatever it takes to have all of his possible benefits to him in that first game, he's going to keep in his back pocket. He isn't going to show because he wants to show Russell. That's who he wants to show. He don't care about Chicago. He don't care about Pittsburgh. He cares about Russell effing Wilson. How dare you leave me? How dare you want to leave me? And that ball's batted down there on 2nd and 10. And then it will be glorious. We will get to week 1 and we will see all of these wrinkles and turns and gadget plays and bubble screens and fly sweeps and blitzes from every angle and zone blitzes and corner blitzes and safety blitzes and casino blitzes. And it will be wonderful. It will be glorious. I hope so. God, I hope so. 3rd and 10 now. Game on the line. Jacob Eason back in shotgun. Ready to deliver. Quick pressure. Stone Forsythe beat quickly around the edge there. Forces the throw a little bit fast. And well overthrown. There is a flag on the play. Come on, officials. Give us one call in this game. Nope. Hands to the face on the Seattle Seahawks on Stone. Stone got beat really fast on that play. Just could not pick up his feet and get to the corner there. And the guy pressed him right around the edge. Had to panic and get his hands up in the guy's head, face mask area. Two penalties for the Bears in this game for 10 yards. 12 penalties for 87 yards for your Seattle Seahawks. Fumble! And the Seattle Seahawks regain the fumble. A lot of traffic in around the punter there. Didn't have as much clear area to recover, make that catch. And your Seattle Seahawks with their first turnover of the game. How about that? How about them Seahawks? How about them Seahawks, huh? I ain't the Cowboys. They're pretty good. They ain't the Cowboys now. Okay? I'm Jerry Jones. I'm going to tell you, it's the Cowboys, not Seahawks. All right. The recovery took them three different sets of Seahawk hands, had their hands on the ball before somebody figured out a way to reel that slippery sucker in. 4:06 on the clock now. 1st and 10 Seahawks on the Bears side of the football field. 283-128 with a $2 donation says, I'm going to head out. Hopefully next week is better. Well, thank you for all your donations on the chat tonight, 283. I hope you have a good night. And yeah, I agree with you, man. I do hope next week, dear God, please be better. Please, God, be better. And Locke, just, get those monoclites and vermectins and the monocules, antibodies. Let's just can we put him in a hyperbaric chamber from now until next week and get Drew back here ASAP, please? Whatever it takes. If you got to go get some good black market drugs for him that might shorten his lifespan but preserve him for the season, let's do so. Eason drops back, 2nd and 6. Really far out throws Aaron Fuller on an out route. I think you're getting a pretty good snapshot of Eason here. I'm happy that a lot of Seahawks fans are. He's been a guy that gets brought up kind of regularly in my chat over the course of the offseason as this guy forgotten about that we should be remembering about. And there's some stuff here that he's done that's good. But he shows you the stuff in between that's just the stuff of why he's not a viable option. 3rd and 6, he's going to go deep, and another ball, this must have been the 5th ball I've seen of his that's overthrown by about 15 to 20 yards. Just nowhere near close to even completing the ball. So Eason, let's just fundamentally, from a concrete standpoint, be able to walk forward after this, understanding that this is why Eason was released by the Colts last year, even after they had lost Sam Ehlinger to the torn ACL. He is kind of what he is. Big arm, an NFL-capable arm, but not a lot of other things outside of around that. Processing, decision-making, layering the ball, throwing with touch, throwing with anticipation. 4th and 6. Eason drops back to throw. Little slant route in there. It looks like to Derek. No, it's Melton. Melton with the catch on a nice little slant route there. Nice catch. 1st down on 4th down. Here we go. Let's get a touchdown this game before this thing's over with here, huh? Let's regain a little bit of our pride. Close up a few of these wounds. Eason drops back. 1st and 10. He's looking. Scrambling, buying himself some time. Looking. Gets himself about a 3-yard gain there. As he winds it through, that will stop the clock. Jeffrey A. Thistle has been a member for 4 months of the TheSeahawksNest channel. Thank you for being a member of the channel, Jeffrey. He says, what a clown show. Still a Geno fan? He lost me a lot in this game. This was a game, and unfortunately, this is the way that this rolls for Geno, and that he's not going to get 8 games to, let me just figure my way through this. This is your second true starting opportunity in your career to really get a chance. You had your cup of coffee last year to get your feet deep, get your toes dipped back in the pool. 2nd and 9, a little out route here to Cade Johnson for about 4 yards. This will bring up 3rd and short. You had the opportunity last year to kind of still reacclimate yourself back into being an NFL quarterback and not just saying, well, I've got all this rust I got to knock off. You were the man going into the starting training camp. You didn't take the bull by the horns for the jump here. And Jacob Eason drops back to throw here. Hits, looks like, is that Cody Thompson? Who is 86? I do not recognize 86 on this roster. He's hit him a couple times. 2:28 on the clock. Eason running a little bit of a hurry up here. Seahawks at the 19-yard line. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, running back to his left. Eason drops back to throw. Lets her rip again, another out route. Good catch by Cade Johnson. Gets his feet down for the catch. That'll be 11 yards and another first down, first and goal. Let's go. Let's go. So Jeffrey, he comes into training camp, doesn't fully take the job despite having more of a familiarity with the playbook than Drew Lock, with having more familiarity with the players. First and goal, gives up here to Thompson. Thompson bouncing around, pushing his way. Did he get in? He's close. He's close. Touchdown, Seahawks. Thompson with a nifty little run, cutting inside, weaving his way around traffic, and then with a hard last couple of yards, pushes and bowls his way into the end zone despite having that little bit of smaller stature. And indeed, it did look like he kept his legs up. How about the strength in those little legs? He's a bit of a little guy, but he showed some good power there. Looked like a touchdown on second view to me. So Jeffrey, he comes in, he's got those advantages built in. Still can't separate him from Drew Lock early on. Drew Lock starts to gain ground on him. Drew Lock gains ground on him then in the scrimmage, where another game where Geno doesn't show much in the scrimmage either. Everybody that's in the stadium that I heard from said he looked everything of what we're seeing in the preseason here. Indecisive, not sure of where he wants to go with the ball, holding on to the ball too long. Decision-making, not the greatest. Eason dropping back to throw now, looking around. Boom! Finds Cade Johnson in the back of the end zone on the 2-point conversion. And that will give Seattle 11 points to the ball game and make the score look just a tiny bit better, though it will not make my heart any happier. It's sad. It's really sad right now, and I don't like that. But nice throw by Jacob Eason. The one thing he has shown here in his play here in the second half is that big arm. You can see it. When he wants to fire that ball in there, he can put it right on a rocket. And that was a nice throw there to Cade. He stuck that one right on his face mask. Nice drive there executed by Jacob Eason. And overall, he hasn't looked bad. I don't want to throw too much shade on, but just this isn't the guy you're going to run with as a starter, right? On the other end of it, I don't think. So, I look at all that and then I go, and then on top of that, I go on top of that, Jeffrey, I go, and now you're going to underperform in the Steeler game where he didn't underperform. He looked okay in the Steeler game, but didn't light it up, didn't necessarily, again, showing me a little bit of that. I thought I played better than Drew, and good overall. But then to come into this game against a Chicago Bear defense that has no Raekwon Smith, they're missing their best defensive player. They're light defensively speaking as far as from a talent standpoint. And you come out and you, again, can't even get sustained drives. I didn't expect with Geno that you were going to get the big plays down the football anymore as much as you got with Russell. I didn't expect maybe you'd score at the same rate that you'd score at Russell. But I did expect more of the ability to move the chains. And there's been so many 3-and-outs in this game. No, this is the worst I've seen of Geno Smith in his play as a Seattle Seahawk. It does feel like a regression in his play here. And, at this point in time, Seattle does an onside kick and they get the kick. They get the onside. We're still rolling here, baby. We're still rolling. Miracle in the Clink, part 2. Part 2. 2 scores away. How about Jason Meyer? He gave it that front toe. He didn't do the side. He kind of did the front toe onside kick. There's some rugby style there for you, Megan, if you're in the chat. There we go. 2:07 on the clock. The legend of Eason comes back out on the football field. Can he get himself a quick score here? Can we get a quick score? Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Eason thinks his receivers are 15 feet tall. He does. We just need to get him a lot of 7-footers on the outside, and we would be so money, Chase. We'd be so money. Thank you for all the donations, though. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, just a little bit of, when he misses, he definitely misses by a good wide margin. When he hits, he can be kind of pinpoint, but when it's off, it ain't going to be close. Eason drops back, 1st and 10, letting it rip deep down the football field. Receiver is being dragged and pulled. That better be more than holding. That should be full-on PI. He was absolutely mauling the receiver on the deep route. You could see the jersey being pulled. I don't know if there's even any jersey left on just all pads now after that play. And yeah, good. That's pass interference. That's molding holding at that point. He was doing a good 4 or 5 yards of holding. Was Bo Pete Keys, which is an awesome name, by the way. Bo Pete Keys. I love that name. Aaron Fuller. Nice route by Aaron Fuller there. And yeah, a couple times he grabbed with his right, grabbed with his left, did a little dance, and got called for a penalty. And that will take us to the 2-minute warning. We ain't dead yet. We ain't dead yet. Have the faith. Eric99 with a $2 donation. Says, what an effing joke to be blown out by the Bears. Wow. Yeah, it is a joke on this. And again, why I'm holding Geno account on this one too as well, is you come in to do this where you could, where did you want to take control of this job? Where do you want to show that this job should be yours and not just given to you? And I'm starting to get the impression a little bit with Geno on this of just, I should be given this job because I've just been here and I've been a good soldier. And it's like, no, if you earn the job or not. And he's not earning the job. And it's not all Geno's fault in this game either. I don't want to put it all on him. The tackling has remained poor in this game. The scheme remains vanilla both on the offense and the defensive side of the ball. I don't see the updates there from them on that standpoint. No pressure are we generating. We're not able to stop the run. Pass protection started to fail you a little bit more in this game at times. You got drops happening by receivers at times in this game, as we saw last week. You're looking for the clean parts that you can build on. You're looking for what's the building block out of this game? Your third stringers playing well is not it. Yeah. But well said, Eric. Joke is a right. Someone else said clown show. I think those are apt descriptions. Garth Knight with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it. This is the worst part about if I can speak now. So the worst part about COVID is the prolonged recovery over weeks with the brain fog, fatigue, and such. That's why the Colts owner was so pissed at Wentz that he wouldn't vaccinate and got COVID late. Yeah, it definitely has it has that brain fog is a real thing. I've heard from people too. And that would be unfortunate with Drew if that is what happens with him, is that he gets this and then he's got that kind of, I don't know. This is still taking a little bit of time for me to get back. Because already with him, decision-making at time, right? You're already a little worried with Drew on that. That's the ones, he's got the talent and ability. So you don't want, that's one guy who don't want to have robbed of a few IQ points by that nasty virus. That would be one guy I would say, not him. But we'll have to hope he can get back quick, man. Like I said, get him all those antibodies, get him the monoculites, the Vassarites, the Simlanamites. Jacob Eason back now, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line, 2 minutes to go. Can this Husky whip up some magic? He's going deep down the field. Has a man. Oh, almost. Beautiful throw there. Arcega-Whiteside was down there, had the ball in his hands. Defender made a nice play late on the ball, it looks like, to just fly through and come through and just get a hand coming through. No, should have caught it. Should have caught it. Those are the kind of balls Arcega-Whiteside's got to catch. He's not a separator in his route running, nor is he with his speed or explosiveness. The defenders are always going to be close to him. That's kind of the perfect example a little bit. You got guys, fringe roster players in this game. You ain't going to get a lot of chances to shine. They're 3 preseason games. You get your few moments to do something. You're on a new team like Arcega-Whiteside. Eason drops back and throws an absolute dime down the field to you. Failed opportunity. Defender did not make a great play on that ball. Just a failed opportunity. And you're right, Jay Tillman. JJ is a drop waiting to happen. That's what the Eagle fans would tell you about him. That is what they would say. Kronos1009 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Kronos. It says, Geno could have easily won the starting job today, but instead he took a major step back from last week. Absolutely perfectly put. Perfectly and succinctly put, man. And I agree 100%. And it's very discouraging to see because he's being given every opportunity here. Eason drops back now, 2nd and 10. Gets himself a quick 6 yards there on an out route. 86 here with his 3rd catch of the game now. So bring up 3rd down, a minute and 50 left to go on the clock. The Seahawks do have 3 timeouts in this game. Low snap. Eason picks it up. Comes right back over the middle to Thompson. This will be a first down at about the 16-yard line. Like that play by Eason. Get yourself a first. Turn those downs back over. Again, showing that control. Working up tempo here. And the Bears are going to fall down and do the old Joe Nash. It's my knee. My knee. And also, can we stop the clock so I can catch my breath? But Kronos, it's the part that I'm really dismayed with in Geno in this game. Is that this was your game to do something and actually show that there's a reason why you played good like you did last week. You're playing against a lesser defense. Hell, you started this game out with DK and Tyler back there. And just he doesn't look confident, doesn't look comfortable, doesn't look decisive. At this point in time, there's no excuses for him not to look that way. Jacob Eason in this game is looking more decisive than Geno Smith. And it's not because guys are generating so much separation that it just looks wide open to Eason versus Geno. It's not that at all. It's a matter of Geno's just maybe a little gun shy here a little bit is the way to put this. Damn, that hit on Drew Lock last week was brutal. 1st and 10, minute 37 on the clock. Seahawks with all 3 of their timeouts. Jacob looking around, measuring things up a bit here. His face is red. He's working hard. Drops back to throw. Lets it rip. Whoa, what a nice grab in there. Touchdown, Seahawks, Aaron Fuller. He looks a little worse for the wear after that catch. I don't know if he banged his head maybe a little bit there, but definitely looks like he took the brunt end of that particular one right there. But what a catch and what a throw by Eason. That was a duck, but Fuller with just this is going to be an incompletion. And it does indeed look like Eason, it does look like Aaron Fuller just banged his head off the turf as he came down there. They're not going to say he was concussed, but that looked concussed to me. Maybe just the air got knocked out of him, but his head banged hard and he went limp. But this is going to definitely be called back. He didn't have control of the ball. It's moving as it hits the turf there. So they will bring this back. No doubt. Jeffrey Thistle says, hold on one second. Jeffrey says, Sector 7 with the $2 donation. Thank you, Spectre. Says, that's the take a nap touchdown. Book it here. Yeah, that's it. Take a nap touchdown. That seems like the right. He bounced up good, though. You can see when he lays his head back down, he's like, oh. But he got back up and shook it off, played it off. Great attempt at the catch there by him, though. That was a awesome effort. And boy, that ball was just sort of ducking, too. It's hard to catch those balls that are ducks that are wobbling along like that versus the spirals. Fulton had to pick that off, pick it back across his body as his legs are pinwheeling out from underneath him there a little bit. An amazing kind of catch to make there. Just couldn't. It's a lot to then try to bring that ball down as your body's flying in all different directions and you got no control on the way down. It's one of those balls where you go up to catch where you have to really sell your whole body out and not think about the landing. Jeffrey Thistle with the $5 donation says it's time for a poll. Who played better, Geno or Eason? I think you're right, actually. I think you're right, and that's just what I'm going to do, my man. Great suggestion. It's poll time, folks. It's poll time. This is going to be fun to watch. I guarantee you this is going to be fun to watch. This is gonna be 99%. You guys are gonna have this at like 99%. Y'all went so hard when he played decently last week. You're gonna kill him. He's got it coming. I got no I gave him sympathy last week. Geno, sympathy was last week. This week is cold hard facts. This is tough love this week, my man. 2nd and 15 here for Jacob Eason. Drops back to throw. Woo! Nice little play. Hits him inside with a little bit of room to work here. Ooh, 86 doing a good job getting up the football field there. Get up the line of scrimmage now. 4th catch for 86. Like seeing that. A great suggestion on the poll. 100% we got to do that. 100%. Jacob trying to get his man set. A lot of time winding off the clock here. Minute 03 left to go. 3rd and 2. Trying to get into the right play here. Snap is up. Looking. Ooh, a little bit of contact before the ball. That looked like that should have been a penalty on Aaron Fuller. But there is no call there on the play. Officials just trying to get out of the building, it would look like. That was pretty straightforward PI. He definitely makes, he definitely makes contact with him there before the ball gets there. That was pretty straightforward. But again, I'm sure the officials are like, let's just get out of here. Eason drops back, 4th and 2. All or nothing here. Hits his man on the outside. Nice job again to Bo Melton there. Little scissor route. Melton makes his way out to the flat on the pick play there. The guy going inside. Gets the catch on the outside. Gets to the sideline quickly. Gets out of bounds. 51 seconds left to go. 1st and goal, Seattle Seahawks. Eason doing really nice job here. This drive, 4-7, 31 yards. Eason guiding guys around, directing guys appropriately, getting them set up in the right positions. 1st and goal. Drop back to throw. Looks left. Comes back a little right. I think he's just kind of throwing that one away. Nobody was open. Megan Gock Rogers says, thank you for the $2 donation, Megan. She says, that's giving me flashbacks of breaking my shoulder. It is, right, Megan? Because it's one of those things where you're selling so hard out for the play, you're just not thinking about where your body's going to land. Oh, and that ball was thrown really hard, bounces off the hands of Melton. Would be a tough catch. Eason put that a little bit behind him. Another kind of little scissor out route run there by them. But Melton's got to make that catch too. Eason's got to throw that hard. I don't know if he gets his feet down even if he makes the catch though, quite frankly, on that play. 3rd and goal. Bo Melton tonight's got 10 targets. He's made 4 catches for 18 yards on those 10 targets. Make of that what you will. Eason drops back to pass. Looking, and throws it away once again there. 4th and goal. So it all comes down to this. None of the hopes of your season riding on this. Doesn't matter, but let's see what our Seahawks can do here nonetheless. And again, Stone Forsythe has very often tonight been beat to the edge from the left tackle position. He's having a very hard time of controlling those guys at the edge of the arc. He's just not getting there quite fast enough. 4th and goal. 4 wide receivers. Chicago showing just 4-man front. It's going to be a little bit of oh man. I don't know what that was by Eason there. I don't know if the receiver ran the wrong route or not, but it looked like they were trying to do a little fade route there to the back of the end zone, and Fuller didn't run it like a fade route. He ran it, I mean, he kind of did, but the timing was just off between him and Eason on that play. Well, decent job here by Eason nonetheless, and I'm sure this poll is going to show pretty quickly as to where people stand on this one with these two guys, but the Bears will come out now and probably take a couple of knees and call this one a day as your Seahawks just a rough day overall from start to finish here. Not a lot of highlights to speak about in this particular game. We're going to have some things to talk about here as we turn this over into the post-game discussion. Robert Jimenez with the $2 donation says a lot of drunk live streams this season, bro. I am thinking we're going to be doing probably a couple of them, that's for sure. I'm going to make this fun one way or another. I'm going to have some GD fun whether we like it or not. You guys remember National Lampoons, the first movie National Lampoons, where he wants to get him to the theme park and the theme park's closed, right? And then he takes one of the theme park people hostage, John Candy, with the gun, and he's like, we're going to ride these rides and we're going to have fun. until we're whistling Dixie out our buttholes. That's exactly what it's going to be here with us. So get ready, because we're going to have some fun one way or another, man. And yeah, I gotta line up the liquor cabinet now. That's for sure. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. I really do appreciate it. Says, do you think the Lewis injury and the O-line reshuffle has put the line off significantly enough to explain this play following 3 sacks and 7 tackle for losses and penalties? No, I don't. Because these issues were popping up here, I think even before Damian went down. And once you brought Haynes in there to play left guard, that's Haynes' more natural spot, Paul, to play from. And it didn't affect the tackle play, which at times was rough in this game. I mean, it doesn't affect Paul Cross having 4 penalties in this game all on his own, or Stone Forsythe not being able to control the edge at all in this game, just overmatched. And this is on, Bears 3rd string rushers, 4th string rushers giving him this kind of problems. I'm not expecting a lot out of Stone Forsythe, but I do have an expectation level, and what you've shown in your past is at least an ability to control 3rd and 4th string guys when you are put out there to play against them. So I don't think that that's a way to explain it away. I chalk more of that up, Paul, to a lack of this team being prepared to play today. This team played this game like this was a practice. They didn't play this like this was a game. And I didn't see a lot of fire out there. And that is the most, maybe even more than Geno's performance or anything else in this game, that's the most discouraging part of watching this game, is a lack of this team being ready, a lack of this team playing with any kind of fire, and just seemingly kind of going through the motions at times. That's not a team that, to me, is setting the groundwork for being a winning football team. Thank you, though, Paul, for all your donations in the chat, man. Sorry I missed your other one a little bit earlier on that, too. Sector 7 with the $2 donations. Umps want to go home applies to football, too. Exactly. It's just a saying more than anything else. Refs want to go home doesn't have the same... I don't know why, but it doesn't quite have the same... It doesn't quite have the same thing as refs want to go home. Umps want to go home just makes it... fits better, doesn't it? Kind of fits better. And DJ Dallas got kind of gypped there. He looked like he was dragged down, but he kept his feet, and the officials just called the play dead. I guess Seattle calling 3 timeouts. Carroll's like, I don't know why call the timeouts there? Why not just let the game bleed out? So you can see Jacob Eason's Hail Mary arm. I guess this will be cool, folks. This will be fun to watch. You're going to get to watch the 65-yard arm of Jacob Eason here. This is impressive. Straight up, this will be fun. 10 seconds to go, and they're going to hand off. Why? This game, I'm going to summate this game for you. Why? You just call 3 straight timeouts to get a punt return, and then you're not going to do a Hail Mary? You want to run up the middle? Just let them run the clock out. We're so bipolar in our decision-making sometimes. So strange. Barry Sotor with the $2 donation. Thank you, Barry. It says you had at least 10 Geno socks. Barry, $2 donation says you had at least 10 Geno sock accounts voting. We got to see. We got 173 votes. So let's see where it's sitting at right now. %, Jacob Eason, 11% Geno Smith on 175 votes. I'm with it on. I think you're right with the sock accounts, Barry. He's got some bots already assigned to the page. Counterbalance a little bit. Chase Stern with the $2 donation says, how long are you streaming tonight? We'll probably go about another 45 minutes or so. Maybe an hour. I'm not going to do the full on 11 o'clock tonight, but we'll be bouncing back on Sunday to really turn over maybe some of the deeper parts of this game if we really want to turn over at that point. I think a lot of people are going to just want to take this one, wad it up, toss it on into the garbage and go, yep, that just never happened. Just didn't occur. Bears never came to town. There was an earthquake. Stopped the whole game from even occurring. It's wild. But probably about that. I got to be out by about 9:30 at the latest. I got to be probably out by, or I'd like to be out by at that point. Sector 7 with a $10 donation. And again, man, you guys have been amazing today on just the support of the channel, all the donations on the channel. You guys always are amazing, but holy Lord, I wasn't even able to keep up with the donations in the chat today. You guys were putting so many in there. So thank you so much to all of you on this. Sector 7 with a $10 donation says, heard a lot of shoulder injury talk over the months. Figured I could add my own story. I dove for a ball playing competitive tennis a long time ago, and I landed right on my shoulder. Haven't played since. Shoulders are like that, man. They can get jacked up, and you just can't get them unsnarled a little bit. Sector 7. The one thing I had luck myself with on this, because I was having some shoulder problem a year ago, and prior to that, I've had shoulder problem. And I'm a big believer in this. I don't know if it would fix your situation, but the nice thing about this is it's a real easy fix to try, and it doesn't really cost you a lot. And that is that you kind of commit if you can to doing like 2 minutes a day, 3 minutes a day if you can, of just straight shoulder hangs on like a bar, like a straight bar, and just let your body and your shoulder and your body weight hang. And there's something natural about it stretching out the joints in there and resetting the shoulder in place. I've had a lot of luck utilizing that for my shoulder pain. You got to commit to doing it daily, and you got to just sit there and hang and let your full body weight, let everything sort of pull and stretch out. Let everything go, right? Don't hold yourself strong with your muscles there. Don't try to lock it in, but just let everything go loose. And sometimes you can, it made my shoulder feel a lot better. And I'd read up about before I did it. People had a lot of success utilizing that method and approach too. But thank you for the donations, Vector 7. I appreciate it. Very kind. I hope that shoulder gets better. Stretch it out. Dead arm lifts. Keep working on it. You don't want that thing locked up permanently. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Pete called the timeout to reemphasize his commitment to run to the fans. Exactly. He called all three of those timeouts to preserve 13 seconds so he could show the fans one last run. Just juice up those run numbers another 11, 12 yards so he can look at the day and say, well, that was a pretty successful running game day at least, right? We were at least pretty good with that, weren't we? I mean, that part was good. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Thank you for the donations. I'm going to get a little bit of water, folks. I'll be right back, and then we'll do some, I'll get over into you guys in the chat. We'll start talking a little bit about the team and whatnot. So bear with me in the chat here for just about a minute or two. Use the bathroom, get a little bit of water, and then we'll turn this sucker over. So bear with me, folks. Be right back. Thank you again. If you please do me one more favor, I'll be right back. Just hit that like button if you could. If you're listening to this live right now, or if you're listening even on record, replay, however you're listening to this, please do hit that like button for me if you could. It does help this channel out considerably in our growth. Be right back. All right, folks, let's get ready to celebrate this loss. Here we go. Okay, find our way through. Well, going to be hard to turn over a lot of good things out of this game, isn't it, folks? Going to be hard to look at this and go, okay, well, we did this great, this great, this great. Hard to find individual performances in this game. a lot of bad. The poor tackling wasn't as bad as last week, but it was still pretty bad. Geno Smith, as somebody mentioned in one of my donations, many donations today on the channel. Thank you again. You guys are amazing. So, mentioned this was him taking a big step back, and this was a big step back at the worst possible moment for him to do so. You've got to win this job. It shouldn't be given to you. And I have done a lot of pushing back against what has been a vast majority of people, I think, in my chat and what I've seen online with folks in the Seahawks fandom and calling for Drew Lock and trying to give Geno some of the benefit of the doubt and trying to look at this with as much of unbiased eye as I can. But I can't deny at this point that Geno has not done enough at this point to cement himself in there. He has not won this job. And considering he had those early advantages built in here to take this job over and to roll with it, to me, if this is going to be a shit show this year, at least I get a fun shit show with Drew Lock. With Geno Smith, I feel like I get just a painful, a dentist pulling one tooth at a time, nails down a chalkboard type of play. Where at least with Drew, it's maybe he throws for 350 yards, but he throws 4 interceptions and has a fumble within that. With at least, I got low expectations. At least that's fun. At least that's fun. And I will always fall back to on this season that I'm never going to get to too much of a depressed state this year like I have been in the past. Like we had last year after that Rams game when Russell got broken for the first time truly in his career. And I got drunk on stream and completely just was done at that point because I knew where these things were going from an emotional standpoint with this team. If this year goes bad, there's a built-in benefit to it. You have then 2 really outstanding picks then at the front of the draft. I'd like it to go better. I'd like us to have the more we can build upon this year more than less. But that is the one upshot of it, is that if you end up in contention again on that number 1 overall pick or being one of those top teams in there, you're going to have your pick of the litter of a very, very deep quarterback class. Say nothing of having your potential look at a guy that could be a generational player in a Will Anderson from Alabama, an edge rusher out there. I know we have Darrell Taylor and we know we got Boye Mafe and those guys, those are your kind of developing guys, but neither of those guys would preclude you from looking at Anderson, who's on his own another level, it would look like from a talent standpoint. We lost, it looks like, Damian Lewis for the year in this game. He was carted off, and usually when players are carted off, it's rare that they're going to come back later on in the year. It can happen for only, in my opinion, about the high ankle sprain is the only place that you see this occur in, where then they can come back in 6 to 8 weeks about, you might see the player return. But it did look really serious. It does look like he's out. This does mean now that we've got Phil Haynes in there, probably at left guard, his natural position. It means now we do get a little bit leaner in our offensive line. A little bit of that depth gets chipped upon now. You're going to have to lean back now on Greg Island, an undrafted rookie free agent. Maybe Shamarius Gilmore, another undrafted rookie free agent at the guard slot. Say nothing of maybe even Jake Curhan, who they have also put in there at various times as well. So things get a little bit lighter and a little bit leaner on that side of things. You didn't generate much of any pressure in this football game. The soft zones defensively that proliferated this defense in Carroll over the last 5 years and have been targeted ad nauseum by the opposition was again today attacked ad nauseum by the opposition. They will take the short throws. They will take the 7-yard out routes when you're going to drop into bail cover 3 coverage on every single play. And if you're not going to run any kind of exotic looks up front to generate any kind of pressure or blitz looks, then it falls back on the front 4 to be able to generate pressure all on their own. And this team has not done a good enough job over the course of the last couple of years of recognizing this aspect. It's why I thought they were going to go to more of a pressure-based look package this year with this defense. Because what you should have learned over the last couple of years and at your defense is that you've not put enough talent there. Teams that run good 4-3 defenses in this modern age do so with great players kind of all along the boxes. You can have your rare 4-3 teams that might just have those couple of superstars in there that are really driving everything, but more often than not, you need your solid front 4 guys. Let's take Tampa Bay Buccaneers as an example of this. When they were on their Super Bowl run just a couple of years ago, Jason Pierre-Paul on one side, right? Then you got Shaq Barrett on the other side, Vita Vea, Ndamukong Suh. No weak links on that front 4. Don't need the pressure, don't need to blitz because our front four can get the job done and work it on their own. That Tampa Bay team still blitzed on top of that, by the way. That didn't stop them from doing that. But this team seems to lean back on the front four, it's on them to generate the pressure, and then we'll drop into soft zones, and then the quarterbacks just easily pick them apart, and the defense never makes any kind of adjustment. I don't know what the point is of changing coaches if you're just going to keep doing the same thing that has been doing nothing but failed over the last couple of years. Maybe this is all just cards close to the vest. Maybe. I just don't see, I don't see it. I don't see how it could be. I don't see how something that you're trying to implement for the first time, you're going to implement for the first time in live action on game one. That doesn't seem like a pathway to implementing something successfully. Seems like you'd want to try some things out and work a few of the kinks out, the rough edges out before you go live with it. Maybe I'm wrong and out of my head of this, and this is the new modern NFL age of don't show them anything until you actually have to show them something. But we also know that this team does have a tendency to adopt offensive, like we saw last year, adopt an offensive scheme and then not adopt it wholly, sort of adopted in spirit, let's say. Adopted in name, but not in actual practice. And that's why this is a disappointing game to me. More than the score, more than it being a meaningless preseason game, it's that you're not seeing the steps forward in the places you want to see the steps forward from. And there's more time here to get this done. Teams have had bad preseasons and then turned it on in the regular season. Coach Carroll is a coach that, frankly, for me, has been synonymous recently of having teams that start out very slowly, but then usually tend to play at their best as we get closer to the end of seasons more often than not. But this would be a particular year where you would look for them to try to put a little bit more into place here. Show us a little bit more. But they looked lost out there today. And more than anything, I feel like I could almost count on my hand the number of times I could tell you this Coach Carroll team came out on this football field today and they weren't ready to play. Like I said, I've been able to question other elements that might be deficiencies within his coaching realm, right? Penalties and sloppiness. I'm not going to harp on the penalties today. I'm not. It's a part of this. It's a part of that fog that was going on with the team, but I'm not going to blame it wholly because Coach Carroll teams always are penalized. The team that won the Super Bowl was one of the most penalized teams in all of the NFL. You are never going to get a disciplined Coach Carroll team. That's not his bag. Never has been his bag. Certainly is not going to become his bag as he's now heading into his 70s. It's just not. So I won't really hold that part against him. But the not having guys ready to play. Not having guys ready to play when you should have half of this current roster right now fighting for their football lives. That means you didn't get that message across, or you don't have the right guys in that locker room to start to press this forward, which is even worse than you not getting that message across for this preseason game. Not a black mark on the season, but this is why this is more than just, oh, flush it, act like it didn't happen, we'll just move on to the next. Sometimes stinkers occur. No, there becomes snapshots within this that are definitely worrisome, and I'm not going to gloss them up or just cover them up, and I don't think you guys either are from what I'm seeing in the chat and the comments. I think people are recognizing this for what this is, which is these are disconcerting signs for right now this football team in this upcoming year. And I've been a guys thinking this team could get to 8 wins this year, but that mark is drawing down very, very quickly with what I'm watching out there. So just the 1-2 punch in this game for me, the main two themes as I'll bend over you guys in the chat in this game for me are Geno Smith taking a huge step back, having every opportunity in this training camp to take this job. He should take this job, but yet looking tentative, looking like it's him that's newly adopting to this offense and not Drew Lock. Not seeing the control from him out there at the line of scrimmage I'd hope to see. And then Coach Carroll just not having this team ready to go. 2 oddities that I didn't expect to see this preseason. All right, let's bounce over the chat. I do appreciate all of you guys, though. It's been it's fun at least being able to get through this with you guys in the chat, so I wasn't the only one going through watching this. We're all feeling this. We're all in on this. Jeffrey A. Thistle with a $5 donation says, clearly Pete wants to play quarterback for us. We'll have him chewing gum and dropping bombs. Hashtag Pete for quarterback 1. Maybe, man. Maybe he's like, I'm going to show him. It's all just really a knowledge-based position, really. It has nothing to do with physical ability. It's knowledge-based. And I've got 50 years in this, 60 years in this sport. I'll just outthink him. Hey, he says he can throw his age every year. So I guess there's that. Thank you, Jeffrey. Vector 7 with a $2 donation. Says, it looked like Eason showed emotion. I like that a lot. He was fiery out there. He wanted this game. You could see that out there in the way he was running that offense. I mean, that's what I'm talking about in a guy that understands I'm a third string quarterback on this team. I'm on my second team. My football life is not going to be long into this world if I don't start to show out here in this sport. I wish a few more players in this game showed a little bit more of that type of spirit. I really do, because it's so strange that you don't. Do you want to play football? Do you want to make this a pro career? Do you want to try to earn millions? And Jacob's out there playing like he is trying to. It was encouraging to see, and he was prepared to play. He wasn't out there over his head. He's put in a tough situation with them being down, got to throw almost every throw. Yeah, it's all third stringers and all that, but that's what he's working with on the offensive side of the ball too. So I was encouraged by what I saw from Eason today. And again, he had a little bit of that same spirit you got of Drew Lock, where just a little more of the control of the line of scrimmage. More getting people up, moving with a sense of tempo. Trying to you can, with a sense of, I'm going to take it to the defense, as opposed to, oh, I hope they don't do something to me on this play. Hope I don't make a mistake here. Hope something bad doesn't happen. Thank you for the donation, though. Samuel Freeman with a $5 donation. Thank you, Samuel. Says, at least Eason made things interesting. He did. He put up a fight. First half, we had no fight in us. We're just taking punches to the face with our hands down. Eason was at least up throwing blows, man. And he had some wild throws at times, but he had some nice throws at times, too. So I'm with you, man. Just give me some life. I can understand results that suck. I can understand losses. I can take a loss, but don't be putrid within it as well. And boy, that first half was just putrid. Just, whew. But I like what I saw of Jason. He showed me more Eason did in this game than I thought I would see from Eason if you had him out for a half of football. I didn't expect him to be that in control and that fairly calm and cool in the pocket like he was. He showed good moxie back there. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 donation as well. Says, great breakdown, Brando. You would have thought the coaches would have had these guys ready to roll along with the players wanting to put out good film. You would. You wouldn't think the coaches would need to light that fire on their ass. But nonetheless, get your players ready to play. I know that they should have that sense of responsibility inside of them to care and understand that if they go out there and they suck as this third string bubble roster player, that there's not going to be another team to grab me and I'm going to be in the Arena League in 2 weeks. But that was indeed the case of what it looked like to me out there. And it's staggering to see. I'm a little shook because I just have not seen that from Coach Carroll teams. Times last year where you had games like that Washington game where the defense had been let down over and over and over again by the offense on 3 and outs. Offense could sustain nothing. And it was after a long year of an offense not sustaining a whole lot for that defense. And yet you still saw a fight and a will within that defense play in and play out. A lack of giving up. Doing whatever they could, even as they were getting wore down throughout the course of the game. And then you get people at the end of the game, of course, trying to draw up cuts at the end of the game of Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams, hoofing it. Oh, I'm sorry, on snap 69, I don't have all of the effort to give as I've been selling out these previous 69 snaps, and no other defense in this league is going to play the same amount of snaps in the game as we are in this particular game. But there was that fight and fury, trying, scratching, clawing, and you didn't have the answers, but you were looking for them. Nobody was looking for any answers tonight. There's a lot of tapping pencils on desks tonight. Would like to see a little bit of a better sense of urgency. There's going to be a lot of players not making this team, and out of this league in a couple of days, couple weeks, they're going to be looking back on this film over the course of their life. A couple guys like them do. I'm not going to put anybody on blast, but they're going to look on the course of this and go, yeah, that was my shot. And I was kind of just casual about it. I didn't do it like I was fighting for my life. I did it like I was kind of just fighting for a job. That's the difference. Who wants it and who doesn't? Bears had a lot of players in that football field tonight. Bears team, Bears roster that is not stacked, that is one of the worst in football. a Bears offensive line that is horrific. I saw those guys on that side of the ball playing in Seattle on the road with a new coach, showing a lot more of that kind of fight. Megan with a $5 donation says, I dare anyone on earth, present company excluded, to call me a bandwagoner today. I'm ready to kill for this team, so bring it on. I love the spirit, Megan, and no one is going to definitely call you that in this chat, nor anybody else. And as I've said, this is going to be a tough year, I think, for people, and it's looking all the tougher with every new part that we turn over here, with every new game we're seeing. It's like, this might be a tough road for us. And I think that we all have got to remember, as everybody goes through this particular season, if it is bad, have patience with your fellow 12th man and woman. Have patience with them, because everybody is going to have to go through the pain and suffering in their own particular fashion and get through it in their own particular fashion. And I think that's where you'll watch me be patient with people, even when we get people furious and angry and lighting things on fire within the chat and just... And I'll still be going, just calm, let's relax, do what you got to do. Burn yourself out there a little bit, redline it, I get it. But we'll get back to touch on this, but we're going to have to do what we're going to have to do to get through it. Nobody's going to be a bandwagoner through it. It's tough to watch on the heels of giving up Hall of Famers like we did, at the end losing Hall of Famers like we did. And I'm not going to knock anybody for having those kind of, frustrating feelings as they look at this team and where we're at right now a little bit. I can completely get it. Completely understandable. But we got to be patient with each other. Be patient with people's anger and fury this year. Everybody wants to see this team win at the end of the day. All right, let's get over to some of you guys in the chat here. Pearl Haggard says Eason made this look like a professional football game. He did. It started to look functional, right? Just looked so much more functional. And Geno just, everything dysfunction when he was in there. And I'm in awe that it was that bad. I've been a backer of Geno here on this channel. I've been saying, I feel like give the guy one more second chance, but it makes me look silly tonight. It completely makes me look silly on this tonight with his performance. MND, Eason looked upset when he missed that last throw. That's something I want to see from our guys. Bingo, right? I'm glad you guys are seeing the same thing that I am on this. It's a spirit thing, right? Football is a game played with emotion, played with an edge, played with fire. If you step on a football field and you don't have that inside you, if you step on the football field and you're just, this is my job, I got to be on task, I'm going to just do my job, be on task, I ain't going to get it done. Not in this league. Not with these alphas roaming around back there. You're going to get chewed up, swallowed, and spit back up. Berg Show, will the number ones play next week? I don't know quite yet, Berg Show. This is really, we're getting into that first early territory of having not 4 preseason games. So my theory on this has been that the coaches would treat the 3rd preseason game like the 4th preseason game, where the starters play 1 series and then they're basically out, or play no series at all. So my theory on this is that that's probably going to be pretty closely aligned with what we see from the 3rd preseason game. Will says, wonder what Geno's going to tweet after this game. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I imagine that Twitter account's going to be oddly silent tonight. And if he's popping off after this game, again, as I've said about him popping off prior to this, less popping off, concentrate on your game right now. Doesn't matter what the noise is saying, matters what you're doing on the football field. You have full control over that. You had the pole position for this. You had the leadership point to take this on and take it over and say, this is mine and it's nobody else's. And you're either going to take that opportunity or not. And what people say about you on Twitter will have nothing to do with that. So he shouldn't be putting any time or energy into that stuff. Should be all on just improving his game and doing everything he can to get the best out of his own performance, which sadly right now is lacking just a little bit. Julius Garcia says Geno should not be in the NFL anymore. He's probably got a capable backup, but certainly is not making, to your point, any kind of argument to be made that he should be given a starting opportunity at this point. Wicked Garden says that last drive, there were 3 drops by receivers. There was. Yeah. including, to your point on that, the throw down to Fuller there at the down there at the goal line where he almost came up with it on a great throw by Eason. Shows you the power Eason has in his arm there to get that ball down on. It's like a 30-yard throw there. I think he's going from one hash to the far. He's going from the far hash on a 30-yard throw. So it's like a 35-yard throw that it's a wobbler, and he's still getting it there. Got that kind of big bend arm strength. Brian says Geno will pull the race card again if he doesn't start. Pete will fold. I don't know. You maybe. That'd be silly of him to pull it, though. You know, what does he expect people to do looking at the performance tonight? I mean, is he really going to try to put that on all the rest of the team? Well, I didn't have pass protection. Well, my receivers didn't catch. Well, we didn't run the ball well. Well, what? Well, what? There's no excuses, man. You're at home. It's the Chicago Bears. Not the 85 Bears. No Roquan Smith on that football field. It's like one defender. Robert Quinn is the only guy of any problem on that football field. And you made him look like the best defense in the NFL for a half. 16-bit blocker. The coaches look like deer in the headlights. Mouth open, staring off in the distance. Great. Perfectly said. Every time they shoot over to Coach Carroll on the sidelines or any of the other coaches, it was exactly this. Here's the look. That's the look of it right there. All game long. Let's go to the Seahawks sideline. Coach Carroll. Oh, man. Please let this season not be this tough as I think it might be here coming up. Oh, goodness. Chase Sturm with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. He says, on the bright side, our tackles can definitely run block, so we can put that concern to bed. I agree. I don't have any doubt those guys can do that. Definitely no doubt there. We still ran the ball relatively good today. Didn't get as much chance to run the ball as you were behind the sticks pretty far for the most part. Got deep down behind in the score chart, by the scoreboard. So you just weren't as much a position to run the ball. But I don't have any concern that they can run the ball. They've got to throw to some at least mediocre level to have any kind of sustainability from an offensive standpoint. But nonetheless, I do think these young guys, Cross and Lucas, the stuff that's been talked about them as having the run blocking ability has been completely overstated. Both of them can run block. And they both will be fine. I don't look at this year and go, well, we're going to look back on the year and say Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas were the problem at tackles. We won't. And Cross is not going to have another 4 penalty game like he had today. I think this is just the growing pains you get. That's why they're having Cross play as much as he is in this preseason. They're trying to get him through that maturation process that much faster. Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate it. He says, I don't recall Tony Eason having that strong an arm, but those were the old days. I think you're right. He was always, to me, more of a into that game manager role type, even back in the 80s, where there were a lot of game manager role types. But they were really a team that I thought tried to lean more on their balance. What they have, what was it, Garth? They had Irving Fryer back in the day. He was good. And one of the best all-time names, by the way, Irving Fryer. Like, that's an awesome name. But Eason, no, he was more of he was a processor. So maybe it's funny, Garth, but maybe his son is the opposite of the father. Father was the overachiever, not a naturally strong arm. Son's the rocket cannon arm, where the processing has been a little bit in question. Though I'll tell you this, Garth, it was good today. Processing was pretty good today. Like what I saw. No interception-worthy plays that I saw from him. Definitely could have put some balls in better spots. Definitely some of those overthrows and accuracy problems you saw from him in college. Can't move really. He moved a little bit better than when he was in college. I'll give him that. He had a couple times out when he's moving to his right. He was okay. But impressive overall performance by Eason today. Tommy says, I really wanted to see Eason be the first quarterback to throw a 65-yard Hail Mary. So disappointing. I know, Tommy, right? I thought Carroll was going to do this thing where he's like, okay, I gave you guys a crap game. I made you guys sit through all this. All right. I'm going to give you one. I'm going to do one. We're going to do one fly by the tower. Okay. We're going to buzz the tower one time with Eason. I'm going to give him I'm going to give him a whole shot, 65-yard, Hail Mary last play. Give the fans a little of that, ooh. You know, where you hear all the fans do that at once? I'll go, ooh. Give us one of those. Let's finish on a little bit of an uptick. Instead, no. We get the delayed draw. Day Hattel says, I'm worried about the special teams this year. Day, you bring up another good point of concern here. Some point that a part of a team that we thought we could lean on as a strength, and that has been a historic strength for us, even over the last 4 or 5 years. And this time, other parts of the teams have dipped and gone up into various states. The special teams has been relatively good in totality, but you had 2 big kick returns in this game. You had a dropped punt by Cade Johnson. You don't know who your punt returner is. Swain might make this team not because of what he does as a receiver, but just simply because he's the only guy that can catch the ball back there as a punt returner, I guess. And then you've got another missed field goal by Jason Myers coming on the heels of all those missed field goals and missed extra points last season. Well said. Well said. That's a lot of items there. That isn't just one thing. And reason for concern. The screen's a little funky there. Animal Skeezer 86, Lewis being out for the season most likely. Hell, that is going to be the likely scenario here, unfortunately, yes. Yeah. Man, it sucks. It really does suck to see. No other way to put it, man. It's a bummer. Ethan, hey, what's up? Kobe Bryant looked good. He did. Kobe looked solid. Still needs to clean up his tackling a little bit, Ethan. Cade Johnson looked good receiving. Cade did look good receiving. No punt returns for him, but he was solid with his hands. Could have had another catch that was called back on a penalty too. So definitely look Fuller. Cade Johnson looked pretty good in this game. Melton was a little bit up and down. I think Derek Young had kind of another drop in this game, which could have helped Geno's day out. Wicked Garden, wow, Geno is bad. Yeah, he played bad. No other way to win. Wicked Garden, Eason has a rocket. He does. Eason's got a Justin Herbert-like velocity of arm strength. He doesn't have the rest of Justin's game built within him, but he does have that. He does have that legit arm strength. Emmett Brown says Russ and Wagner quit on this team. I'm shocked the rest have followed suit. The DK clock is ticking, laughing out loud. We'll see, maybe so. It's possible. It is possible, Emmett. Brian Smith says Waldron was an intern with the Rams. Other than trying to talk like McVay, Waldron won't execute anything close to what the Rams do. Well, definitely the proof is in the pudding, Brian. And the pudding as I taste it is exactly as you say at the moment. Ice says Carroll, quote unquote, fastest team. Yeah. Not a lot of speed so far, huh? D. Ross says you can be fast, but if you can't tackle, it's good for nothing. Exactly. Bizarre 84, Russ and Wagner carried this team. Their backs were broken. My microphone sounds different. I got a new microphone, Berg Show, so I've had an update. I went big time on the mic. Wayne Wilson Jr. says somehow Carroll's going to be like, Geno had a solid game. I can see it. Pearl says Pete keeps Geno because it's a three-dimensional chess for his players to practice with. It's easy to predict what good quarterback will do. Not so easy to make plays with a guy like Geno. Maybe so. Maybe so. So stupid it's smart. Trent Zybot, Seahawks sucked. We should have got Ritter. I went to the game tonight and was very disappointed with all three phases of the game. As well as you should have been, Trent. I don't know if Ritter would have saved this boat. I don't know if but I can't disagree with your assessment of things either. Chase Stern with a $5 donation and has some encouraging news, maybe a little silver lining from this game. Says, great news. Carol said Lewis had a lateral ankle sprain. X-rays are negative. Well, that is good to hear. That is the best case scenario when they come out with that, when they come out with the cart. And that's because so often we've seen them come out and do the cart. The worst is when you get the cart with the air cast. As soon as the air cast comes out, it's a wrap. But I didn't see the air cast with Lewis. So, looks like indeed he's able to eventually come back this year, which is an encouraging, that's encouraging at the end of the day. That is an encouraging sign on that. So he can at least maybe at some point come back. So that's good. Thank you, Chase, for the donation. Thank you for all your donations, by the way. Appreciate it. And Kronos also giving us and I appreciate giving me a donate to help us update on the chat, folks. The chat, you guys are awesome. Kronos also with a $5 donation says Lewis's X-rays came back, only a lateral ankle sprain. We just dodged a bullet. Yeah, that's a big bullet to dodge there because he is a big part of in your run blocking game. His ability, I worry a little bit about him as the left guard having to deal with 3 tech defensive tackles across from him because the 3 techs are able to be the guys that can get pressure on the quarterback better than the 1 techs, and that's he's more aptly suited for the 1 techs. But there's another part to this too. It's sort of a knife that cuts 2 ways because the upshot of that with Lewis is that you have a guy then who's going to be able to then dominate theoretically those 3 techs in the run blocking element of things. And so that is the part that you would like to have come back to this team because as I've said, this team has any hope of being competitive this year, it's going to have to be on the back of a dominant run game. And that certainly becomes clearer and clearer here as we're seeing we're seeing Geno Smith struggle more and more and the team looking a little bit out of sorts. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Said, with all the incredible luck Orange Cat granted throughout the draft, I have to believe this team will get it together. Hopefully after week number 1. Well, my Orange Cat pumpkin was MIA tonight, so I think she knew the hell that we were going through. She saw me, it was funny about her, she saw me consternating here through the first quarter and getting a little dark, and she just jumped right up on the lap. She's trying to calm me down. She'll do that from time to time when she sees me like that. They're very intuitive like that, but hopefully we can lean back on some of that Orange Cat luck, man. It wasn't tapped in tonight. She didn't do us too many favors. I gave him treats before the game too. I tried to create the proper mojo here, but I guess I didn't give her enough. I should have done the wet cat food. I'll learn week 1. There will be a wet food given before that game so that we can get the cat ethereal mojo added to our luck on our side. We need everything we can get this year. Anything and everything that we can get. Aaron McCabe, Jimmy G is sounding a lot better now. Well, this is going to do nothing to quiet the Jimmy G chorus that was out there. You had Seahawks fans in the stadium. They did a shot of it during the game. Bring us Jimmy G. We'll see what the Niners choose to do here. They're going to have to make a decision on him one way or another here coming down to the end of the camp. So we'll see how it goes. I've maintained I don't think he's going to do a whole lot to help at this point in time, being he doesn't really know the offense, doesn't really know the players, and you're just about to start out the season. If you're going to make that move, you would have had to have made it, to me, a lot further back in the past. But I know people are going to be calling for it. Zanny Phantom says, I think the real question is how would Locke have looked because Geno was a deer in the headlights. I don't think you would look deer in the headlights. I think Drew might have made a bad play, might have had a fumble like last week. But what you saw in Geno today is not only is it disconcerting from the standpoint you'd expect him to be so much further along in his development and his ability at this point, it's also because the warts in Geno's game are what he displayed tonight. The things that you knew about his game that were deficiency prior to this game tonight are exactly what were lit up by like one of those spotlights that when you have a new business open, it's the night and they're trying to shoot up a light and literally do that, just pull people to them with the light they're shining into the sky. You know, there was a bright light, that bright of a light was on all of the things that are not good in Geno's game, and it was on bright display. So I do think Drew Lock would have been better tonight. I do. You're not exactly seeing a high bar set by Geno and how he's playing. But beyond that, I just think that at least he gives you productivity, Drew Lock, as it does on the end of it. He doesn't come out of this half with 0 points. And Mr. Rook, maybe one reason Geno was acting so relaxed is because Pete told him he has the job. I hope it's a real competition, but we will see. And I'm rooting for Geno, but then let the best man win. That's what I've maintained this whole time is let the best man win. Let the best man win. And that's not doing that if you've already told him he has the job. I could see it happening though, Ms. Rook. I could see Pete telling him that. Don't get me wrong. You're probably onto something with that. Big Country says, I don't know why Lockett and DK were out there. They didn't contribute at all, really. I don't know either. If you're going to bring them out there, you're doing it to and get them equated with the offense. Geno in there, get them into like some kind of little bit of momentum role. One series accomplishes what? Accomplishes what? I understand you're protecting them and all that other stuff, but you didn't really do much with them out there. You ran the ball 2 times, and then third down tried a little slant route, and that was it. I mean, if you're just like a lot of decisions today from the coaching staff, things that just didn't make a lot of sense. Like at the end of the game, calling 3 timeouts so they can punt and you can run the ball. Why? If one of our guys had gotten injured there, what would have been the point of that then? What was it accomplishing? Will, I don't think Geno is a starter, but he's also isn't as bad as he showed tonight. I agree, Will. This was just him at his worst. And it's just a bad time to be at your worst. It's the worst time to be at your worst in this situation, frankly. Aiden Simmons, why are we so predictable? Run, short pass, run, short pass. It gets annoying seeing 3rd and 15 because we can't get positive run plays against stuffed boxes. And they get stuffed boxes, Aiden, because they're, so, to your point, so highly predictable in their choice of when they choose to run, being that they are a team that runs at the highest propensity of any NFL team on first down in the sport going on years now. One of the reasons that Russell Wilson, in the early part of that 2020 season, through the first half of those games, one of the reasons that he had so much success passing the ball is because Seattle had gone from 4 straight years of being the team that ran the ball the most on first downs to suddenly flipping it overnight and becoming the highest rate team of passing on first down versus running the ball. And that's why there were those height of heights, because those coaches were leaning so hard in defensive coaches against the Seahawks offenses were leaning so hard into that propensity to run the ball so often, to almost be militant about it, fundamentalist about it. And again, that's what you saw again tonight. Again, just the same old late 1980s offense is what I'm seeing to my eyes. Not a lot of pre-snap motion, not a lot of use of fly sweep, not a lot of bubble screen game put into it. Maybe this is all cards close to the vest, but I don't think so at this point. They're going to have to start to prove to me they're really bringing this new stuff to bear rather than just telling me that they're bringing it to bear. John Reeves, you should have a backup quarterback you think can get you a win when they need you to come in. Not getting that from Geno. No, not at the moment. Wicked Garden always competes, equal cut Geno. Now, certainly, as somebody else said, I think he's better than he displayed tonight, but this is just a bad moment for him to have this kind of game. Roger Brush, I'll take an offensive lineman as a quarterback over Drew Lock. Okay. And it's good to see on Damian Lewis. That's so encouraging, at least. Paul George, #1 fan. This game has made me a retired better. Has made me a retired better. I have a 38.5 and Bears ML parlay bet 25. Called it off preseason. Throw 4 times. Daniel W. says, rejoice, everyone. I think Geno just played himself out of the starting job. Rejoice. And John, yep, Eason looked pretty good. Emma Brown says, I'm sure Jody will accept a horrible team, empty stands, and a horrible trajectory. It would be interesting to see how she reacts to this season, Emmett, if it does go down quickly. And if it is that bad, and you have fans, hey, they're booing already tonight in a preseason game. And if they have to go watch Russ go be great over with Denver this year, it's going to be very interesting to see how that does flip and potentially change around on things. Zanny Phantom feels like Pete is sandbagging a bit. Baptism by fire for this young team. I mean, maybe. It's possible. I hope you're right. I hope it's that. I do. That's ballsy by Pete to play it that way, considering there are a lot of folks out there questioning him right now. And does he have that much rope to really work with ownership? Maybe he does. Pearl, I really wanted to see Drew Lock light it up today. I'm disappointed that he got the Rona and hope he is symptom free. Me too, Pearl. That was tough. It was tough. Deadly, I just hope Drew shows some good stuff next week. I'll be fine with him as a starter now. If Pete came out after this game and said, based on the performance of Geno tonight, we're just going to start Drew outright, I wouldn't be mad. I'd be all right. Let's go. Pete says, I'm going to check on the, Tommy says, Pete, I'm going to check on the tackles and see who's missing the tackles. Don't think it's an epidemic. I think he's going to be shocked when he watches the tape. I think he will too. It is an epidemic. Guys are missing their first tackle all over the place, 100%. They're not, the first guy is not getting there. It's a multitude of guys. It ain't just one. And then Damian Lewis has indeed now got just the ankle sprains. That's good to see. That is good to see. Paul, I mean, how do they teach Cross not to jump early? I don't know, Paul. I always have a problem with those, though, even if it's a rookie. When you're playing at home, the crowd's quiet, you know the snap count. How do you end up with 3 false starts in one game? Maybe one snap you happen to try to jump off. And I know that he's got Robert Quinn early in that game on him, but he had it throughout the course of the game. He was kind of mixing those false starts. So strange to see. So strange to see. I don't know. Day Hadel, so Phil Haynes next up there. Yep. He's your natural fit-in Day for the left guard at this point. So he will take over at this point. Zanny Phantom, I really hope DK and Tyler play the Broncos with some fire. Really don't want Russ to S on us. I don't either, Zanny. That's the part that was sitting back in the back of my mind watching this game is like the Bears hanging 24 points on us almost in like a little over 2 quarters. You're like, man, what is Russ and that offense going to do to us? Can't stop the run. Javonte Williams is going to run all over you. Then you're going to have to try to put resources to stop the run because Pete's obsessed with stopping the run. And then now you're opening the door for Russ on the deep shots. It could get really ugly really fast if it's this bad. And I'm hoping maybe it's not. Cards to the vest, sandbagging, Coach Carroll playing it cool. Don't want to show anybody anything. All that, I'm with it. I'm with it. But Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Dayatel, Abe got exposed by 46 today. Had some tough reps with him. We did. I don't know if exposed, but he had some tough reps. You're going to get up and down play with the tackles at times. Some good, some bad, week to week. We're going to see some different. It's going to differentiate a little bit. That's what you get with young players, especially rookie players. Zanny Phantom says defense could use a coach, KJ right on the field. They could. KJ couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt. Curran and Stone Forsythe were horrible in pass protection. Yeah, not good on either end. Stone really had a tough game, Wicked. Real tough game. Zanny says all the penalties I thought we were playing in Chicago. Seemed like that. Pete says, Tommy says, Pete says he has postponed the decision of the starting quarterback. Interesting. Because of COVID or because Geno sucked? Tommy, if he doesn't look at this game from Geno Smith and he just wants to flush this away and say it's a one-off of Geno Smith, it's an indictment of where Coach Carroll is on his decision-making on this team. That I'm not a guy, maybe I am a guy, but you guys could probably, I'm not the one to measure this. I don't tend to be a guy that runs and swings on things. I'll tend to stay pretty evenly on something and need a lot of data to be moved off of a spot on a position or where I think on. But this game was that bad from Geno. And it's really gobsmacked me a little bit. It's hit me right upside the head, and I'm just a little bit like birds over my head like Looney Tunes going, hold on here, man. You've been building towards a performance where you break out, not completely fall to pieces on us. And fall to pieces on us against a team that is, again, maybe one of the weakest rosters in the NFL. There's really no excuse here on that. John Reese says the refs called the token penalty on Chicago to make it look legit. Possibly. We didn't get any love. They had 2 penalties for 10 yards through a lot of this game. Tricks Gambler says, Jimmy G, let's go. Hey, you're not alone on it. You're not alone. Deadly, Jimmy G won't be just as good as Locke. I agree. I don't think he'd be better than Locke. TechMan, 4-hour marathon. You know I'm going to get long on these games, man. We're going to be probably on regular season games, even up to 6-7 hours on some of these streams. Emmett, I knew Eason would look better than Geno. Maybe folks need to reevaluate who certain people scout at quarterback. Maybe folks need to who certain people scout at quarterback. Am I not allowed to scout at quarterback because I like Geno over Eason, Emmett? Is a guy's evaluation just based on one evaluation of a player? I don't know. Maybe you weren't throwing that shade at me. You're subtle with it, Emmett, so it gets hard to time. You're so dry with that sarcasm and wit. That sharpened wit. John Ruiz, Tariq played well. He helped his stock. He did. Day-Tell, I can't win if you can't score. I thought we learned that lesson with the Wilson nonsense. I did too, Day. But there wasn't a lot of urgency to score tonight. There wasn't a lot of stuff that you unveiled offensively speaking. You kept everything pretty vanilla. Pretty conservative. Megan says, I need to walk away for a few. My head is all over the place. No worry, Megan. MSR Rook with a $5 donation. Thank you, MSR Rook. Says, apparently Drew is really sick. That according to Pete this morning. And the way he talked about Geno made it seem like he's the starter as of now. Well, we were talking about this in the chat a little bit, MSR Rook, about the long-term symptoms that you can still suffer if you do get really sick from this virus, as if it Drew is, and that it can linger and last and take you quite a bit of time to get yourself back to front. And if that is the case, then it will be Geno time. Though, I mean, we're going to talk about, like, we're going to be stuck with Geno at that point, if that's the case. There's no way around it, unfortunately. It just is what it is. It is what it is with it. So if he's that sick, that is going to be the case, MSR Rook. You're probably looking at Drew at least a month out if he is that sick, rather than just being he doesn't have a lot of symptoms, bouncing right back. Certainly he's got all of medical science there with the Seahawks on his to his benefit, hyperbaric chambers and whatever they can give him, but it's going to hold it back a bit. It is. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it. Says, think Aqib Talib will be calling Fox games this year after his brother bulleted some coach Aqib was arguing with. Did he? Did his brother shoot somebody? I know Aqib's taken a bullet in his leg before. He might still have that bullet in his leg, actually. Or it went through one of the two. But I know Aqib in an offseason, Garth got shot at one point. Maybe. I kind of hope he does. I'm doing live streams with you guys in the game, so I don't listen to him talk much, but I at least liked Aqib's. So many of these announcers they bring in there can be just so kind of, they don't give you a whole lot. Aqib would kind of give you a little bit of, he's willing to kind of speak his mind a little bit. I'd love to see a little bit more of that type of attitude up in the booth at times. So hopefully not. It's not his brother's fault. It's not his fault his brother's a little bit of a live wire. You know? He can't do about it. All I can do is give him that love, brotherly love. M'Baku, Geno is the new Trey Flowers. Pete likes him and will do anything to cover for his poor play. Very well may be the case here. I don't know how you cover for that if he's covering. And yeah, I said Tariq did play pretty well tonight. Didn't get picked on. When he was thrown out, he was there in coverage for the most part. Wonko the saying, kitty talk. Lion tamers do not fear hungry lions. They fear unpredictable, well-fed lions. Feed Kitty the good stuff after the mojo as a reward. Pro tip. Okay. Ronco, you're setting the baseline on this. We will have the wet food ready for them post-game so that we can set all of the right mojo in place. It's a very exact type of ritual here, folks. Tom Eden says, wow, press conference only had 2 questions for Geno. What's left to ponder, right, Tommy? What's left to ponder? Reminds me of that, what was that movie with Ben Stiller's a male model, and he's got a scene where he's looking into he's distraught because he lost his male model title, and he looks into a puddle, and it's his nemesis looking back at him, and he's like pondering, and he's like, what's left to ponder? It's like, that's exactly it here. What's left to ponder? What's left to ask? Like, Geno, you sucked up the building. There was a stench rising from the stadium that they could smell all the way in Bellingham from your performance. I'm catching whiffs of it out here in the East. It's already starting to hit me like nuclear fallout out here. I watch, wow, Hawks might be worse than 5-12 that I predicted. We might be running for the number 1 pick. Geno is awful. Special teams was horrible. Old offensive line penalties, missed tackles galore. Just Bush League. Bush League is right. Bush League is right. Evan says Levi Lewis is better than Geno. No, don't joke. Why do I? D. Lewis will be okay. Best news of the night. That is the best news, for sure. Mbaku, outside of the penalties for the O-line, the rookies looked like they were physical and gave some great pass pro and blocking. They did overall look pretty good with it. Lucas had a couple of rough moments on the edge, but overall solid, I think. Overall solid. Tommy, I don't think it's cards close to the vest. You have to practice this stuff in a live game to be good at it. We just can't expect to go out there against the Broncos with no live reps. I agree with that, Tommy. I just don't think it's that. I agree 100%. I'm with cards close to the vest. I'm with coaches enacting that across the board in this league. But when you're trying to get new stuff out, that's not the time and place to do that type of stuff. Or else you're going to try to be working out the rough edges of it as you get into the season. And that just, to me, leads to more of a disaster situation. Broken plays, broken assignments, stuff that could be avoided if you worked on it in a live game action, like in preseason. Well said. Sam the Great, penalties with Russ in the past seasons ruined us. Now look where we've gotten with our quarterbacks now. Looking forward to seeing if we can fix more holes in this team. You gotta fix those penalties from this one, man. I'll tell you that. Too many penalties today. Way too many penalties. And penalties you could control. Ross can control 3 of those penalties he had. Parth Parab, the Pete offense is so boring and predictable, we need a rehaul of our entire offensive strategy. Sad part about this, Proth, is that you have it. You have the offensive strategy here with Waldron, but you either embrace it or you don't. You either bring the principles on that you want to bring on or you do not. And they want to try to cut the middle part. They want to cut the middle path. 2 paths available for you on the road. Run your old damn dusty, antiquated, doesn't work anymore, has a top end point. You found that top end point, no longer works, would be insane to continue to go take that path, fraught with dangers, monsters everywhere, wolves that are hungry as hell and will bite every last part of you. Or we can take this path, which is a modernized offense, which has a baseline for success in a variety of different offenses in this league. Which would you like to take, Pete? I'll go the middle path. A little bit of that. I'll take some of the monsters from this path. Take some of this over here. It doesn't work like that. And they have yet to show that they're fully buying into this current offense, Proth. And that's the part that just, it's a frustrating to watch. It just frankly is, because it's, again, this is an issue. This has been an issue in prior years where you don't want to embrace it. We didn't do it last year. The offense didn't do it last year. You fell back into the old designs. Went back in the old stuff works so well. The old stuff used to work so well. We'll just keep working. It'll come back around. No, it won't. It's seen its day. That day is past. On to the new. Find something else. No, let's just keep trying the old. Okay. Kelly says, John Candy, Uncle Buck was on tonight. I love Uncle Buck. It's a classic. Pearl says, we don't need to boo Russ when he comes back to the house he left. We need to make sure he faces the business end of the 12th man every single time he takes a snap. Well said, Pearl. That's the way we do it. I agree with you. Make sure that he is hearing that noise every single time as much as we can give it to him. Tommy says, Jacob Eason looks like he just woke up on the couch for an all-night binger. What a legend. Yeah, he does. Emmett says, agreed. Pete's sandbagging, but when Russ did it, it was unacceptable. It's not acceptable when anybody does it. I don't want to see anybody sandbagging. I don't think it's a good way. I don't think it's a good thing at all here. That's what he's doing. I don't think he's doing it, but who knows? I watched Pete needs to go like 5 years ago. Nothing will change until then, except being worse without Russell and B-Wags. Well, you're going to get these calls growing. If this is the team he's going to run out here this year, I don't know how many people are going to necessarily have faith in Coach Carroll moving forward beyond this year if this team continues to seem to be taking steps backwards even as they're supposed to be rebuilding forward. Daniel, I'm tired of people saying Geno played fine. The man can't push the ball down the field. He throws 0 receivers open. Only passes down the field he makes are when he has 10 seconds and stares down. You're not going to get me saying he played fine. There was no part of that performance that was a fine performance. That was putrid. And there's no excuses or anyone else to blame on this. There's no offensive line to point to or running backs or receivers. Yeah, there were a couple drops, but I would point more to that last week in Geno's game, not to this week. And the fact you did against, again, what's going to be one of probably the worst defenses in all of football this season, there's no dressing that sucker up. Tom says it's sad that Eason, a third stringer, played better than Geno. Vastly outplayed him. Zanny says, bro, Darrell Taylor pounced fast as F on that offsides. He was trying to time the snap, man, but yeah, he was way offside. Board Skyler, first time listener, long time Seahawks fan. If there's one non-end position that needs a veteran player, what is it? How do we possibly get there? And thank you for the content. If there's one I think you're saying quarterback position that needs a veteran player, what is it? How do we possibly get there? So I think there might have been a word there, Board Skyler, that was left out on that, because board I'm not sure what you were saying there, but I think it was non-quarterback. And I think middle linebacker is the spot that stands out. DeBlanco has not been good coming in here. Barton didn't look good in this game that he played. Jordan Brooks has been injured. Middle linebacker is a place right now that I'm not just saying look at Roquan Smith, but look in the open market and see if there's got to be something better than what you got on this roster right now at the position. Tackman says, I hope Alton Robinson can finally break out. He had one really great pressure, caused a sack that Miles Adams is going to get credit for. But Alton Robinson came around the edge, ripped the hands down of the offensive tackle, then went hands down to the tackle, came back up with the arm on the rip move, and then bent around the corner. Just what you've seen with him when he's able to turn on and get going good on his pass rush. So I'm with you, man. I hope he can fit into this pass rush rotation and really give us our four guys a lot in there on the edge, where you got your starters in Taylor and Owusu, and then Mafe and Robinson is your guys off the bench rotational pass rusher types. Unnecessary roughness. Geno is your best bet at quarterback? I don't know. Drew Lock's probably a better bet. Sam says, might as well start Lock and see what happens. Let's see what he's made up. I agree. I've been one of those guys pushing back against that we know what Geno is, but I'm starting to think maybe those people had a point. Tackman says, can we finally get a replacement for Max Unger at the center position? Yeah, they're going to have to work their way around it. I think they were trying to look at Linderbaum this year in this draft, but the trade just didn't ferment for them to move up and go get him. So they just stood pat. But I think they were definitely targeting him in the draft, and I think that will be one of the big priority points into next year. Blythe played okay in this game, I think, though. Tom says, how many teams is Seattle better than? I think they are the worst because of the quarterback position and linebacker position. I still will maintain at the end of the day that we will be better than the Texans. I think at the end of the day, we're going to be better than the Bears, I think. It's all becoming dicey at this point on my prognostications or thinking where this team is going to be versus what I'm seeing right now. John says Geno's our best bet at quarterback if we want to tank. He's looking like it. Paul, look if it's attitude related, it's fixable. A young team can click and get some confidence building games and have a completely different identity entirely by week 5. This game's going to be a distant memory. Paul Third says 4-1 start. I love the optimism, Paul. I'm with you on the optimism. Let's keep some faith here, and it's start of the year hasn't come yet. You're right on that. The only thing I would say with it is on the fixable front of things, and this is the thing I always maintain on given issues, is to fix something, you have to acknowledge that there's something not working, something that is broken. And Carroll gave you some signs this offseason that maybe he was starting to see that, referencing the fact that they've been a little bit arrogant in their approach. But then we got to move beyond the words of that and start to see that on the football field. If competition is, again, back to being king, got to see that on the field, meted out in who is playing and who isn't playing. And if somebody's not playing well enough, they don't deserve to be on the field, then they don't deserve to be on the field. And that's the part where I'm seeing now, I'm looking for the rubber to meet that road. But again, Paul, love the optimism, man. I hope you're right. Chris Beck, looks like a brand new house built on an old, outdated foundation. Well said. Very well said, Chris. Very well said. Tommy says, I have shifted my focus to just wanting the team to look like 2023 could be a good by the end of 2022. Not even worried about wins at this point, just progress. Well said. Estimate 2002. What is even Geno's strength as a quarterback? I am starting to trouble. I'm struggling to kind of find that same place. Short and intermediate passing, accuracy in the short and intermediate game would be my only thing I could give you on that established 2022. But that's it's not a lot to hang your hat on there with that, is it? Emmett says, I'm with Geno too. You and me were both wrong. Thank God we were both riding on Rob Stanton's Levi's initial evaluation. Lord knows I've been wrong many a times. No shade, cuz. I appreciate that, man. And look, yeah, you're always going to get guys wrong when you're doing this. You know, the fun of it is just looking at guys and trying to get it right. You know, trying to be on point with it. But yeah, Levi's with it. Definitely Rob will carry weight at times when certain prospects with what his evaluation is on it. I lean back more on the tape I've watched with Levi more than Rob's evaluation with an Emmett is just what I saw in his play, playing in this style of offense, and the way he goes about playing the position stands out to me versus even the other quarterbacks in this draft. And I think for some people it's a little bit of a harder thing to look at and see because he's playing for Kentucky and he's running a modernized offense and he's not putting up the prolific yards. But I think Levis is going to start to separate himself as we get into this year too. But fair enough. No, it's fair. Believe fair. The Dark Wolf 115. Did I miss something? What's with all the talk about Jimmy G? I don't know, Dark Wolf. People keep coming back to it. I think it's a desperation thing. I push back against it. I don't think it makes any sense at this point in any way, shape, or form. But there are plenty of folks out there that are still on board with it. Zanny Fathom, is Pete protecting DK or caging the bull? I really hope he has something up those old sleeves. More play actions on first to start. I think he's protecting him. They just signed him to a big contract. That's a big investment in the guy. There's no reason to run him out in preseason, I guess. Odd that you have him just run out there for one series, but that's the new NFL, I guess. HB, I can't imagine being in this division with Aaron Donald and not making the center one of the most important positions on your team. It's been worse than that, too. More than them not targeting a really good center to bring in to deal with Aaron Donald. They've not even committed to double teaming Aaron Donald on a consistent basis. It's going to be one of the things I watch for when we play the Rams again this year. They try to single block him, play in and play out, and he just whoops their ass every time. It's been odd to watch. Daniel W., can we be honest, though? The fact we didn't add Baker Mayfield means we have to be tanking. No way always compete. Pete is happy with his quarterback situation. I mean, it's dependent upon whether you really think Baker's going to be truly an upgrade coming in here that late an hour when he was coming in. Same thing you can apply with Jimmy Garoppolo. You could have applied to the Baker Mayfield situation. And, Baker is not exactly, sprinting out ahead of even Sam Darnold in that quarterback battle in Carolina. I think we're going to look back on the Baker situation, much like we look at the Jimmy situation and go, look, it's a bad situation in the quarterback room, but there really was no way to make it any better, either via through the draft or free agency last offseason, or making a trade with one of these second also ran kind of quarterbacks. It just was going to be what it was it's a crap situation, got to deal with it, got to wait it out until you can finally get to a place to draft a guy who can really make it happen. Danny W., Aqib Talib started a fight at a Pee Wee football league. He threw a punch, then fight broke out, and his brother killed someone. Again, Aqib started the drama. Oh my God, that's horrible. Jeez. Emma Brown, I was referring to all the Hawk spokesmen who hyped up Geno, Jen Mueller, Brian of the Hawk Talk. You should throw that in Hawk Blogger's face. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, fair enough. And I was definitely saying that, look, because I got to own this part of it too, Emmett. I was thinking he could play better than what he showed tonight. I did not expect what we saw tonight. I did not expect what we saw this preseason. I did not expect what we heard from the scrimmage game and what we've heard from training camp about the middling nature of his play. It has shocked me, but it has indeed been. It is what it is. You can't deny it, Emmett. And you always got to go back to that quote of, get it rather than being right on it, get it right, get it right. And getting it right here is looking at going, this guy is, if not regressing, he's not progressing. But Emmett, let's just get to Will Levis. Will Levis can't come fast enough. Come on, Will. Come to Seattle. You can eat bananas whole and put as much mayonnaise into all the coffee that we've got to give you. Jason Tudor, laughing out loud, little bit of a live wire. He killed the guy right on the side of the field. Fun P, it's bad Talib started the fight and his brother killed the guy at a youth football game. That's brutal, man. Jeez. It's a youth football game. Not people get wound up on that. Filthy Swift 49, Brady retired. I don't think Brady's retired yet. Nope. Not yet. Not that I've heard of. Wonka the saying I made it to the show. Emmett says, most of your stuff is proven out. At least you went out on a limb and brought facts. I respect your opinion. Well, thank you, Emmett. I appreciate that, man. And I'll definitely get my share of stuff wrong. I mean, hell, I thought this team had Super Bowl aspirations last year. How far was I off on that one? So, I like to think I get more right than wrong, but that's what you're always just trying to do is get better at it too, Emmett. That's the thing with always doing these evaluations is how do I get better out of it? What did I get wrong? What did I go wrong in looking at this that I should have seen, And maybe giving a little, in this place, just giving more credit to a guy having a natural sense of that urgency and understanding that this is his shot, this is your opportunity, and what that would do within, looking how I would react to that if I was in that position versus, then trying to maybe put that on other people and thinking they're going to have that same sense of urgency that just doesn't exist there at the same point. I don't know. It'll be interesting to think about this in retrospect, Emmett, and looking at this situation, but it's very important as well, Emmett, that's why I want to do that show on the college quarterbacks this year on Tuesday, where we look at at how they played every week to week on this channel and a live stream show and turn it over. And so that we can get closer into really getting on the button with our evaluations on these quarterbacks by the time we get to the next draft and who should really be the proper guy, just really refining it down as far as we can get, as close as possible that we can get to it. I think it'll be fun to do so with this. But I appreciate your perspective on it. I do as well. Via Hawks. I hope Eason is our quarterback. He's a local kid from Washington. He is, and he outplayed Geno today by a wide margin. Jonathan JQ Concepcion. I met a lot of fans on the rail going home who left the game at the half. I can't be mad at them, man. That was a pathetic first half to watch, and it's a preseason game, and it's a long trip home. At least I can get home early at that point, I suppose. HB, Brady's getting a divorce. Something's going on with braids. Jason Tudor, offensive line pass protection was amazing. Geno had all day and did almost nothing with it. Well said, Jason. And yeah, I've been pretty encouraged by the offensive line's pass protection this preseason overall too. Fun P, I'm late here. Is Damian Lewis done? He is not done. Best case scenario, actually, for what we saw out there with him being carted off. He's just got a little bit of an ankle sprain. So probably a 6 to 8 weeker on that one. I'll imagine that we'll get him back around week 5 of the regular season. Chris Beck, has the timeout usage improved? It has so far. But let's see what happens when we get to the live action. That's where Carroll will have those hormonal timeouts he calls where just he suddenly has like a ghost speaking into his ear saying timeout. And you go, why did you just do that? And he'll just look around like, oh, I just wanted to do it. We got cut Geno. You don't want an upset player in the locker room all season thinking that he should be the starter. Locke doesn't need that distraction around him. I mean, $7 million. There's also 7 million reasons to cut him. It's a lot of contract there to cut him too, as if you're looking for monetary standpoint. And Jason, it is good news on Lewis's ankle. That does give us a little bit of a silver lining. Marvin Watley, the offensive coordinator is garbage. Jody Allen, please sell this team so we can get new ownership that actually wants to win. Pete has too much power and Schneider has no balls. Another year of what the F. I hope she finds a way to get the Stones up to make bigger change if this season is going to be completely pitiful and not, you've got something to build on here, but everything looks like it's dysfunctional and not working. If it goes that direction, I don't want to be hearing about how I got to be patient with stuff. Carroll at one point or another needs to show that he can be an old dog who can learn new tricks. The old tricks aren't working for you anymore, Coach Carroll. Haven't worked for you for a very long time. And you can either bring on the new or you can keep trying to spit out the old, hoping, as has been said about the definition of insanity, is continuing to try the same thing that fails over and over again and continuing it into the future in ad infinitum, hoping that you're going to get some sort of different result, which you will not. I keep looking for that lesson to be learned. That was my theme this offseason, and they'd given me so much encouragement in what I saw in the way they didn't do any stupid contracts for the most part, and having a sensational draft, getting the most they could for Russell Wilson, bringing in the cover 2 shell defensive Fangio, having Waldron here now year 2, maybe more adopting his offensive principles. I thought the lessons were being learned. But now, I'm just not so sure. John Ruiz, the Seattle discussing playing Kyle Fuller at right tackle and comparing him to the Rams' Havestein. He may play 4 positions, but he plays all of them like S. What the F? Brennan's head would explode. Yeah, mine might be right there along with him, John. And he's got a love affair for Kyle Fuller for some reason. Carroll does. I don't get it. Don't get it. Big Country Bevel was our best offensive coordinator. He wasn't good. Correct. Kirk, teams always play basic concepts in preseason. Why would you expect anything else? The reason on this one, Kirk, is as follows. You have an offensive scheme that you had trouble adopting last year and leaning in to how the offense should operate. So you struggled with that last year. You probably need to get as much work on it as you can, being you struggled in that capacity of it. Not in just getting the results of it, but just fitting to the designs of the offense itself. And you're not going to get better at it by not working on it and not working on it in live action. And you only have 3 preseason games to do so. So that would be my main reason with that. The same thing is true on the defensive side of the ball, Kirk. You go vanilla, and you don't work on any of these kinks, and you've not run this defensive scheme on the back end ever before. And so now the first game, we're going to run it live for the first time, which means it's going to be a pretty bumpy road on both sides of the ball now to try to implement these schemes, if they even really do truly have the impetus to adopt the schemes fully, which they have yet to show that they are willing to do. That's my main reason for having the concern here. Tony Wright, once Jimmy Garoppolo gets released by the 49ers, because teams are not going to trade and give up the draft capital, he will be signed with the Seahawks. It's possible, especially after tonight. Fun piece, silly kitty. She's a silly kitty. Marvin Watley, we're not even mediocre like Crabtree. I hope Russ S is all over him. I don't hope that. Tommy says, this is amazing. Our team goes out there with a diaper rash tonight, and you still are going hard 4 hours in with over 200 in the chat. 12's love. Tommy, you know how I do, man. I got love for you guys. I love talking football. I don't care where this team is. I like talking with you guys. I like turning over this team. I like talking about all the angles of this team and the path and the way to get there. And again, you know, Tommy, you guys always keep me thinking in this chat as well on this. You keep me on my toes with it. It keeps my mind percolating as well on this because, you know, this is an equation now. How do we solve this? You know, what's the solution here? And there looks like a whole lot more to solve after tonight, unfortunately, on our part. We're going to need to be like those guys in Apollo 13 where they, you know, the guys are stuck and then the guy walks in and he walks in with like a slinky, a tube, duct tape, and he's like, okay, we've got to rechange their air breathing system in the capsule unit and we've got to do it with these 3 items. And that's a little bit of like what I feel like with our Seahawks right now. Just a tad bit. Just a tad bit. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Welcome, Orange Cat, your mystical powers to heal Locke soon enough to get a good evaluation, of the quarterback competition that a third challenger may have entered. Well, she's getting the white kitty food tonight, Garth. We got to start it up. We got to start those mystical powers up tonight. I got to kickstart that thing like a motorbike, man. You know, got to get that thing going. By any means necessary. I'll be giving her the kitty food. We'll give her tuna treats. Everything it can take. Megan, you have a good night. Thank you for the $2 donation. All your donations to the chat. She says, okay, 12s, I'm out feeling like a migraine is coming. And thank you for all your duties that you do as a mod on the channel as well. I really appreciate it. Watch Visquest with a $2 donation. Says, can't wait to see DK, Lockett, and Penny out there. Hopefully the team looks remarkably different with those 3 dynamic playmakers out on that edge. It certainly hurts not having them. Can only help having him come back. Penny had himself a 65-yard touchdown at practice the other day on his return. So, dear God, please, guys, come back, and hopefully you've got enough impact here to offset some of this weakness, some of this deficiency. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Brando, why is Marco still in the rotation? Is it essential to have one lefty? Replace him with flex, I say. Sorry to be off topic. No, this is all welcome over. And Garth, I do hope you're subscribed to my Crow's Nest channel over on the other side, man. I've been doing some live streams over there, so please pop on over there. I didn't understand that one either. I really didn't. The only thing I can think of is they want more of a dynamic arm as the long man out of the pen with flex. And with Marco, he is so hit and miss start to start. And it's so reliant on him being precise in his ball location. And with flexing, you've got a little bit more of just slightly a little more power ability coming with him out of the pen. He's not a power pitcher, but just a little bit more of an ability to get what you want, conventionally speaking, from out of the bullpen. And it was a little bit of an oddity to me too. Marco's definitely, along with a couple of pitchers in this rotation like Gilbert, starting to seem like he's wearing down a little bit as this year goes along. But that would be I think they feel like they get by with the rest of the rotation, even with Marco as a little bit of a weakness at this point in time out there. Chris Peck says, so how about them cracking? Alan Arbentage says, just read an article that's saying Geno played better than what's his stats showed. Yeah, no. Nope. I did that last week. It was valid last week. Completely valid. He had multiple drops. Fan not dragging his foot. This week, there's no way anybody can dress that up in that fashion, and I ain't going to do that. I ain't doing it. Jason Juder, I missed the cat tower. We will get the cat tower going back, Jason. We're going to have to wait till the temperature dies down, though. It's 100 degrees here, and they got to stay on the floor and stay cool. So if I try to put them in the cat tower, she just jumps right down right now. It's just how she rolls with it, you know. Emmett Brown as well said, I'm sure the 12s will boo Russ with a heavy heart. We made the right decision. We had to do with Emmett. I mean, you remember too with Emmett, I said at the initial point, if you had me in charge on this, if I was the owner at the time, and I can go back and pull it, I know you remember this one, but I said at the time, I go, look, if I'm the owner on this, I ride with Russ, I build an offense around Russ, I give him an offensive line that can pass protect for the first time in his career, and I just take the money and run, you know, and they decide to go with Carroll. And I've been supportive of Carroll Emmett, and I will remain supportive of Carroll until we get to a point of this really, you know, completely turning sideways. But part of me being supportive of Carroll throughout this offseason has been built upon the back of the theme of this offseason for me, which was learn your lessons. Learn the lessons for which you have not learned over the last half decade of football in Seattle. Learn that you cannot run the ball every time on first down. Learn that you have to modernize your offense and defensive side of the ball. And he's yet to kind of show you that. Could be cards close to the vest, vanilla offense, preseason football, all that could be that. That's why I will wait to make a final determination on this. But I'm definitely at that point where it's like, well, you're going to get rid of Russ, and you're going to say, and we're going to stay with the old ways and all of the old ways. Well, that's where they will lose me, Emmett, on it. And I'm not in favor of booing Russ. It is what it is on that. It's fine. I don't blame bands that they got to boo him, but booing is one of those things that's just like somebody else said, rather than boo, like Pearl said above, you know, rather than boo, be loud every single snap. That's what's going to make it hard on Russ. You know, you want to make it hard on Russ. You want to get at Russ. Be the loudest you've ever been on every single play he's offensively out there. That's how you do that. Corey Olson with a $2 donation. Thank you, Corey. I really do appreciate it. It says, was at the game. We looked horrible, bro. Left early. As I was saying, Corey, I couldn't blame anybody from walking out of this game early. That was horrific. Horrific. And I'm shocked on two different levels of this mainly. I'm shocked the fact that Geno took he took a Giants of the old way, like back of the old days Giants type step backwards, number one, which I never saw coming against a Chicago defense, which is not the mightiest of in the land. This is not the monsters of the Midway here. That shocked me. But then beyond that, Corey, to see Coach Carroll not have an entire team ready to play a preseason football game, playing like they were going through the motions, unprepared. I wouldn't have stayed either. I wouldn't have stayed either. It was a poor effort. Kelly says, unpopular opinion. Darrell Taylor isn't it. I saw Owusu telling him to calm down. He's got to get to the consistency part, Kelly. He does. And you know, he can get off the line of scrimmage quick at times. He can flash and show that quickness and speed. But playing to your point on that under control at times, that's part of him not getting to the quarterback and being able to finish these plays, which is sort of the problem with him on his pass rush right now, is I can get to the quarterback, but I can't quite bring him down. I can just kind of quite get there. And I still am not seeing the consistency from him in the run game yet either. So it's he's like a lot of players on this team, he's got a lot to prove. We just seem like an undisciplined, poorly coached team. I sincerely hope Pete is lying about tanking, or else what is going on? Love this year's draft, but sheesh is right, man. And tanking would at least make some sense. That would help me sleep at night at least. I'm going to be tossing and turning on this one. Marvin Wetley, Jason Myers is so bipolar. He is, man. He is just, there is no in between with that guy. Eric Turney, Brando, after tonight's game, would you rather start Geno or Jimmy G? I don't think Jimmy G comes to this team at this late of an hour and provides a massive upgrade even over Geno. I don't. He doesn't know the offense. He doesn't know the personnel. We're about to go into week 3 of the preseason. The NFL regular season is right around the corner. I'm okay with taking a Jimmy G trade. I'm okay with making a Baker Mayfield trade. But you make those trades at the start of offseason. You make those trades before free agency. You make those trades to build the team then around those players you need to see fit. You don't make those trades in desperation at this late of an hour. It's not going to turn the tide. And so I'm okay with it if it was way back in the past, but this is the part about continuity that factors into the modern NFL game. There's a reason they have training camps lasting a month. There's a reason there's rookie OTAs and regular OTAs and all of that practice that occurs outside the NFL season to get everybody on the same page. He doesn't know the plays. He doesn't know the playbook. You're going to bring him in now and he's going to have even though he's not a game changer as it is at the quarterback position to begin with. Sean says Rob Stanton's not a scout. No, he's not. But he does pretty good. He's pretty good in his evaluations overall. Rob's usually on point with where he looks at guys. And he usually has a good couple of guys you look at every draft that he'll target in on. You go, he was right on the button with it. Emmett Brown says Drew hates phonies. Dude must hate this quarterback competition then. Poop Dog, I wouldn't mind giving Kaepernick a chance. Yeah, Kaepernick's done, my guy. He had a Raiders workout that Warren Sapp said he looked really, really bad in recently. Alan Armitage, Michael Dixon should kick field goals too. No need for Jason Myers. Alan, I'm with you, man. 2 words, drop kick. Drop kick. Let's bring it back. Let's make it a thing. Tom Eden, let's remember Kentucky is in the SEC. Levis is playing the best defenses in the country and looking pretty good in a pro-style offense. That is impressive. That's right where it's at with me, Tommy. No other quarterback that you can basically point to in any of the other top prospects in this draft are running a similar type of offense. More of them they'll have little elements of pro stylings within them, but it's more of that spread stuff. And it's read option out of the spread with a 1-read look, and then oftentimes then you're going to run if that 1 read isn't there. And that's where you got to give that a little bit of extra. This is beyond stats. This is beyond all. You got to give them a little bit of an extra bump there to Levis, and that's not what he's running. He's got to run the pro style, which is going to be a harder load on a college quarterback than some of those spread read option stuff. Inspire X piece. I thought Seattle's D was switching to the 3-4. They mostly ran 4-3 and not even a 4-3 Inspire X piece. I've never seen anything like this in my life. They're running 2 defensive tackles in 1 tech positioning. 1 tech being that you're shaded between the guard and the center because of course, 1 tech is usually in reference to a strong side, right? So if you say 1 tech, you usually mean strong side of the offensive formation, and they're going to be shaded more often than not between the guard and the center. Seattle's essentially doing now is that they're just shading 2 defensive tackles and 1 tech on either side of the line, and then they've got outside linebackers standing up in a wide 9 technique. So you've got these huge spaces now between from the defensive tackle to the outside linebackers, and they're getting gouged in the running game because of it. I, like you, thought that we were adopting 3-4 principles. I, like you, thought this was going to be the Fangio-style defense that was being brought to bear. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case here. Just does not. Brian Roberts, there's a lot that needs to be fixed. You're damn right there is, man. And it's good to see you, Brian. Good to see you, brother. Who's okay? Can't cut Geno. Who's going to come in and throw Locke when Locke throws 3 picks and a half? Hey, Jacob Eason at this point. Like, at least Jacob's fun. May not be any better, but at this point, I just want to have some fun. I want some GD fun this season. We're going to laugh and enjoy ourselves. Emmett says, y'all know I'm a sarcastic fool when it comes to the old man, but damn, he makes it hard to root for this team. Pete just annoys the piss out of me. This was an annoying day, and there's no other way to slice it on this one, Emmett. This was annoying. Tom Eden says, I don't want to cut Geno. No need to. He's cheap and competent. He just shouldn't start. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay if they don't, but it is, I mean, $7 million. I don't think a lot of it's guaranteed. You could save that right now, and I don't know if he's looking like a $7 million quarterback right now. I know that's cheap, but is he even looking like a $7 million quarterback at this point? Harold Buddy, there is still encouragement. They are not playing hard. JJ Arcega, Whiteside needs to be cut. The dude is washed. The only thing going for him is he was a former second-round pick. Remove the second-round pick. Hope he can't even catch as a wide receiver. It looks like he has no hands. No, that drop he had today was a miserable drop. He's a guy, like I said on the live stream during the play-by-play. He does not get separation in his route running or his speed. He's going to have to be a contested catch guy. And if you have a contested catch situation where the defensive back doesn't get his hands on you, doesn't see the ball coming down, you have a free run to catch the ball and you're in the end zone and you drop that ball just because it's just a drop because you land and the ball just drops out of your hands, you're not making the team on that. You're not, and nor should you. Brian, I don't think Dallas will kill us. DJ Dallas is playing pretty good. Oh, will Dallas, the Cowboys kill us? Is that what we play next week? Maybe. Tommy says, nice Apollo 13 reference. We literally need to fit a square peg into a round hole. Where the hell is Gary Sinise and why is he not our quarterback coach? Exactly. And get somebody into we need the get him in there and get him working, get him figuring it out. It feels like that right now, Tommy. Houston, we got a problem. Marvin, why do we continue to have so many missed tackles? Ouch. Main issue here, Marvin, is more out of just the lack of being able to practice on this type of stuff. The Players Association and definitely the league in particular has whacked our Seahawks in recent years for having too hard of practices. You've reduced down the padding practices, no two-a-days, no hitting pads in the offseason. This is going to then reduce that down as far as the ability to tackle as well. The only way to get good at tackling is to practice tackling. And if you can't do it, then chances are you're going to be bad at it. Viox says it's because Flexen has experience in the bullpen. It's another good reason. King Balmer, we have to sign a lib and a defensive end, an inside line. We have to sign a lib. We have to sign an inside linebacker and a defensive end, and our defense will be a lot better. Definitely inside linebacker would help, King Bomber. That's for sure. And the defensive end kind of depends on what scheme we're playing at this point. Danny Fenton, do you think Russ welcomes the boos and plays the heel, or does he ignore it? He ignores it, Zanny. He says, I didn't hear boos. He'll say, I just heard people cheering. That's what he'll say. Which he takes the high road. That's good for us. John Reeves, thinking of Kenneth Walker III will be needing surgery for that hernia. Haven't seen many NFL players playing with a hernia without being adversely affected by it. I made a questionable part, and we will be wrapping this up here pretty soon here, folks. So we'll get our last of our questions in here. I've been making a guess on this hernia thing. I think there's two different types of hernia. It's like there's the sanguine hernia, there's the which is the sports hernia, and then there's the other kind of hernia, which is a little bit lower on you. I think the lower hernia, where you have it around kind of in the lower area of things, they can do with arthroscopically rather than when it's in the abdomen area. They got to get through all of that kind of dense stuff in there to get to it. It's a little bit more, I think, evasive. I'm not a doctor. I'm guessing on this, and we haven't heard a lot of information on it. But I think he's getting it treated. It just doesn't require that invasive treatment that I think you need to on a regular sports hernia. Evan says that I'm fine with moving on, just not with Caroline. Alan says, agreed. Geno took a huge step back. Huge, Alan. I almost want to take it was worth like 4 steps for 1 step. And the worst time to have it happen, Alan, with Drew getting the vid and now that worst time. Jordan Cropper says, my baby girl was born today at 10:12. Thank you for the stream. Rocking this princess to the best man to break down the Seahawks. Keep it up, big dog. Go Hawks. Jordan and chat, let's give Jordan a congratulations. Man, that is awesome to hear. We got a new Seahawks fan into the world, Jordan, and I hope everything is healthy and well, and mother's doing good over there, hopefully too. But congratulations, man. Congratulations, Daddy. Congratulations. Emmett, serious question here. Will there be more Denver fans and other team fans in Lumen this year? I think so. 100%, Emmett. You're going to see a lot more jerseys in the stadium because the tickets are going to get cheaper, and that's going to just open it up. Or you'll get a lot of what we had there with just the unruly nature of fans in there. Sorry, I got to text somebody here on this. Let me get my text in here. DJ says, wow, keep going here. See you, Brandon. I love doing game games with you guys. I really love this. This is my favorite thing to do in the world. And we get to the season of this, and it's actually the game action. The draft is the only thing. Draft, day of free agency, the only thing that compete with this. I really do love talking with you guys on Seahawks, even when it's broken like this, even when it's bad like this. It's fun just turning over the different perspectives and ways that we look at this team. And you guys always make me feel a little bit better on it too, because I would just be punching things right now. Corey Olson with another $2 donation. Thank you, Corey. Would rather start season over Geno. Would rather start Eason over Geno. He looks lost. He does, man, Corey. It looked like that on the telecast to us too. And part of the oddity of this game is why he does so. Geno looked like a guy that was a rookie quarterback out there. You know, he looked like a guy that was in robotic mode and overthinking and not sure and tentative. Strange. Where then Eason comes out there and shows a lot of that. I don't know if it's just a moxie or what it is, but just comes out there and is just raring to go. You can see it in him. It's the thing you saw in Drew Lock last week. There might be a mistake I'm going to make, but I'm going to make it going 100 miles an hour. Geno's going to make the mistake and he's going to make it going 20 miles an hour. And that drives me crazy because you should have every bit the confidence as a guy who's played almost 10 years in this league to be the confident one, to be the decisive one, to know a plan, to have the plan. It's like watching a Colt McCoy come off the bench and tear your Seahawks apart over the last couple of years. He's had a plan. He's known how to attack. He's been in this league for 10 years. He's started his share of games. There's a maturation process that occurs with that, or you think would. But for that to be not there, that to disappear on us now, I have no explanation for it. And I don't think that there's no way to kind of cover or gloss over it. It is completely astounding. Completely astounding. AKA Johnson81, thank you for subscribing. Very kind of you. We're marching right now to nearly 9,000 subscribers. I checked here mid-game. I think we're about 30 away mid-game. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed to the channel. We can push right up over that 9,000 mark. Or, you know, I've got a goal this year of trying to get to the 10,000 point. So was it 8? I forget. Maybe it was 8,000 I'm thinking of. We're pushing 8. Maybe it's 8. I'm getting my numbers. We're getting so high up here, I can't keep my numbers straight. So thank you, though, A.K. Johnson. Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all your donos on the channel tonight. He says, I would laugh my ass off if this Seahawks team is dog urine, yet Jamal Adams wins Defensive Player of the Year. Make it so. Can you imagine? He's just out there just balling out of his mind. 12 sacks, 5 interceptions, just making up for lost time. Team complete garbage. Didn't Tez win the Defensive Player of the Year when we didn't have a bad defense there, but we were like 2-14 that year, right? Weren't we that year? And it's a serious question here. Well, I answer that one. Jordan Cropper says, thanks, guys. 3 older boys now are little Seahawks cheerleader. Ah, nice. You already got the boys in line, Jordan. You got a little balance now. Boy, you got your hands full with 3 boys, I bet. Congratulations, though. That is awesome. DJ, well, it is a new coaching staff with new guys adjusting their new roles. A bit. I don't know if I'd apply that to the offensive side of the ball. And yeah, the defense didn't look great, but the offensive side of the ball is where I take a little bit of umbrage with that and say, I don't give those guys that same benefit of the doubt. This is year 2. We're supposed to be getting the returns this year. It's like that investment. You're waiting. You got to wait a year out on the investment, and we're waiting that year out, and we ain't seeing the returns. And I'm like, wait, I waited my year. I waited my year with no interest returns here. Now it needs to kick in. So I'm waiting to see that, and it's not quite there. DJ says no more temporary Band-Aids. That's right. That's right. This wound's got to heal. We got to stop trying to glue it up with the sticky glue, and we just got to we need to get the pharmaceuticals in here. Rob Terrell just got home from the game, and this team in its current form doesn't look like they can beat anyone. Very well said, Rob. And it's 100% on point. Tommy says, do you think they were running 2 tackles and 1 tech to protect the middle linebackers because Brooks isn't out there? I just can't understand how that's a valid defensive scheme. I am completely perplexed by it, Tommy. Because what you're doing there, you're running the wide 9 with the outside linebackers. So wide 9 for what would be either defensive, whether you're running it as a defensive end with his hand in the dirt or you're having the guy stand up. Wide 9 brings out your defensive ends as far out as you can get in the scheme. 1 tech is going to put those defensive ends then in tight, so your splits are just thrown to hell. And if it's to protect the linebackers, I don't see how it's doing so, because you're going to have guys running free at the second level, getting those blocks at the second level from the guard position at the very least. It seems to me like somebody mentioned they're doing somebody said up in the chat, it's like a science experiment they're trying to run. That's what it looks like to me. It's like a little bit of let's reinvent the wheel. But I don't see the benefit of it. There's reason you run a 3-4 or you run a 4-3. And admittedly, Tommy, there's a lot of three-man. The three-man front is becoming more common in college, but you don't ever really see two-man fronts in college. Here and there, maybe a little bit. But again, in college, you see that because everybody's running spread concepts and everybody's throwing the ball 60% of the time. That's not the NFL. The NFL is still pass heavy, but teams are going to look at that front all day, and you're going to have quarterbacks audibling to attack it constantly. They're going to hit that hole every time. They're going to have a play ready every time. Are they running that weird front? Yeah. Hit them with inside zone. Not inside zone. It would be off tackle, so it'd be outside zone, but you'd want basically to run it right off the inside shoulder of the tackle. Tackle gets his block on the inside. There's no guy running any sort of like 4-eye inside technique for the defensive end. So then the guard runs straight up free to the inside linebackers, and you got both guards running at that point. If you land the single block then on the 2-1 techs, there's no protection for the linebackers. So not only do they got to locate the ball carrier, but they're getting the guards coming downhill on them constantly. I have no explanation for it. It's God forbid, maybe the reporters ask him about it. Somebody ask him about it. For the love of God, ask him. Please. One of you guys in that room, ask him, what are you doing right now with this defensive line? It's not a 3-4. It's not a 4-3. Corwin Miller with a $20 donation. Thank you, Corin. I really do appreciate it, man. All the donuts in all night. You guys are so kind. It's amazing. Very, very kind of you guys. It says, I wanted to get in on this conversation, brother. Literally, I saw Geno with 5+ seconds in the pocket and panicking. I'm ready to draft a quarterback. I'm honestly fine with tanking a 5-12 season or worse. Definitely looks like the pathway you're taking, Corin. Thank you again so much for the $20 donation. And this 5 seconds in the pocket and sitting there and panicking. We had Ethan Tech World. He's a comment in here on the chat. A longtime guy on this chat who was in there at the scrimmage game and watched the scrimmage game. And he sent me his notes from the game. And in his notes, and we saw this from the reporters too, Geno in that scrimmage, again, looking tentative, not looking willing to go for it, not looking willing to pull that trigger. And you're going, why are you so hesitant here? What is holding you back here from just letting it rip, man? But even on the throw where he made that was a catchable pass early on, I think it was to maybe Aaron Fuller there. No, it was to Freddie Swain, where that was a ball that was dropped by Freddie Swain. But even on that throw, came out really late, threw a lot of oomph on it, even though he had the guy open and he could just kind of put that in there. If he just kind of laces it in there a little bit, puts it in about like 80-85%, he still completes that ball. But there's just a very much a sort of, I don't know if it's maybe the pressure getting to him, but there's definitely a spasticness to his nature of his game right now. Tentativeness. He doesn't have control in there. The same kind of the moxie that we've seen from Jacob Eason and Drew Lock is missing. And Corin, I just don't have any explanation for it. He's been in this league for 10 years. He's been in this offense for 2 seasons. He's been with all this personnel for multiple years on end. He should be so much more comfortable than what we're seeing from him. And it really is dissuading me in a really, really fast way right now on Geno Smith. This game's going to turn me on him in a big way. One game maybe shouldn't carry this much weight on a player, but the timing of him to turn in this type of performance was just the worst type of moment here. Spectre7 with the $10 donation. Thank you, Spectre7. I really do appreciate it. It says, huge shout out to you, Brandon. Have been a massive mental health escape for me to listen to these streams. Please like this dude's streams. Brandon cares about the Hawks and all of his fans. Very well said, and that's 100% the truth. I love my people in the chat. I've been with you guys for a couple years. I recognize names now here from very, very long back coming in here, along with the new people coming in. And this is a community here. And this is a special place. I want this to be a special place for Seahawks fans. It's why I fight for the discussion to be able to be above board, for people to keep their gloves up, for us to be able to just have good, honest football discussion. It's not about people trying to dunk on each other in here. It's about us just trying to turn over this team and try to understand the nature of what we're looking at. What the hell are we looking at? And I have a great time doing this with you guys. It's an amazing place to see, and amazing that you can have a spot on the internet in this modern age where everything's about flaming, and nobody's flaming. People just want People just want to talk shop. People just want to talk about this team. I mean, you have a team that just got beat by the Chicago Bears in preseason, looked awful, and yet you've got people in this chat being cool, above board, awesome, just wanting good, honest football discussion. And that's one of the reasons I created this channel is I think that there's a lot of room for that out there in this age of, again, everybody just mainly looking, how can I dunk on something? How can I be right? I mean, no. Is that how can we get it right? How can we figure this out? How can we understand this better? It's because the beauty about football to me is it's the layers of it. It's the layers of under. You can watch it as a casual fan on the surface level and just enjoy the athletics and all that. You can understand it a little bit better on defenses and offense, how they're counting. You can understand it on the chess piece, the chess pieces on the board and how, how schematics function to another, how plays are countered by another, how personnel groupings are countered. It's all those things. And the deeper you get, the more it expands in sort of the beauty of the game to me. And you guys help that open up as much as anything else. So thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. Madeline Lai, thank you for subscribing, Madeline. I really do appreciate it as well. Garth Knight with a $5 super dollar. Thank you, Garth. You guys are too awesome in this chat at the donos. Backpacking on Sector 7's comment. I actually have mental health issues, and Brandon still accepts me when I'm too out there on the gin. Like and sub. Well, I consider you brothers and sisters in here, man. So yeah. And again, all you guys that made this Vector 7, Garth, you guys make this chat what it is. It's you guys that make this channel, whatever it will ever be, is it's on you guys because we've got so much of an ability to everybody accept that in. If we don't have that, if it's just me here yakking away, but the chat's just busy flaming everybody else in the chat, there's no way we're able to rise and grow at all. It's that is going to allow for this to occur. And I want to thank everybody. I know at times people come in and it gets hard and people get emotional, and we love this team. We love this team. We want to see them do good. And that's going to bring out all the emotions, both good and bad in you. I certainly lose my shit from time to time, and a good number of times when I probably need to keep my head on things. But it's you guys that keep me together as much as anything else. And doing these shows, being able to watch these games with you guys, I didn't know if I'd like it. It's like, I don't know if I want to maybe watch a game, but it's taken me completely out of my emotions and watching these games. And maybe because I got other guys kind of going through with me, other women going through with me, it makes it a little better, a little easier. Weston Corbett, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. He says, I started watching you during COVID, and to be quite honest, if I didn't have your channel, it would have been really rough, like really rough. Thank you so much. Well, man, that is very kind of you to say, man. You warmed my heart saying that, brother. So thank you very much. I hope I can be that here for you guys. My job, as far as I look at it here, is if I can inform, I want to inform you. I want to try to entertain you if I can entertain you every once in a while. And more than anything else, just give you guys a good, nice refuge you can go to just have great football discussion, keep it in that lane, and know that everyone's welcome here. We're going to be all welcome in here. We are all on the same team. We were all 12s. Don't matter whether you're in Australia, Canada, Rio de Janeiro, out there in Germany, doesn't matter. We are one. And we all we got. We all we need. We all we got. We all we need. All right, well, I'm going to wrap this up here soon, folks, because I got to bounce out here. So you guys hold off the donations now, because you guys have been great with that, but I don't want to feel bad if I sign off after you drop a dono on me. But we'll wrap this up. Let me get a couple other I want to get a couple other comments read here in the chat. Jacob Davis, I got back from this game in person. F is the right. F is the right, Jacob, and this is an awful night for the 12s, absolutely, especially for us who are a little bit optimistic for the upcoming season. Not expecting Super Bowl contenders, but we're hoping for a team that could be competitive week in and week out at the very least, and could put up a fight. And tonight, you didn't put up much of a fight until you got to the third stringers. B-Ross, Pete seemed so depressed in his press conference. You could tell he was pissed at all the fringe guys. I would be too. I shouldn't have to put my foot up your butt as a guy that's fighting for your football life. It shouldn't take me as the coach to whip out my fire and brimstone speech to get you to realize what's at stake. If it takes that for you as a fringe football player, then you don't belong in this league. And I'm sure that's something that Pete would say that he can't say, but I'm sure it's something that he's thinking. And he's not wrong for it. But it still is his job to get that team ready at the end of the day. Greg Jacobs says, Geno's getting paid way too much for a third string quarterback. $7 million's a lot for that, isn't it? And Weston Corbett, so many drops tonight. Yeah, more drops, a lot of drop passes again tonight too. You're right. On top of we had a lot of drops last week. They cleaned it up during the game last week as it went on once Drew got kind of in there, but definitely you had your share this evening. Jacob, I think Geno played as well as he could have. Eason was mad to me. Maybe my thinking would be reversed if Eason had started and Smith was handed that mess of a second half. Boy, I thought Geno played pretty bad to the most eyes on this one. Jacob, and you can see we've got this poll with 487 votes in the poll, and I think it's going to be pretty significant that Jacob Eason outplayed Geno by a wide margin. Jacob, I thought our defense was going to be Pro Bowl level in game 1 of the preseason. We gave up 32 points. How many tonight? 27. Surrendered to a horrible Bear offense. 100%, Jacob. Defense looks bad. They're running a vanilla scheme. They're running a weird front on the 4-man front that they're running. They're not doing the 3-4 stuff. Don't have any explanation for it, and it is completely odd. Mr. Allo, what was the last season we didn't have a terrible special teams? What was the last season? No, we didn't have a terrible special teams last year. It was great. It was a good special teams. Your kicking unit was tough. But as far as your return ability, stopping returns, all of that, you were very good. With Dixon, a lot of punts inside the 20-yard line. I think almost every metric from a special team standpoint, you were up a level last year and have been so here in recent years. Weston said if the wide receivers had hands tonight, Geno would look much better. Well, I'll say this, Weston. Geno's not been done any favors by his receivers on the outside. He's probably had somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 or 5 drops on, what are we looking at, 30 pass attempts? That's a lot. That's a high drop rate. That is absolutely a high drop rate. And that's not on him on those. They got to catch it. Swain's got to catch that ball early on. And maybe that does change his game around this game. It would have changed the game around last week. I can't put it all on that myself because there was something more to it to me in watching him. There's just something a little bit harder to define in what I'm seeing from Geno, and as far as that's discouraging me. Jacob, I was so confident in our Hawks D that I thought we might score at least a few pick sixes on the Bears. We lost to Trevor Siemian, Nathan Peterman, and it's still not great Justin Fields. Yeah, truth. I don't know what the hell F happened, man. I think, Jacob, to me, our team just wasn't ready to play tonight. Just weren't ready to play. Will, think what's holding Geno back is that he wants to hang his hat on not turning the ball over. That's obviously Pete's most important thing he stresses, and he's Pete's guy. It's certainly a part that he's learned about Pete that is the most important thing, and that's always something you're going to lean back to, and you're right. Well, that absolutely could be a big factor to why he doesn't want to pull the trigger on some of these throws, and he really waits late on certain throws, and he really wants to see it open. This is certainly a thing that I looked at with Russ, which was also, I think, a part of Russ holding on to the ball. Yes, Russ naturally holds on to the ball a long time. I think it was also Carroll in his ear for 10 years saying, don't turn it over, make sure it's there, make sure the guy's open, make sure it's going to happen, make sure you're not going to get undercut on that route. And, you hear that day in and day out for a couple of years, it's probably going to set in your ear. But it's got to be a balance game, and you got to find that balance on it. And eventually you got to let it go. You got to let it rip. Sergio, why did Russ leave? Because the team wasn't really willing to let him cook and build an offense completely around him to let him throw the ball. They wanted to just run the ball and play defense. And he wanted to he thought he could be more for a team in a more expanded role. And he may be right. We'll see. Kelly says Tariq and Kobe are the bright spots of this year. I hope there'll be 2 of them. Every year since 2018, this defense has given up more and more yards. We are. It's looking like that. Ian James is someone who was at tonight's game. Honestly, Jacob Eason towards the end of the game was throwing dimes and all around had more playmaking ability than Geno. Well said. And yes, sir, that's the truth to my eyes as well, Ian. Look at this poll that's in right now. Jacob is running away with it. And I think that's telling. I think it's telling. And look, when he's outplaying Geno, which he should not be, Jacob Eason should not be outplaying Geno, and he is. And he's got, again, well, Jacob's going against third stringers. Jacob, you're right. He was throwing dimes. He was being decisive in his decision making. I'm going here. Back foot. Let it rip. Don't hold the ball. And Geno just can't do that right now. Corey Olson, we love you, bro. I love you too, Corey. I love y'all too. Max says, Brandon, you should do another fan call-in stream. We will do another one this year, Max. We'll do another one this season at some point here. So I'll try to get another one set up soon. Carson Fleming, linebacker depth was struggling today. Throws over the middle will be free this year. Yeah, Carson, a lot of the same soft zones we saw last year, especially from the linebackers. It wasn't even that they were beating linebackers in coverage. And this was on the outside too. You're just seeing guys drop it with depth and space, sort of the prevent the big play stuff, which just then again opens everything up underneath. Tommy says, well, at least I don't think this will be the 92 Seahawks that went 2-14. Yes, that is the year Tez won Defensive Player of the Year. All the more amazing considering the team. I agree. I don't think this is a 2-win team, but 4 or 5 wins is maybe about the top end where it is on it right now. I don't know. I mean, hopefully. Hopefully. God, please. Don't be 92. Linebacker 54, I think maybe we have been this bad during the preseason. To be fair, I haven't seen very many, if at all, preseason games since Russ won the job. I don't think we've been this bad in preseason. And overall, we've been more better than good. I feel like we won more games than we've lost through a lot of the time period because we've had good depth at times, especially earlier in Carroll's run here. But this was one of the worst preseason games I've seen from a Coach Carroll team. And I've watched, I think, almost all, if not all, of the preseason games under Carroll's time here. Randy Wagner, Brandon Badger, you're quite a fighter for the 12th man. Brandon, you are impressive. Go Hawks. Yeah, I love doing this, man. I do love it. Marvin's perspective from the other side. Thank you for subscribing, Marvin's. Corwin Miller with a $5 donation. Thank you, Corin. Says, thank you for always being real, bro. I'm out for the night. Go Hawks. But damn, man, I'll be happy once we get a true QB1. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you finishing off right on these donations. You guys, unbelievable on the donation side of it. Unbelievable on your guys' support on this channel. I really do appreciate it. I mean, this is the thing that'll eventually get us the faster to me being able to do this full time, which will eventually be the goal on this, and being able to do even maybe daily shows. So you guys are amazing on this. You know, it's a rough game. You guys could definitely be up in your emotions, just everybody angry, everybody flaming, but you guys are being super cool. And again, I love doing this. We're going to do this all year, and we're going to make this fun. We're going to keep this discussion fun. We're going to keep this on board. It may be tough to watch in the football wise, and we'll come to our determinations on not just the Geno Smith quarterback situation in this team, but on Coach Carroll too. And his feet are to the fire this year. He doesn't get any free passes just because he can say, well, we had to move on from Wilson, so, you know, rebuild year, blah, 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 blah. This team is not a team that should bear out with its talent, with what's on this football team, with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs and Jordan Brooks, and what you put on this team from an offensive line standpoint, Noah Fant. This team should not be a 2-win team. And if it is, that is going to be a reflection on this coaching staff. No doubt about it. Jacob Davis, thank you for replying to my comments, Brandon. Oh, no problem, Jacob. I think I missed a few of your stuff. Sorry. I'm getting right up to the end of the stream here, so if I missed a few of yours on them, it's my bad. Jacob says, I think we should beat the Jets, Panthers, and Giants at minimum. Agreed. Those should be 3 easy wins. Then again, I thought this would be an easy win. Well, there you go, man. I mean, everything is a little bit called into question of that, but that's where I do go back. You do get the last place schedule. I think you're 13th in difficulty as far as schedule strength. So, you know, you do have an open path here. You have an open path to at least get a couple of maybe free and easy ones. Say nothing of those wins that just go a little wonky because you might catch teams at the right time during the course of the season. Michael Austin, hey, do you think from what you saw from Geno, it's clear Drew is better? Yes, Michael, at this point, Drew's better. You know, I'm not going to make any more exceptions for Geno on this. He could not afford to have this kind of game. There's not a lot of room for error for Geno here where it stands. He's not here as an embedded starter. He's not earned enough goodwill to think that he can just come out here and completely look inept, lost, ineffectual, and indecisive and expect that he can walk away from that and he just should be the starter going forward from that. There's already the potential that Drew Lock gives you, that much bigger, larger growing of potential there. The thing you lean back with on Geno is at least to give you a baseline of consistency. It was like Lock gives you the ceiling, Geno gives you the floor. Well, Geno's floor right now is crumbling. His foundations are falling apart. And indeed, it looks like we built that particular house on sand. At that point, I ain't making more excuses for him. I've had his back. I'm trying to have his back. I'm doing everything I can to try to pump him up here a little bit. But, you know, at one point or another, he's got to deliver. And the time is now. And there's no more. We got one more game. And then we go to live action. It will be interesting to see how this plays out. Jason says, yeah, you said 45 minutes ago, 2 hours. Yeah, I know. I always go along with this. We'll finish off here with Ian James on this. Says, honestly, after tonight's game, I'm thinking the real quarterback competition should be Eason and Locke. But for some God knows reason, Pete has a soft spot for Geno. That's it, man. Ian, that's a great comment for me to finish up on because that's to my eyes what I saw too. Those two guys have a different manner by which they're going and quarterbacking this right now. It's not about effectiveness, just how they're going about running the position right now. And you've got to have a certain control there. You're the leader on the team when you're out there under center. You can't afford to be the guy looking lost and indecisive. The team is looking to you to be that guy, just take that step forward, to be that leader on the team. And I'm not seeing that right now from Geno. And boy, is it discouraging, because this is his chance. This is his opportunity. And to quote one Robert De Niro in Copland, "You had your chance and you blew it." That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. Daniel, Jacob Eason's overthrow deep balls due to a lack of practice reps, or was he like this at UW 2? He was like this at UW 2, Daniel. The throws are just not, he's not a pinpoint guy. Sometimes it can look like he can be pinpoint, like the touchdown throw you saw, or a few of those short passes, but the further the ball gets down the football field with him, the more it gets a little bit dodgy on his accuracy. That's just kind of, but then that's, again, okay. That's why he looked proficient, though, as he was running the designs of the offense in the short and intermediate game and how he was running things. And certainly Chicago was back in their soft zones, which was going to make him look a bit better at that point. But I don't think it's a lack of practice time necessarily. I think that's just a little bit of what you get from Jacob. Certainly he's throwing to a variety of different guys. He doesn't always throw to them often. Well, we'll wrap it up now on that, folks. Tough game, but I had a great time with you guys, as I ever do. I'm going to be doing every live stream of every game this year. I don't care, come hell or high water, wins or losses. I don't care, with the exception of week 6, where I'm going to actually go watch this performative level in person, whatever that brings and wherever they're at on that. But we're going to be here every week. So you guys get subscribed, hit that like button, strap on in, folks. No matter what, like I said, we're going to make this fun. We're going to make this entertaining. We're going to find some laughs and some smiles along the way. And we're going to find our way. It's a rebuild year. This is what you get. Sometimes it's going to be a little rough. Grab that piece of wood, bite down like a Band-Aid. We got to pull it off, but it's a whole season of the Band-Aid being pulled off, unfortunately. So hang in there. Keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. I know it's tough after days like that, but that's why I'm here. I'm here to remind you that there's hope. Have the faith. Know I'm going to be here guiding us all through this, showing us, bringing us back to the heights of the heights. And maybe we got to wait a little while to get there, but we are going to get back there somehow, some way, by hook or by crook. We will find a way. You guys, as always, were amazing in the chat. I can't believe the support you guys and the kindness. Again, I don't have the words to articulate right now. I'm pretty good usually with my words and articulating things, but it says to how much you guys just put a smile on my face as far as your guys' support and how kind you are with this channel. I love doing this, guys. You guys are what makes this such an amazing experience, and you're awesome for it. So thank you to all you guys on that. Let's cross around this 8,000 mark on the subscribers here. We're barely close. If you're not subscribed, please get subscribed. We're almost 8,000. I'd love to get to the 10,000 by the end of the year. That's where I've got my, it's a nice round number, that 10,000, So let's get there, folks. I appreciate you. I love you guys. Keep the faith. We're almost there. You never know what happens come regular season. It is still preseason. Somebody got a leprechaun maybe somewhere they're hiding. Just, little fairy dust they can lend. Whatever we can take it, whatever it takes at this point, right? For this upcoming year. Keep the faith, my Seahawks fellas. Keep the faith. Hang in there. Stay strong. There will be brighter days ahead. It's just not today. I appreciate you, though, for watching. Please like, please subscribe. But please do not ever forget, beyond that, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.